The committee will come to order. The Ways and Means Committee kicked off this Congress by getting out of Washington and visiting communities across the country to hear firsthand hardworking Americans' perspective on the state of the economy. I appreciate that so many of the members of this committee have taken the time to participate in these hearings. When we traveled to West Virginia, Oklahoma, and Georgia, we looked these Americans in the eye, shook their hand, and promised we would listen to what they had to say. Today, we're here to show them that we listened. For over 2 years, workers, families, farmers, and small business owners have lived with constant anxiety, worrying about how they will make ends meet, how they will put food on their tables, clothes on their backs, and gas in their cars. Small business owners are wondering when they will have to switch the Help Wanted sign for a going out of business sign in the storefront window. The legislation we have before us today is for them and because of them. It's for working families and small businesses who cannot afford an expensive lobbyist to make their voices heard. We have an opportunity today to take a strong step forward in delivering relief from the crisis that define the lives taxpayers lead in President Biden's America. Whether it be the highest inflation in a generation, rising interest rates, insecure supply chains, or the labor shortage, this legislation represents a jobs package that will put money back into the pockets of hard-working Americans who have seen so much of their paychecks stolen by inflation. The guaranteed deduction bonus of $4,000 for families finally gives Americans some breathing room from the Washington price spikes. But it's not just workers who need relief. Small businesses need it too. During a weakening economy, we must give farmers and manufacturers a fighting chance. This legislation makes it easier for entrepreneurs to pursue their American dream, find the investment they need to start a new business. It helps small businesses grow and buy the new equipment needed to expand their facilities and be more productive. In growing our economy, no corner of the United States can be forgotten. In our hearings, it's clear that rural America needs help. In the bills in front of the committee today, we are creating more opportunities to invest in rural communities so small towns don't become ghost towns littered with shuttered businesses. Beyond our borders, it's critical that we secure our supply chains to counter the Chinese Communist Party's unfair trade practices, and the first step is protecting our homeland. Chinese companies are buying up American farmland to gain access to U.S. agriculture. Our issue is not with the Chinese people, but with companies and officials tied to and controlled by the Chinese Communist Party who are utilizing economic forces to invade our country and threaten our economic and national security. Additionally, the policies before us today maintain or restore critical tax provisions like incentives for research and development, interest deductibility, and 100% immediate expensing to make sure American companies, they can thrive and more American jobs are created. I want to pause here and preview what you're going to hear from our Democrat colleagues. They're going to use the phrase GOP tax scam dozens of times throughout the day, apparently referring to the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Let's set the record straight. TCJA delivered exactly what was promised: tax cuts for families, more jobs, and a growing economy. In the immediate years after passage of the TCJA, the economy grew a full percentage point higher than the previous 10 years. It sparked the fastest growth in real wages in the last 20 years, and Americans making less than $100,000 a year saw a 16% cut in their tax bill. At the same time, federal tax revenues, including corporate tax revenues, hit a record high in 2022. Overall, revenues were 48% above 2017 levels and well above the Congressional Budget Office's projections. So let's not pretend that the TCJA robbed Uncle Sam of anything. There has been only one tax scam during my time in Congress, the so-called Inflation Reduction Act that Democrats passed last year. Nonpartisan congressional scorekeepers agree the IRA did nothing to address inflation. In fact, it increased reckless spending and added to the deficit. That reckless spending comes in the form of special interest tax favors for politically connected industries and individuals to the tune of $664 billion and counting. Over 90% of these corporate giveaways are going to companies with sales over $1 billion. This jobs package today puts workers and small businesses first. It puts a stop to Democrats' runaway green corporate welfare by repealing the worst of the special interest breaks. Lastly, in separate legislation, we will examine a trade agreement with Taiwan that deepens our economic partnership with a democracy only 110 miles off of China's shore. This bipartisan bill acknowledges Taiwan as both a friend and critical economic ally while also reasserting congressional authority over trade both now and in the future. This committee has the opportunity today to provide relief to Americans and small businesses that are being harmed in the Biden economy by putting money back into their pockets to provide for their families, expand their small businesses, and strengthen America. I'm now pleased to recognize the ranking member of Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We don't want to disappoint you this morning. We do intend to refer to the tax plan as a tax scam. First, this is the most ill-considered piece of legislation that I've witnessed in years in front of this committee. Just 10 days after our Republican colleagues were prepared to bring the nation to the brink of default, to the precipice, if not over the edge, they now come back with a tax cut. Apparently, the debt only matters if it's about spending, never about tax cuts. So let's do the history of this. $10 trillion of tax cuts during the last 20 years, 2001, 2003, 2017. The answer always seems to become a tax cut. So the chaos that we witnessed on the floor 10 days ago apparently has not abated. My colleagues spent the first half of this session bringing the economy to ruin with their unpopular cuts on the backs of those who would struggle. It was a manufactured crisis that left our constituents wondering if they'd see their next Social Security check, or what would happen to their job or their retirement savings. With inflation deaccelerating, another grim reminder of what they did. The genius of this dollar is that it's redeemed in any quarter of the globe. They were prepared to question this as the international standing currency for the world. And now their answer is to add to the debt just days after. Skilled legislating might have suggested that they might have waited a couple of months, but there's something else that I want people to understand today. We would be prepared to discuss some of the proposals here in a balanced, legislative, professional manner if the opportunity might avail itself for the purpose of discussing some of our priorities as well. Good legislators find common purpose and common ground. When Republicans inherited a budget surplus from Bill Clinton, first answer, cut taxes in 2001, cut taxes in 2003, 2 wars, 2 tax cuts, borrowed money, and then the tax cut of 2017, $2.3 trillion of borrowed money. As unpopular as it was, they're back at it again today. These tax cuts, no matter how they argue, disproportionately benefit those at the top, and there are no signs of trickle-down economics. The old question that's in front of the committee is always the same: do tax cuts pay for themselves? And let me quote Douglas Holtz-Eakin, a mainstream economist, who says no serious economist would make that argument. This is a masterclass in failed promises, lip service to small business and working families, only for them to end up with pennies. Today's bill is no exception. The richest 1% will receive $16,550 in tax cuts next year. The poorest 20%, $40. They have the nerve to justify this tax cut as an assistance for families struggling with inflation. Believe me, it's no such thing. The Inflation Reduction Act is wildly popular with the American people, including the Republican base. It is part of the answer to addressing global warming through the tax code, which would make a great deal of sense. Today, they propose repeal. So their proposal in front of us today is, once again, tax cuts for people at the top, nothing for people at the bottom. We should call this, once again, what it is, as the chairman alerted us to this morning. It's a tax scam. A suggestion, the child credit and some negotiating here could have found the path forward for all of us. But what are we coming to? We're coming to their proposal to cut the green energy tax credits. Joe Biden did a good job of negotiating the Inflation Reduction Act, and he also did a superb job of pushing back on the irresponsibility of what happened on the House floor. And by the way, as a longtime member and a New Englander, this would have been unheard of at one time by the Republican Party, that we would have gone to a threatened default. The Republican Party that I grew up with across New England took positions about serious financial obligations. They thought that free markets and opportunity were everything, but never would they have jeopardized the full faith and credit of the United States, nor would they have ever come back with a proposal to cut taxes and add to the debt just 10 days later. We're looking forward to this debate this morning, Mr. Chairman. We hope that this will give an opportunity to the American people to see what both sides have to offer and what both sides are prepared to embrace. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Our first order of business is H.R. 4004, the United States-Taiwan Initiative on 21st Century Trade First Agreement Implementation Act. The people of the United States and the people of Taiwan share an invaluable economic partnership. We share democratic values, and we have strong individual ties between our two nations. That is why the Biden administration's decision to pursue an agreement to strengthen our trade relationship with Taiwan was appropriate. And I'm pleased that the substance of the initial agreement with Taiwan is sound. Building on provisions that were included in President Trump's US-Mexico-Canada agreement, unfortunately, the way the administration went about establishing this agreement was not only inappropriate, but also unconstitutional. It followed the same troubling pattern we have seen from this administration when it comes to trade. In short, it attempted to exclude Congress from the process by claiming that it can bind the United States in trade agreements without approval from Congress. This not only creates serious challenges to the value and validity of such a trade agreement, it also flies in the face of the Congress's sole constitutional authority over international trade. The legislation before us today regarding this initial agreement with Taiwan rights that wrong while confirming strong support for our partnership with Taiwan by providing congressional approval of this first step US-Taiwan trade agreement. This bill requires that the Biden administration work with Congress on any future agreements with Taiwan and set up strict reporting and consultation provisions in law to hold the administration accountable. It also ensures the American people, through their elected representatives, have a voice in trade negotiations by demanding a vote be held on any additional trade agreements with Taiwan. In addition to being required by the Constitution, a congressional vote will make sure these trade agreements are in the best interest of American workers, families, farmers, and small businesses. Congress will only approve trade agreements that put American workers and families first and foremost. What's particularly encouraging about this legislation is that it represents a bipartisan effort to reassert Congress's constitutional authority. I'm proud to join Democrats and Republicans in both the House and Senate in leading this effort. When it comes to trade, we are speaking with one voice that this administration, or any future administration for that matter, must not circumvent Congress or the Constitution, and that the President does not have the authority to bind the United States in trade agreements without congressional involvement and approval. I appreciate this committee taking up this bill and encouraging all of you to support its adoption. This is important not just for our trade relationship with Taiwan, but for the integrity of U.S. trade negotiations and Congress's role in them. I'm pleased to recognize the ranking member, Mr. Neal, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to remind all that it was the Democratic position on USMCA that included workers' rights, climate change, and human rights that were included in USMCA that brought about an agreement that was endorsed by the AFL-CIO, the Teamsters Union, and the American Chamber of Commerce. Republican chairman of this committee at that time took the position that you could not amend a free trade agreement. It was up or down. You could not include the priorities that I just listed. This morning, however, we are in agreement on the outcome of what we attempt to do here toward Taiwan. This is a matter of standing up for the prerogatives of the Ways and Means Committee, which I have been consistent on for the more than 30 years that I have sat on this committee. Congress is charged with trade responsibilities. It's a tariff issue, therefore it's a tax issue, which rests in the Ways and Means Committee of the House of Representatives. I took the same position that I think that the majority is taking today, and that is to stand up for the prerogatives of this committee. So we believe that you get better outcomes if Congress is included in these deliberations. Senator Wyden and I have had the same position, and we believe that going forward, making sure that Congress is fully included is not only sensible, but it leads to a better outcome, as I described earlier, as it related to USMCA. And by way of memory, the first bilateral agreement that included the priorities that I outlined was in the Peruvian FTA. That cut new ground, and that was enhanced by a Democratic majority at the time that took that position, and we were told that that would only weaken the hand of Congress if we embraced many of those priorities. We embraced them. Peruvian government accepted them, and we had set a template for how trade agreements might look in the future. The argument here this morning, which I think is compelling, is that Congress, within Congress in this chamber, the Ways and Means Committee oversees trade policy, and we should continue to defend that position. The Chinese threat to Taiwan is quite serious, and I think economic enhancement of opportunities for the Taiwanese people as they claim their independence, that America backs that independence, and we intend to proceed on that basis. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.R. 4004, the United States-Taiwan Initiative on 21st Century Trade First Agreement Implementation Act. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. At this time, I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance, along with a green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for purpose of amendment. I will now turn to Josh Sneed, Chief Trade Counsel, to provide the technical description of the amendment in the nature of a substitute with an emphasis on the changes made since introduction. I ask that members hold their questions until after his presentation.
Thank you, Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Neal. The United States-Taiwan Initiative on 21st Century First Agreement Implementation Act includes 8 sections. Section 1 is the short title of the bill. Section 2 contains several findings about the economic and strategic importance of the United States-Taiwan relationship. Section 2 also includes a finding that because Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution grants Congress authority over international trade, the President lacks authority to enter into binding trade agreements absent approval from Congress. Section 3 states the purpose of the bill, which is to approve the first agreement, strengthen and develop economic relations between the United States and Taiwan, lay the foundation for further cooperation, and establish transparency and consultation requirements with respect to potential future trade agreements with Taiwan. Section 4 defines several terms used in this bill. Section 5 states that Congress approves the first agreement. Section 6 provides conditions for entry into force of the first agreement. Before this agreement can enter into force, the President must provide analysis to this committee, as well as the Senate Finance Committee, of the anticipated effects of the agreement. The President also must answer any questions that members of this committee have regarding the agreement and certify that Taiwan has come into compliance with the agreement. Section 6 also requires a report on Taiwan's implementation of the agreement 6 months after it takes effect. Section 7 expresses the sense of Congress that the United States should continue to deepen its relationship with Taiwan and sets out transparency and consultation requirements with Congress regarding any additional negotiations based on the United States-Taiwan Initiative on 21st Century Trade. Section 7 also requires congressional approval for any such agreements to enter into force. Finally, Section 8 clarifies the relationship between the first agreement and U.S. federal and state law. Section 8 also confirms that the first agreement does not constitute a free trade agreement for purposes of the Clean Vehicle Tax Credit under the Internal Revenue Code. That completes my walkthrough.
Thank you. Are there any technical questions about the amendment and the nature of a substitute? Does anyone wish to strike the last word? Mr. Doggett is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for bringing this bill forward. As a member of the House Taiwan Caucus, I am pleased to be a co-sponsor of this bipartisan legislation. And I think there are two very important reasons that all of us as members, Democratic and Republican, speak with one strong voice in support of this legislation. The first reason is, of course, Taiwan. The 23 million people of Taiwan have seen how the People's Republic of China has violently suppressed democracy in Hong Kong, disregarding and breaching its agreement for one country with two systems. The world continues to learn more about the more than 1 million Uyghurs who have been placed in concentration camps over recent years by the PRC, and how the PRC suppresses all dissent, indeed even the slightest difference in opinion, by demanding all-encompassing, privacy-invading conformity. We need to make clear our support for Taiwan economically, as we have done militarily, to ensure passage through international waters in the Taiwan Straits and the South China Sea. Taiwan is already our 9th largest goods trading partner, with over $90 billion in total two-way goods trade during 2020. Taiwanese Americans have made a significant contribution to communities across America. I thank Pearl Wu, who's president of the Formosan Association for Public Affairs of Central Texas, Dr. Liao, and the Taiwanese Chamber of Commerce, who provided good counsel on these issues. In addition to stopping Putin's war crimes and assuring victory for Ukraine, I believe a top foreign policy objective for our country must be finding ways to avoid armed conflict with the PRC. But that must be accomplished by showing strength, not weakness, both economic and military. And it must be done by encouraging our European allies to display a little of the courage of Lithuania and the Czech Republic, who have stood up to Chinese bullying. But there's a second, equally important reason for our unity today, and that is to send an unqualified and clear message to our own administration that we will be resolute with regard to any future administration of either party. Specifically, acting through this committee, we have a constitutional responsibility. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3 of the Constitution grants Congress authority over international trade. And this Taiwan Implementation Act reaffirms that constitutional authority. This agreement is a modest first step. No enforceable trade agreement can be entered with Taiwan or any trading partner in the world without the approval of this Congress acting through this committee. Only Congress, through legislation, can ensure that the Taiwan Initiative on 21st Century Trade is a durable, reliable legal framework and a starting point for our further negotiations. I hope we can move forward with a complete agreement that includes important guarantees for environmental and labor provisions similar to those in the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement negotiated as our most important recent free trade agreement. No country, and I think this legislation makes it clear, should be considered to have a free trade agreement with this country, with America, for purposes of benefiting from other legislation, particularly the climate and green provisions we enacted last year, without the approval of this committee and this Congress. In that, I hope today we speak with one strong voice for Taiwan and asserting the constitutional authority of this committee, and I yield back.
Thank you. I recognize the chairman of the Subcommittee on Trade, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the bipartisan United States-Taiwan Initiative on 21st Century Trade First Agreement Implementation Act. This bill unequivocally demonstrates the strong bipartisan support for strengthening our ties and economic relationship with Taiwan. This bill also addresses bipartisan concerns around the Biden administration's dismissal of the constitutionally mandated role Congress must play in trade. No administration can unilaterally pursue trade policy without deferring to Congress and, in turn, the American people. As highlighted in this bill, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3 of the Constitution grants Congress authority over international trade. No president can enter into a binding trade agreement without approval from Congress. In addition to reiterating this committee's strong support for Taiwan, the US-Taiwan Initiative on 21st Century Trade First Agreement Implementation Act is an important step in Congress asserting our authority over trade, and I look forward to working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to ensure the U.S. approach to trade policy is more proactive, strategic, and cooperative. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. I recognize the ranking member on trade, Mr. Blumenauer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciated your comments and those of my colleagues supporting this resolution. I think the reference made to the importance of our relationship with Taiwan, the critical role of this committee are important, and the fact that this is a bipartisan and bicameral agreement with Senate Finance and the Ways and Means Committee. But I would refer briefly to a comment that the ranking member made going all the way back to the Peru Free Trade Agreement. We helped establish a foundation to be able to move forward in an era where there was great disagreement, there was controversy. And by doing this in a deliberate fashion as a building block, we were able to move forward with that free trade agreement. And as you referenced in terms of what we did with the modification of NAFTA, which wasn't going to go anywhere until we were able to put together a framework that brought people together. I think what you have advanced with this resolution is a blueprint for the administration to be able to advance progress on these controversial trade issues, providing a foundation, a floor that brings people together rather than divides them. I think this is an important step that will help take some of the future controversies and be able to manage them and move forward working on a cooperative basis. I think the resolution is important in and of itself, but I think it provides a roadmap going forward for more progress. And heaven knows, so far in this Congress, we'll look for any clues that bring people together to be able to make progress. I'm pleased to support this.
Recognize Ms. Miller to strike the last word.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Apparently, while the current administration has been busy making trade suggestions, our adversaries have been very busy outmaneuvering us at every turn when it comes to trade, especially in the Indo-Pacific. The United States-Taiwan Initiative on 21st Century Trade First Agreement Implementation Act is an important step to reasserting congressional authority over trade, sending a strong message to China that they must respect Taiwan's sovereignty, and showing that the United States will not bow to threats or intimidation and will continue to support Taiwan. I commend the chairman and ranking member's leadership and the bipartisan support of this common sense bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Pascrell is recognized.
Article 1, Section 8, Mr. Chairman, of our Constitution puts Congress in charge of trade negotiations. It's clear, it's distinct, but it doesn't only apply to trade. We have relinquished our authority in many areas, and I've documented that. And the more we think that the executive branch of government, I duly respect, be it Democrat or Republican, or the Supreme Court run this country, we simply lose whatever leverage we have. We need to exert ourselves in many areas besides trade. Democrats and Republicans in the executive branch have contorted and warped their power. Today's bill breathes new life into Article 1. It creates hard timelines and definitions to ensure Congress is truly consulted on trade concerns. So the message must go out loud and clear. I'm glad we are approving the trade agreement with Taiwan. We must continue to deepen our relationship as China remains a growing threat. I hope the administration's next step has high labor standards to promote freedom of association, collective bargaining, and the end of forced labor. An enforceable agreement would be deeply meaningful to the United States, and that means the Congress, and to Taiwan. I thank you, and I yield back.
Ms. Steele is recognized to strike the last word.
Move to strike the last word. I know both my Republican and Democrat colleagues agree that the United States must engage in formal trade with Taiwan, but according to the Constitution, Congress must first approve the agreement. I proudly support Taiwan's right to defend itself from the Chinese Communist Party. Not only is Taiwan's independence vital for world security, but their partnership is a huge benefit for both our economies. In 2022, it is estimated that trade between California and Taiwan alone was over $10 billion. Make sure this is what you meant to say. Taiwanese enterprises are a huge boost to California's economy. Taiwanese investment has resulted in roughly 17,000 jobs, have generated over $1.5 billion in wages in my home state. I am eager for this committee to work on legislation that would eliminate double taxation to promote investment between the United States and Taiwan. This would allow for greater investment from Taiwanese companies into our economy, including semiconductor manufacturing, something that is vital to decrease our dependence on the CCP. This deal will show the world that Taiwan is open for business and our allies have options so that they too can decrease their independence on the CCP, especially as the CCP continues to grow in their hostility. We should all agree that a strong economy can be the biggest deterrence to conflict. I do want to take part of my time to remind the administration that the Constitution gives Congress the authority to regulate commerce with foreign nations. While I'm deeply concerned with President Biden's overreach, this legislation would address many of those concerns and ensure the Constitution is upheld for future trade agreements with Taiwan or any other nations. I yield back.
Mr. Davis is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I move to strike the last word. Political progress appears to grow at a slow pace between the People's Republic of China, mainland China, and the Republic of China, Taiwan. Yet Taiwan invests in China $193.5 billion between 1991 to 2021. Tensions are increasing between these two countries due to China's position that Taiwan is under their sovereignty. Taiwan trades with China more than any other nation, consistent of 42% of their exports, and gets around 22% of its imports. Whereas the United States is the second largest trading partner with Taiwan. Research data reveals that the economy of Taiwan depends more on China for trade than the United States. For a population of approximately 23.4 million people, it is considered the world's 21st largest economy, whose main industries include electronics, information communications, technology, semiconductors, petrochemicals, textiles, steel, machinery, cement, food, processing, automobiles, pharmaceuticals. In addition, Taiwan is the United States' 8th largest merchandise trading partner and 10th largest export market, and the 7th largest source of imports. Establishing a trade agreement between our countries is an important international component of soft power diplomacy. This will help maintain a strong democracy to become a long-standing, self-reliant trading partner with the United States. I support this bipartisan, bicameral legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Mr. LaHood is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to speak in support of this bill. Before I do that, I want to mention that I think one of the best things this Congress has done so far is creating the new Select Committee on China, and I give Speaker McCarthy a lot of credit for doing that. It's actually titled the Select Committee on the Strategic Competition with the CCP, the Communist Chinese Party. And as my colleagues are well aware, we had over 100 Democrats supported on the House floor. I'm proud to serve on that Select Committee along with Congresswoman Steele from California. And the goal of that committee is really twofold. One is to expose the malign activities of the Communist Chinese Party. But the second point is to look from an economic standpoint on how we win the strategic competition with the CCP. And this bill here today is a start on that when we look at how do we engage economically with our like-minded allies throughout the Indo-Pacific region. And so I want to commend the bipartisan, bicameral effort here to make clear that Congress needs to be more engaged in the development and oversight of trade policy. Unfortunately, since the beginning of the Biden administration, the administration has taken really a unilateral approach when it has come to trade, and that's been mentioned here this morning. If you look at the so-called framework agreements with the US-Taiwan initiative, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, or also known as IPEF, and the Japan Critical Minerals Agreement, where Congress has largely been left out of that process for all of those, which is unfortunate. I mentioned this a couple weeks ago in our Trade Subcommittee on Customs Policies, that it's vital that Congress plays an active and engaged role in our trade efforts in the Indo-Pacific region, including Taiwan. While I strongly support the first agreement under the US-Taiwan initiative, especially given the looming threat of the CCP and our over-dependence on China, these agreements are stronger, more robust, and enforceable when Congress is involved. And that really starts today. The bill here today makes it clear that to the administration that the approach to leave out Congress needs to change. I look forward to working with my colleagues in this room to work on future trade efforts with Taiwan and others to help grow our economy and remain a leader among our partners and allies around the world. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Del Bene is recognized. Strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Taiwan is a key ally of the United States, an important partner on trade and technology. Taiwan is the 7th largest export market for Washington farmers, a major buyer of aircraft and advanced technologies that are built in my state, and a partner in developing the semiconductor chips that drive our economy. I'm a strong supporter of President Biden's trade initiative with Taiwan and believe that this first trade agreement is a positive step to strengthen Taiwan's economic resiliency and support American jobs. But there's one glaring weakness in this agreement. We as Congress have not approved it. The Constitution gives Congress the authority over international trade, and without congressional approval, trade agreements can be ripped up at the roots by any future president. The legislation before us today would approve this agreement so that it will be durable, long-lasting. The bill also puts in place a roadmap for future, more robust trade with Taiwan. Our efforts today serve as a reminder that the President lacks unilateral authority to enter into binding trade agreements without the consent of Congress. There is bipartisan interest in Congress to construct enforceable and commercially meaningful trade agreements that benefit our economy, protect the environment, and level the playing field for the American worker. This means more than just consultation. If we in Congress waive our constitutional power to vote on trade deals, we'll be doing a disservice to our constituents. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Smucker is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing this bill up for consideration. This agreement is an important step to strengthening the trade relationship between the U.S. and Taiwan. Among other things, it will modernize customs administration so businesses can submit customs forms electronically, accept electronic payments, reduce wait times for products to be unloaded for vessels and trucks. It will improve transparency to help small businesses better understand regulatory procedures in both countries. And it will borrow from USMCA's anti-corruption framework to prevent money laundering and more. So each of these provisions are important. They will strengthen, deepen trade between the U.S. and Taiwan. But it is important, I want to underscore how important it is for Congress to approve this initiative. Congress is designated the authority to bind trade agreements, and today's stamp of approval will provide certainty to our allies that this agreement will endure beyond just this President's administration. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Chu is recognized to strike the last word.
I move to strike the last word. I urge strong support for this legislation, which would approve and implement the first phase of the US-Taiwan Initiative on 21st Century Trade. This agreement is an important step towards building a stronger trading relationship with Taiwan, which is the leading democracy in Asia and a crucial economic partner whose investment here in the U.S. supports 188,000 jobs. Further, this legislation ensures that the agreement will be durable and have the force of law. I want to commend President Biden and Ambassador Tai for undertaking this initiative and express my appreciation to U.S. and Taiwanese negotiators for their success in signing the initial agreement earlier this month. I look forward to continued consultation as they begin work on the remaining areas of the initiative's negotiating mandate. I also want to emphasize that we can and should do more to build on this initiative. Last fall, the Ways and Means Committee held a hearing on the future of US-Taiwan, at which I expressed my support for a comprehensive trade agreement with Taiwan. I believe that further deepening our economic relationship with an agreement that includes robust, enforceable, and high standards would benefit both Americans and Taiwanese while strengthening our supply chains, supporting Taiwan's security, and creating new opportunities for American workers, businesses, and consumers. Further, such an agreement would be consistent with our country's commitments under the Taiwan Relations Act. That is why I am so proud that this bill expresses the clear sense of Congress that the United States should continue to deepen its relationship with Taiwan in the form of high standard, enforceable, and meaningful agreements developed with the consultation and approval of Congress. USMCA showed what is achievable when this committee works together in a bipartisan way to build stronger trading relationships that raise standards for workers. I have confidence that we can do the same to strengthen that relationship with Taiwan. This bipartisan bicameral legislation is an important step towards achieving that goal, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Ms. Van Dyne is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to strike the last word. This legislation we are marking up is a great example of bipartisan work when it comes to trade policy. Very few times in my very few years in Congress have I heard this type of bipartisan comments at the same hearing. the Biden administration is refusing to recognize Congress's constitutional role in trade. And we saw this when Ambassador Tai testified in front of this committee, and we continue to see this mindset with the countless frameworks that the USTR continues to brief us on. USTR has been working to redefine Congress's role in developing trade agreements by calling them frameworks. Well, thankfully, this legislation guarantees a vote in Congress for any additional trade agreements with Taiwan. This ensures that Congress, not USTR, provides the stamp of approval. And I hope after this bipartisan bill passes, the message is sent to the administration that they will wake up and come to the table and have a serious conversation on what trade looks like and how we can move forward on real trade agreements. And while I disagree with the approach the administration took on crafting a bilateral agreement, the 21st Century Trade First Agreement implementation is a great step forward. Taiwan is a leading democracy and a key partner in the Indo-Pacific. Trade negotiations with Taiwan present a unique opportunity for the United States. Closer economic ties with Taiwan can create economic opportunity and security for American workers and exporters and expand U.S. influence in the Asia-Pacific and reduce our reliance on China. And while Congress shouldn't have to remind the administration, this legislation reiterates the constitutional principle that congressional approval is required for binding trade agreements with any partner. This legislation proves that Congress can and will lead on trade, and I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
Mr. Kildee is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to speak in support of this legislation, not just for its content, because it's also a demonstration that we don't allow the differences that we have. Those differences will be soon on display in this markup. We don't allow those differences to cancel our areas of agreement, and I think that's commendable that Democrats and Republicans in the House and the Senate have come together around this legislation. The Constitution is very clear. Congress, not the executive branch, has the sole power to regulate foreign commerce. Under past Democratic presidents and past Republican presidents, I have spoken out about this constitutional authority, the authority of Congress, in ratifying trade agreements. Our constituents are also better off when Congress has a say in international trade, and we don't have to look back very far to see evidence of that. While negotiating the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement to replace NAFTA, House Democrats, led by then-Chairman Neal, were able to secure critical improvements to that agreement, which thankfully allowed me eventually to support it. Without those efforts, we would not have had the rapid response labor mechanism or dispute resolution provision, dispute settlement provisions. Those first-of-their-kind provisions in the trade agreements make sure our agreements live up to the words, to the promises that those agreements articulate. USMCA showed how imperative it is that Congress and the executive branch work together, work in unison to create effective and long-lasting trade agreements. I do strongly support the administration and the U.S. Trade Representative in finding ways to strengthen our economic ties with Taiwan. But these agreements must come before Congress for approval. With this legislation, the administration must bring its next trade agreement to Congress before it can go into effect. I hope the administration also pursues future trade agreements, including agreements with strong labor provisions that support American workers and support American farmers. Furthermore, the administration continues to pursue critical mineral agreements for other countries to be able to access the electric vehicle tax credit passed in the Inflation Reduction Act. Congress has intended to limit these benefits only to countries that have engaged in a free trade agreement. I've spoken out against the administration's approach, and I'm glad Congress is passing this legislation that helps clarify our intent and reinforce our constitutional authority. I applaud the leaders in Congress for bringing this bipartisan bill to highlight the essential role Congress plays in our trade laws, and I encourage all of my colleagues to support this legislation. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Snyder is recognized to strike the last word.
I'm sorry, I did not ask.
Okay, it was a mistake up here then. Any other members wish to strike the last word? Seeing none, we'll move to amendments. Are there any amendments? With no amendments, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes clearly have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I will now recognize Mr. Buchanan for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee favorably report H.R. 4004 as amended to the House of Representatives.
The question is on the motion to favorably report H.R. 4004 as amended to the House of Representatives. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan.
Yes.
Mr. Buchanan, yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska.
Yes.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska, yes. Mr. Kelly.
Yes.
Mr. Kelly, yes. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, yes. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, yes. Dr. Winstrup. Dr. Winstrup, yes. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Arrington, yes. Dr. Ferguson. Yes. Dr. Ferguson, yes. Mr. Estes. Yes. Mr. Estes, yes. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, yes. Mr. Hearn. Yes. Mr. Hearn, yes. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, yes. Dr. Murphy. Yes. Dr. Murphy, yes. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, yes. Mr. Stubbe. Yes. Mr. Stubbe, yes. Ms. Tinney. Ms. Tinney, yes. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, yes. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, yes. Mrs. Steele. Mrs. Steele, yes. Ms. Van Dyne. Ms. Van Dyne, yes. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, yes. Ms. Maliotakis. Ms. Maliotakis, yes. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, yes. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Blumenauer. Mr. Blumenauer, yes. Mr. Pascrell. Mr. Pascrell, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, yes. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins, yes. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Delbene. Ms. Delbene, yes. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Kildee. Mr. Kildee, yes. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans.
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes. Ms. Sewell. Chairman Smith.
Yes.
Chairman Smith, yes.
The clerk will report the vote.
The ayes are 42, the noes are 0.
There being 42 ayes and 0 noes, the motion is agreed to, and H.R. 4004, as amended, is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, I ask the staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to H.R. 4004 and that members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental, additional, dissenting, or minority views. Our next order of business is H.R. 3937, the Small Business Jobs Act. Main Street has struggled in the Biden economy. We've heard directly from small businesses during our hearings around the country about the real challenges they face today. Their testimony exposed the painful reality that the economy under President Biden is harming small businesses. To help strengthen small businesses forced to navigate price spikes, worker shortages, and supply chain failures, the Ways and Means Committee is putting forward the Small Business Jobs Act with solutions that cut IRS red tape, expand jobs and investment, and support rural communities. We're reducing burdensome requirements for American workers and small businesses. A Georgia small business owner noted that certain paperwork tax rules for contractors have remained unchanged since 1954 because owners have to send tax forms to contractors that provide more than $600 of work to their business, an amount that meant something totally different almost 70 years ago. We can spare them the headache by increasing the reporting threshold for subcontract labor, a solution recently introduced by Representative Schweikert, something which should have been done long time ago. The last thing Americans want is a government crackdown on selling a used couch, concert tickets, or paying your neighbor's kid to mow the lawn. And yet Democrats, they reduced the 1099-K reporting threshold for third-party payment platforms like Venmo and PayPal from $20,000 to just $600. Even the Biden administration, they realized that this provision was problematic, and they delayed implementation by a year. A year. We say get rid of this rule entirely, a solution recently introduced by Representative Miller to ensure Americans aren't saddled with a mountain of paperwork, confusion, or taxes that they don't owe. I hope our Democrat colleagues will support these policies, and frankly, all of the policies before us today. Unfortunately, I expect we might hear how even these common sense reductions in paperwork will somehow harm the IRS's ability to effectively use its new massive $80 billion pay raise Democrats gave the agency under the Inflation Reduction Act to target more Americans. I suppose that's a question of who will we prioritize? IRS bureaucrats or working families and small businesses? I, for one, will stand with our workers and our job creators. The Small Business Jobs Act unleashes jobs and innovation in the U.S. and opens the floodgates of investment by expanding tax incentives now to support more than half of our business entities, a solution introduced earlier this year by Representative Kustoff. Startup companies less than 5 years old create the majority of net new jobs in our economy, creating 1.7 million jobs per year. The bill helps farmers and machine shops invest in new equipment and expand their businesses by increasing immediate expensing for small businesses to $2.5 million, a solution recently introduced by Representative Moore. This will lead to more productivity, boosted wages, and more jobs. This is based on the success we saw under 2017's tax reforms that doubled the expensing limit from $500,000 to $1 million. And for those rural communities who need additional support, our new Rural Opportunity Zone program, a solution recently introduced by Representative Ferguson, will revitalize struggling communities. Opportunity zones created in the Tax Cut and Jobs Act helped attract jobs and capital to low-income communities across the country. But with 95% of these investments going towards urban areas, we need to allow rural communities to benefit too. And we also need better transparency surrounding the Opportunity Zone program. That's why the Small Business Jobs Act also includes legislation supported by Representative Kelly, Kildee, and Sewell that restores a provision that was stripped out of the Tax Cut and Jobs Act during Senate consideration. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I'm pleased to recognize the ranking member from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So now we turn to the so-called Small Business Jobs Act, a bill that contains two provisions designed to make it easier for people to avoid taxes. One provision is to ensure that venture capitalists don't pay any capital gain taxes, and a $44 billion giveaway to wealthy business owners. There are problems with the definition of opportunity zones. However, consultation and negotiation might have brought us to a different point this morning on some of these issues. Our colleagues on the Republican side could have used this occasion to focus on bipartisan efforts like New Markets tax credits, a proven program that uplifts small businesses and communities. Or they could have looked to workplace supports like universal paid leave and indeed affordable child care. We've heard directly from workers that these supports would help unlock their fullest potential. Emphasis on labor participation rates would indeed be helpful. Republicans instead have chosen to devote their efforts to further tilting the tax code to the wealthy and the strongest amongst us. There is no proof that these tax cuts will go anywhere but into the pockets of venture capitalists and some business owners. This isn't how you create jobs. The investments that this committee helped to spur the record growth of job creation under Joe Biden should be the template. Unemployment remains at historic lows. Inflation tends again this morning to be headed down. With more jobs created in the last 28 months than any other president has witnessed in their term. Small businesses and their workers are the backbone of our economy, but this is not the way to approach the challenge. This committee should invest in proven tools that grow wages, give workers more breathing room, instead of coming to the aid of those who already benefit. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.R. 3937, the Small Business Jobs Act. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. At this time, I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance along with a green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for purpose of amendment. I will now turn to Tom Bartold, Chief of Staff for the Joint Committee on Taxation, to provide the technical description of the amendment in the nature of a substitute with an emphasis on the changes made since introduction. I ask that members hold their questions until after his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the committee members have before them three joint committee documents, JCX 26, JCX 27, and JCX 31, which describe the underlying bill, the chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute, and provides a revenue analysis of the provisions in the legislation. By way of brief review, as the chairman noted, two provisions relate to reporting, increasing the reportable threshold for 1099s from the present law $600 to $5,000, and reinstating the rules that are applicable to third-party settlement networks of a standard of $20,000 and 200 transactions annually. It was noted by the chairman, modifications to Section 1202, the reduction in effective tax rates on capital gains for qualifying small business stock. Might be noted that that extends present law. In addition to modifying the holding periods, it extends present law to S corporation stock. Section 179 expensing increased from present law $1 million to $2.5 million. And the chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute modifies some of the definitions in the provision relating to the reporting on opportunity zones and qualified opportunity zones. That concludes my brief overview of the legislation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the members might have.
Thank you. Are there any technical questions about the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Ms. Moore is recognized for technical questions.
Thank you. Thank you so very much for yielding, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bartold, I'd like to ask about a topic in this bill that has gotten a lot of attention and ask about which I believe there's a lot of misinformation. Mr. Bartold, I understand that the code section that provides for the form 1099K was introduced into the tax code in 2008, back when a lot of the companies that we take for granted, like Uber Eats, Airbnb, were just getting started, and we barely understood how those businesses, how big those businesses would be. And I'm asking you to speak to what transactions Congress envisioned this code section would capture when the code section was enacted. More specifically, this provision says that if you're one of these companies, and the technical term for them is a third-party settlement organization, like Venmo, for example, a company that facilitates transactions between two people, you don't have to send folks a tax form unless they make $20,000 and they have 200 transactions. Is that right?
Yes, Ms. Moore. The standard under the provision is reverts to the standard that first came into being, was first effective in 2011, not 2008.
Okay.
And that's $20,000 and 200 transactions measured annually.
Okay, great. Now, under the American Rescue Plan, we lowered that from $20,000 to $600. And I think that there are a whole lot of folks on our side, including me, that agree that maybe $600 was a little bit too little. But I'd like to talk about the 200 transactions requirement. So let's take an example of someone who has a valet in Vail, Colorado, and say they charge $10,000 a week to rent that out, and say that their business is going great, and they manage to rent it out every single week of the year, one rental per week. So I'm keeping it simple because my math isn't great as yours, I'm sure. But that's $500,000 to $20,000, right?
Yes, it would be.
Okay, but that's only 12 transactions every week, 52 transactions.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's a lot of money. Good for them. But under this legislation, would Airbnb be required to send them even one piece of paper telling them how much they had earned?
If Airbnb is a third-party settlement organization and there were only 52 transactions, while in your example you would have exceeded the $20,000 annual threshold for a dollar value of transactions, you would be under the 200 per year transaction threshold. So no reporting by that third-party settlement organization would be required.
Oh, wow, that seems crazy to me. They earned over $500,000, but because they happen to do that with less than 200 transactions, they don't even get a single piece of paper for the purposes of paying their taxes. Now, let me ask you this as a follow-up question, Mr. Bartow. When a taxpayer receives a tax form stating how much they've been paid, are they more or less likely to pay the taxes owed on that money?
Well, first of all, Ms. Moore, I think we should say no one is absolved from income tax liability in the transaction that you're describing. But to your specific question, there's a lot of research that information reporting improves compliance. It sometimes also helps taxpayers comply by having accurate information from a party other than themselves.
Okay, that makes perfectly good sense to me. And I don't see why we have a 200 transaction threshold here. It seems that it would make it a lot easier for people who make a lot of money in this economy to avoid paying taxes they owe with the excuse that they didn't get this paperwork. Can you talk about your score on this provision, Mr. Bartow? It seems very costly if you believe the arguments that we are all doing is excluding mom and pop businesses and small entrepreneurs. What is driving your estimates of how much revenue would be lost by this provision? And is it a large number of transactions that would now be reported? Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Moore?
I believe my time has expired.
It has. Would you like to finish the answer of her question?
Mr. Chairman, certainly. The estimate, actually, the estimate is somewhat complicated. Remember that what is reported are gross revenues. It's not income, because the provider of the service or the provider of the goods may well have expenses. But there are a large number of transactions between $600 and $20,000 that have been reported under prior law, and even more under a reduced reporting threshold. So while we assume that the gross amounts are not income, it's because there are so many transactions. That's what leads to the magnitude of the score, and the point that was made earlier, that there can be a loss in compliance because some people think erroneously that if I don't get a piece of paper on this, I don't have a liability.
Are there additional technical questions? Mr. Doggett is recognized for technical questions.
Thank you very much. Looking at the document you prepared concerning the estimated revenue effects of this proposal, do I understand that the total cost here requires borrowing $81 billion?
Our revenue estimate for the 10-year period, Mr. Doggett, yes, is $81 billion.
Right, and there's no offset of any kind, so that's borrowed money?
Not in this legislation, that's correct, sir.
All right, well, not in any of the legislation before us today. Is there any revenue offset other than in the third one, the provisions that are repealed from the Climate Act?
Looking ahead to the other things on today's docket, that would be correct.
And looking specifically at the provisions on opportunity zones, they by themselves, this expansion cost over $1 billion, according to your estimates?
Actually, 40
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, yes, $1 billion, about $1.1 billion,
Right.
sir.
I've seen estimates that extending opportunity zones, the current program, which does permit governors to designate rural areas, that the cost of permanent extension would be $67 billion. Was that considered in developing this estimate?
What is the figure that you're citing, Mr. Doggett? I'm sorry.
CBO, I understood, had said that the cost of extending the existing Opportunity Zone program that was approved in the Trump tax cut would be about $67 billion.
I don't have the CBO figure in front of me. For the CBO's estimates of extensions of expiring provisions are relying on work that my colleagues did. So
Understood.
It's consistent modeling. This is a narrower provision than what you just suggested CBO reported upon.
I don't see here any distribution table. I've also seen data suggesting that the average household income of those who have invested in opportunity zones is about $5 million a year. Do you have any data on that?
We have not provided a distribution analysis of this legislation, in part because we wouldn't be able to distribute all the provisions. I do not have anything before me on opportunity zones. We have done some work in that area. I will check with my colleagues, and if we have some distributional analysis related to present law opportunity zones, I will provide it to all the members of the committee.
Thank you very much, because I think many of us are concerned that opportunity zones have mainly been an opportunity for tax avoidance rather than economic development in impoverished areas. Thank you very much.
Further technical questions? Ms. Chu is recognized for a technical question.
I would like to express my opposition to the change in the Form 1099K reporting threshold and yield the remainder of my time to my colleague, Ms. Moore.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chu. Mr. Bartow, our time ran out, and I had some more questions for you regarding a lot of the misapprehensions about this bill. I remember when we passed the American Rescue Plan, I took the opportunity to go to dinner with some friends, and this man's 2 daughters attacked me about the provision of the $600. And they thought that their assessment was that, you know, if one of them sent one of their nephews $600 to pay for a plane ticket, or $600 as an emergency to their niece to pay their rent, things that have happened, or they reimburse someone for a restaurant bill using Venmo, that they're going to get an IRS form. Is that true?
It's not generally true, Ms. Moore. The American Rescue Plan's legislation provided that it applies when the individual is exchanging money for goods or services, and so that would not generally apply to friends at a restaurant in the situation that you described.
Okay, well, good. I'm sure that I'll enjoy my dinner a lot more next time I'm invited. So you talked about goods. For example, if your workout plan, your New Year's resolution to lose weight didn't quite work out, and you're going to get rid of the treadmill that you have, and you sell it in a yard sale, those are goods. Is that a taxable event that would trigger this provision?
It might occur that you could get an information report on it. It would not mean that it is a taxable event. The tax is really about income arising from people who might be considered to be in the trade or business. So if you were trying to dispose of a bicycle you no longer needed, the treadmill that you no longer needed, and you're not regularly buying bicycles in one place and then selling, doing something to them and selling them to other people, there would be no income tax liability. It might arise under the legislation. The third-party settlement organization could provide you with a report, but that does not automatically mean that there's a taxable income has been earned.
Okay, so I just thought that point should be clarified. And I'm glad to work with my counterparts on the other side of the aisle on changes to this provision that would provide simplicity for taxpayers, but also ensure that the Internal Revenue Service is able to collect taxes that are owed, and so that I can have a decent dinner when I go visit my friends. And I would yield back to Ms. Chu.
I yield back my time.
Thank you. Are there further technical questions? Seeing none, we will move to strike the last word.
That's a good anecdote.
Ms. Miller is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word, Chairman. For including my bill, H.R. 190, the Saving Gig Economy Taxpayer Act, into the Small Business Jobs Act. My bill, which was co-sponsored by all of the Republican Ways and Means members, is a huge step in turning back the Democrats' disastrous American Rescue Plan provision, which would send tens of millions of forms to taxpayers and small businesses in every congressional district. Even the IRS knew that lowering the threshold would be a disaster, so they single-handedly and extra-legally delayed implementing the lower threshold for another year. This administration has set a terrible precedent that the IRS can ignore tax laws when politically convenient. I also applaud the bill for expanding tax incentives to S corporations, for increasing immediate expensing for all small businesses, and for delivering the benefits of opportunity zones to rural communities like mine. I look forward to working with you, Mr. Chairman, and this committee to make the successful Opportunity Zone program even more effective to ensure that investors have the certainty that they need to make these important investment decisions. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Mr. Chairman, I have to say it takes a lot of gumption to have this markup today. 10 days ago, President Biden signed legislation lifting the debt ceiling. Republicans, including those on this committee, held our entire U.S. economy hostage, purportedly because you're concerned about Washington spending and our national debt. But now, less than 2 weeks later, you've brought before us a bill that would add over $1 trillion to our national debt and would do so primarily to benefit the wealthiest among us. I want to highlight a couple things I find particularly ridiculous about this legislation. First, I don't know how many times my Republican colleagues need to hear this, but let's be clear. Tax cuts don't pay for themselves. Republican witnesses at this dais before us have been asked this question numerous times by members of this committee, and the answer has always been the same. Tax cuts don't pay for themselves. Republicans seem to think that giving low-income families money for food counts as government spending, but cutting taxes on rich people does not. That is as absurd today as it's always been. Second, much of this legislation before us seems to me to address problems the Republicans themselves created the last time they passed a tax bill in 2017. For instance, this bill would delay the requirement that R&D expenses be amortized over 5 years. I'm supportive of tax incentives for research and development, and I didn't vote to change the R&D credit in the first place. But it's worth asking, where did the amortization requirement come from? Well, it came from our friends on the other side of the dais in their 2017 tax bill. The fact of the matter is that 6 years ago, Republicans used R&D amortization as a pay-for, and now they want to get rid of it, get rid of that pay-for, because getting rid of it helps their friends in big business. Third, Republicans are getting cute with the cost of these proposals. For example, this bill delays the R&D amortization requirement through 2025. But does anyone really think that they're going to simply let that kick back in 2025? If Republicans are willing to let R&D amortization kick in 2025, why not let it start in 2023? By having these provisions expire in 2025, they can artificially claim this bill is less expensive than it really is. By the way, that R&D extension, if made permanent, would cost over $200 billion, unpaid for. There are a lot of things this committee can do to help working families. Reviving the expanded child tax credit would be a good place to start. But this bill is a shameless scam, and it will add over $1 trillion to our debt. Over $1 trillion unpaid for. And it's interesting if you break that down. The richest 20% of our population will receive $61 billion of that unpaid for money. The poorest 20% will receive $1.4 billion of that unpaid for money. And almost as scandalous, or maybe even more scandalous, is the fact that foreign investors will receive $23.8 billion, again, unpaid for. If it favors big business over small businesses, it prioritizes the affluent over those in need, and it would hamstring the biggest investment in climate change in our history. This is a terrible bill. It's unpaid for. It will add to our debt, the same thing that they were ready to let the economy go over the edge on just a few days ago. I strongly urge my colleagues to oppose this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Schweikert is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Want to do two things here, a provision I'm blessed to be leading, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. And then I want to talk a little bit about timing effects of depreciation versus expensing, and that it's a timing effect. It's been 70 years since we changed a provision. So how many of us can, in this committee, because we're all tax experts, right? When you, in my part of the country, you have your palm trees trimmed, or you have someone mow your lawn, or babysitting, and you go to $600, $601. All of you file a 1099 miscellaneous or a 1099 NEC, because we all do that, right? And if you don't have that individual's taxpayer identification number, you all withhold 24% of that money in a trust account, right? This is just something that's fair. The reality of the world is if you inflation adjust for that 70 years, that's $600, it's about $5,000 now. The majority of our society, as we engage in, whether it be our babysitter or the person mowing your lawn or something else, can we bring this back up to modern times? And I think the $5,000 threshold that is in this is reasonable, it's rational, it fits inflation, and it functionally stops trying to criminalize our society. Because, let's be honest, you know, you have your babysitter, you mow your lawn, you're all sitting there with a tax ledger on the side of your refrigerator, and if you don't have the taxpayer identification number, you're all putting 24% in that trust account you set up at home, right? That's what we're trying to fix here. This one is not that complicated. And for our previous Democrat friend, I understand under our scoring rules, the 10-year window, expensing, you actually see the spending number. But the reality of it is the actual cost of the Treasury, whether you do it over a depreciation cycle, though that depreciation cycle moves beyond the 10-year window, or you do it today, the actual fiscal effect, it's a timing effect. And I sort of wish we actually, as we built our scoring models, we actually did a thing saying, okay, here's the effect in the 10-year window, here's its sort of perpetual cost, and here's what we get in a reinvestment cycle. Does it encourage that small business to actually buy newer, better, faster, more productive equipment? Because you all remember your high school economics class. What are the two ways you pay a worker more? Inflation? Well, that doesn't get you anywhere. Or productivity. If it increases productivity, because you've all seen the data of the collapsing productivity in this society, and a lot of it's just because of demographics. We're going to have to find a way to backfill that collapse of productivity within capital investments, particularly in small businesses, of much more productive types of those equipment that make it possible to pay that worker more. And so, you know, we can play games saying here's what it costs in the window, but also here's what we get. And I know we do not possess dynamic scoring numbers yet, and I do look forward to that. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Pasquarello is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before the hearing, I asked my staff to look on, back on the worst sequels of all time. They came up with Caddyshack 2,
Careful.
Jaws: The Revenge, and Police Academy number 4. Somehow, the other side and Tax Scam 2.0 is worse than Police Academy 4. I've come to that conclusion. Like my beloved constituent who passed several years ago, Yogi Berra, he liked to say, deja vu all over again. After months of some of you actually liking the idea of keeping other people hostage, some of you are back to the single issue that unites your party: tax cuts for the well-off. I mean, you did it in 2017, and you got your reward in 2018. Big award. Because you thought you cut all of this money, and the folks out there didn't buy it. So Republicans are back to the single issue that makes their party: tax cuts for the rich. It's far past time to retire this kind of talk. Tax cuts pay for themselves. They just don't. You can't prove it. You can't show us. And here you go again. There's no way for you, there's no reason for you to face the same debacle that you faced in 2018, you could do something about it. When Republicans passed Tax Scam 1, they vowed a roaring river of business investment and wage growth. None of that happened. So I think we can come together and come up with changes that are fair. But I don't believe we're going to continue this nonsense, or we're filling in time because we can't even vote across the street. We got to do something. We can go on a picnic. We can have travel committee meetings. That'll take time. Let's have them in Washington State. I yield back.
Mr. Ferguson is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to strike the last word. I appreciate the work that this committee is doing to build on many of the successes that we've had in the past, and one such area is the creation of opportunity zones. But one of the things that's happened is that the pattern has been seen that about 95% of these opportunity zones happen in urban areas. And don't get me wrong, we're very supportive of dollars flowing into areas of need because they do have an impact. But I think we've got to recognize that the nation's capital here in D.C. has done an amazing job of really destroying our inner cities over the years. And once thriving, vibrant communities get left behind. And if that wasn't enough, then the same thing has happened to rural America. It's interesting that the two groups of people that have the most in common are the urban core and rural America. Failing infrastructure, lack of jobs, failing education, high drug use, lack of hope. So opportunity zones have provided a significant amount of investment and relief to urban areas that need that type of investment to grow jobs, to grow opportunities, to move people from poverty into the middle class and beyond. And what this bill does is it expands this into rural areas. And I firmly believe that those folks that have been disadvantaged by the federal government that live in urban areas and those that live in rural areas deserve the same opportunity going forward. So let's talk about what we're doing here. You are going to hear my colleagues on the other side of the aisle say that this is tax avoidance for the wealthy. Well, if they just simply are going to say that we're going to take that money from those that have been successful and they're going to pull it into the federal government and then they're going to redistribute it out into select communities that they design or that they, that they're going to designate, then to me, I've seen what happens when that's the case, and way too many people that have been left behind are not going to see the benefits of that. So what we're saying is let capital flow and let's direct it to those areas that need it the most. You talk about avoidance with taxes. I mean, let's eliminate the hypocrisy here. What do you think that the IRA tax credits are doing? It is tax avoidance for the wealthiest Americans, and 90% of those are going to go to the largest corporations. So, it's good for the goose, good for the gander over here. All we're saying is let's help these communities that have been disadvantaged by the federal government. We've acknowledged that it has a huge impact and a good impact in our urban core. We need to recognize that it will have an equally good impact in rural communities. Let's let capital flow there so that the folks that have been hurt in rural communities can begin to rebuild their small cities, their communities, and their way of life. That's important to do. But let's also recognize the hypocrisy when they say that this bill is only going to do tax avoidance. It's not, okay? It defers some of the taxes, but it makes significant investments in our rural communities. And we can debate this point and it's all day long, and I'm happy to do it. But let me give you an example of why this will work and how I know that it works and how I know that their theory is wrong. At the local level, we do this every single day in the great state of Georgia. We create a tax environment that is favorable a regulatory environment that guarantees safety, but we are a partner with business. We create the right education environment, and we can create a competitive advantage. And when we do that and we lower taxes at the local and the state level for businesses to locate there, and all of a sudden we see job growth and we see spending by people living in the community and incomes going up, guess what? Revenues coming in to the local treasuries go up as well. I saw this in West Point, Georgia. I saw it in Troup County, Georgia. I'm watching it throughout my district. At the core of this is job creation and investment in communities that need the help. Every American needs a job, a decent, safe place to live. They want their kids educated well, and they want the freedom to be who they want to be in this great country. This ensures that an area of our country, rural communities, that has been left behind will be on the same playing field as the rest of America. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Doggett is recognized to strike the last word.
Well, thank you. If the business climate is so great in Georgia or Missouri, all that you had to do is not pass this bill, but ask the Republican governor of Georgia to designate your rural area as qualifying for an opportunity zone. The original opportunity zone legislation that the Republicans snuck through this committee without ever a hearing or a witness testifying or even anyone describing it gave the governors almost unlimited authority to select opportunity zones in rural and urban areas. And I'll talk a little bit more about them, but let me just say as to this overall bill, today, again, we see that our Republican colleagues suffer from deficit attention disorder. They are so focused on deficits when Democrats are in charge, and they can slash programs that they never supported in the first place for education or environmental law enforcement. But when they are in charge, they tend to forget, to lose their attention on deficits, and we see that today with this bill and the other bills that are before us. Let's be clear. We heard the answer earlier. This bill, with the ink hardly dry on the so-called Fiscal Responsibility Act to prevent our nation from going into catastrophic default, this bill, their answer about cutting deficits, they are adding with this bill $81 billion and seem to reward every lobbyist with a loophole to advance here today. To hear Republicans talk about this particular bill, every business is a small business. Every billionaire, a middle-class American deserving of another tax giveaway. Not only will the $81 billion in this bill not create new jobs for Americans, but the greatest percentage of those benefits will flow to the wealthiest few. When Republicans cut taxes for giant multinational corporations and the well-connected, that leaves working Americans, individuals, and small businesses, actual small businesses, having to shoulder a greater portion of the cost of our national defense and other vital services. We understand that a portion of these cuts are taxes that corporations pay, and much of the benefit will flow to foreigners who own stock in American companies. Around 40% of the stock in American companies is owned by foreigners, such as the Sovereign Wealth Fund in Saudi Arabia and in China. The Institute for Taxation and Economic Policy says that this package of Republican bills will reap for foreign investors, not for Americans, over almost $24 billion in tax cuts in the next year. That's hardly help for small businesses. Now, as specifically to the opportunity zones, which were just hailed as a great opportunity to lift up poor communities, in fact, they've been an opportunity to lift out of taxation investment earnings of the ultra wealthy, to help the wealthy get wealthier with totally tax-free earnings and little benefit to any community, rural or urban. A joint committee on taxation researcher using tax return data has shown that investment has been concentrated in a small sliver of rapidly gentrifying census tracts. Indeed, the major benefit of opportunity zones in those areas has been to increased gentrification. The top 5% of OZ tracts receive 78% of all benefits. And as I mentioned earlier, the cost of extending the entire program the way this does, the urban areas also, which will be their next proposal, $67 billion to finance high-end luxury apartments, or in a rural area, a ski resort, and hotels, and crypto mining warehouses. And the average household income of those who have invested in opportunity zones is about $5 million. Little benefit for those who need true opportunity, significant benefit for those who already got a windfall in the Trump tax scam, and now they get even more here in tax scam 2. I yield back.
Thank you. When I heard a member talk about rewarding golf courses and hotels, I was thinking we were talking about the American Rescue Plan for a second. Mr. Smith is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to colleagues here today for the discussion, and certainly those engaged on these issues. I think that it is important that we have discussions of substance and accuracy. I think it's important that we focus on the future, the economic opportunity for Americans all across our country. Much of this discussion is quite interesting. I appreciate Mr. Schweikert's explanation on his efforts to kind of have reasonable, thoughtful policy as it relates to what kind or at what threshold reporting takes place to the IRS. I think it's important that we update that and not go too far. I suppose those folks with more than one garage sale a year, are they next in the crosshairs of the IRS, and certainly the IRS's advocates here in the House of Representatives? I hope not. But I think when you look at thoughtful approaches to tax policy, it's hard to avoid a broad-based approach. When you look at TCJA and what it accomplished, it is indisputably successful. We've had increased revenues to the federal government. I hear from businesses across my district how grateful they are that we took the thoughtful approach that we did. Do various tax provisions have different levels of cost-benefit with the cost-benefit analysis? Sure. I think that's important for us to acknowledge. I think it's important to acknowledge that even President Obama acknowledged that we were losing thousands of companies to other countries through inversions. And he advocated for a lower corporate rate. Perhaps he advocated for middle-class tax relief as well. I'm not as familiar with those details if he did. But I do know that he advocated for a lower corporate rate. And so knowing that, and certainly the need to address the corporate tax code that we had that was uncompetitive in the world, that we would take that, move that relief forward, as well as for families in the middle class, when we doubled the child tax credit and doubled the standard deduction. Huge benefits for the middle class, certainly those of lower income as well. Remember that was permanent when it left the House, didn't survive the whole process, and then we were later criticized for the temporary nature when no votes were offered to make it permanent either. I think of the SALT deduction and the cap. Now, we've been told over and over and over again that, those tax breaks that largely go to the wealthy, those must have paid for themselves in a certain way, I guess, but maybe that's so that local officials can say that their tax increase is discounted for folks across the economy because they won't have to pay as much federal income tax. No, our approach was very thoughtful. The average SALT deduction across the country in 2017 was roughly $5,000. We doubled it to $10,000 and put a cap on it. That's good broad-based tax policy, and that approach, I think, has led to better results, especially when you look at the larger set of policies that we moved forward with a bill called the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, rather than an approach of various tax preferences in a bill last year called the Inflation Reduction Act that I don't think it's reduced in inflation. It's just a series of tax benefits to supposedly achieve some preferred outcomes. We'll see if that works, but we'll see if that works, and especially at what cost, because we're now hearing that the cost of that bill is likely much greater than what we were originally told. So I think we've got some work to do here. I'm happy to engage in various conversations here today. I hope we can take the thoughtful approach that grows opportunity for the American people, expands productivity, increases wages without inflation, by the way, like we had before COVID. There are several paths we can take forward here, and I hope we will do so with a thoughtful exchange and a meaningful back and forth. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Neal is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. The gentleman from Nebraska, my friend, said that the success of the TCJA is indisputable. We dispute that conclusion. The idea that in December of 2017, that the Republican majority at that time on the committee could borrow $2.3 trillion for a tax cut and then take the debt ceiling to the floor of the House of Representatives with the threat of default because of the money that they helped to borrow, coupled with $8 trillion of tax cuts over those previous 2 decades, is the topic that's in front of us this morning. $2.3 trillion of borrowed money for a tax cut that indisputably went to people at the very top of the economic strata. So then 10 days ago, to the floor of the House of Representatives, they threatened the full faith and credit of the United States because of the debt that they helped add to the problem. So they get to set the fire with the tax cut of borrowed money and then, with the debt ceiling, call the fire department? Because that's the real issue here today that's in dispute. My friend, I think, sincerely said he'd like to find some common ground. We've got some common ground we'd like to find. New markets tax credits, historic tax credit, child credit. We're open to some suggestions. We're open to the R&D tax credit, but the arbitrary manner in which this is being offered today, coming on the heels of these tax cuts that were reckless along the way, back to 2001 and 2003. What happened to those $1 trillion of projected surplus money? I can tell you what happened. They were given away in tax cuts, $1.3 trillion in 2001, $1 trillion more in 2003, 2 wars with borrowed money to keep the cost of those wars underneath the radar screen of responsibility. That's what this discussion is about today. So, Mr. Smith, my friend, he said that the result of the TCJA is indisputable. We disagree with that conclusion. And this position that's being taken today, 10 days after they argued on the floor of the House of Representatives that the full faith and credit of the United States might be exhausted because of a group of recalcitrants who are hostile to any government, that's the question in front of this committee today with these proposals. We and I stand ready to negotiate some of these proposals today that are offered here. But in a negotiation, it's based upon full faith in this institution. We understand some meritorious arguments can fall by the wayside because of partisan disputes. But what's not partisan today is the recklessness of what happened in this institution just 10 days ago, and then to come back with a tax cut proposal that adds $1 trillion, as my friend Mr. Thompson described, to the national debt is incomprehensible. I yield back my time, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Kelly is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to strip the last word. So the question is about the TCJA. And so a lot of us are not fans of history, but last year Treasury receipts reached an all-time high of $4.9 trillion. TCJA succeeded in growing the economy and increasing tax revenues. Now, according to CBO, corporate taxes reached a record high of $425 billion last year. Now, that's over 40% higher than the final year of the Obama-Biden administration. That's also 10% higher than what CBO projected back in 2017. So CBO projects the tax revenues measured as a share of GDP, which will exceed their 50-year averages during the next 10 years. I guess we all want to find something that we can kick. So what we've watched for years as businesses left America because they were getting taxed too much. They went overseas, and they were criticized for going overseas. And they didn't leave home because they hated home. They left home because home hated them. We talk about the opportunity zones. I would wish that some of you would take a trip to Erie, Pennsylvania, where a blighted piece of the downtown, through an opportunity zone, has been resurrected. Life has been breathed back into it. And we always find these horrible, damn rich people who are only the ones that can invest. Yeah, no kidding. Only people with money can invest. Except on the other side, where you go, well, look, you know what? Hardworking American taxpayers have got to understand they don't know how to invest their money. Only the government can decide that. So we'll take more from you every time we have an opportunity to. That's truly an opportunity zone. And we will tax the living hell out of these people. And then we will tell them, stop complaining. It's for your own good. It would be good for some of you to truly please travel back home with me to Erie, Pennsylvania. If you want to see something in action, if you want to see breathing life into a body that has not moved for years, please see what the opportunity zones did there. Record revenues in this country have taken place under the TCJA. There's no amount of magic talking. There's no wordsmithing about it. The facts are the facts. We can always find a demon in the details, and we consistently do it. And the person who pays the greatest toll are people who can't stop to pay attention to what it is we're actually doing with the money we tax them, with our revenues that we get from them. I find it incredible that we have these discussions going back and forth with, we both represent the same people. I don't represent all rich people or all poor people. You don't represent all poor people and no rich people. Each of the sides finds a way to come up with revenue. And then we criticize the other side for finding ways to create revenue. The only time I've seen revenue increase is when we have a healthy economy. The only time I see we have revenue increase is when companies that have been driven offshore find that it's okay, safe to go back home because we're not going to tax the living hell out of you. If you want to know where people make investments, only people with money can make investments. That's who funds it. That's who drives the economy. That's where it all goes. Please quit relying on taxpayer-funded incentives to try and make their way out of this hole we're in. It's just as incredible to me. We keep having these things. I will tell you what, if it's market ready, you don't have to incentivize it. We're going to talk a little bit further on about taxi guzzlers and about electric vehicles, and why in the heck would we incentivize the people that can afford the most expensive cars and get them a $7,500 tax break to buy those cars? If you want to talk about upside down thinking, it all depends on whose bull's getting gored. And I think we all defend the same bull. And we also all speak the same bull too often. Let's look at who it is that picks up the tab on every single thing this country does, and it's hardworking American taxpayers. Until we come to that realization, it's not the Republicans, it's not the Democrats that create all this wealth, it's hardworking American taxpayers. That's who does it. Why don't we just come to an agreement that maybe we should be representing, both sides should be representing that entity? I want you all to please come with me to Erie, Pennsylvania. I'll show you before and after pictures about what happened when we did the right tax strategy and encouraged people to invest. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Ms. Chu is recognized to strike the last word.
I move to strike the last word. Mr. Chair, 10 days ago, House Republicans held the global economy hostage, risking catastrophic default by demanding draconian cuts to federal programs that seniors, veterans, children, and families rely on. They said it was to decrease the deficit, and in doing so, they did not care that 7 million jobs would have been cut, and an average worker would see retirement savings fall by $20,000. That is why it is beyond comprehension that we are sitting here today to consider a package of legislation that will increase the deficit by at least $500 billion. And in fact, billions and billions of dollars of tax benefits are going to big corporations, and there's nothing here to help the hardworking Americans that we represent. We should be clear that this is exactly what this package is, another handout for the wealthy and corporations. Certainly, there are specific provisions within this bill that Democrats have made clear we would work with our Republican colleagues to get done, provided that we also expand support for workers and families. But instead, we get this partisan package that leaves the most vulnerable behind while extending and expanding tax cuts for corporate interest. Even the small part of this package that is misleadingly called the Tax Cuts for Working Families Act would do nothing to help the working families at the lowest end of the income distribution. In fact, with this package of bills, the richest fifth of Americans will get $61 billion in tax cut benefits, and the poorest fifth, they would get $1.4 billion. This is a 60-to-1 ratio. And these bills do nothing to address the unfair SALT cap, which costs families in high-cost areas like my area of Southern California thousands of dollars per year. Then, this package extends hundreds of billions of dollars in expired tax cuts, the vast majority of which go directly to the biggest of businesses. As a member of the House Small Business Committee, I've consistently heard how small businesses were hurt by the short-sightedness of the original GOP tax scam under President Trump, which let some provisions important to small businesses expire while making corporate tax cuts, which very few small businesses benefit from, permanent. This has left them with huge tax bills, all while their multinational competitors still reap the benefits of the lower corporate tax rate. But instead of working on bipartisan measures to target assistance to these small businesses, Republicans are once again giving away the farm to the largest corporations. If Republicans truly cared about deficits, perhaps they would have revisited some of the biggest mistakes of their original tax scam, like slashing the corporate tax rate by 40% and adding trillions to the deficit. But instead, they set their sights on the enormously successful incentives for renewable energy production created by the Inflation Reduction Act. By eliminating federal support for renewable energy projects and electric vehicles, this package will increase energy costs for American families and sabotage hundreds of thousands of new, good-paying, working-class jobs, all while making the climate crisis worse. And they even found room to hand a $10 billion tax cut to big oil companies, cutting a critical funding source for the cleanup of Superfund sites, including 4 in the San Gabriel Valley. These are the priorities laid out in this bill, and they stand in contrast to the accomplishments of the Democratic majority. When Democrats were in charge, we passed the American Rescue Plan and the Inflation Reduction Act, delivering historic benefits to families and creating a fairer tax system that is making our clean energy transition possible. We expanded the child tax credit, which cut child poverty nearly in half. We tripled the EITC for 17 million workers. We delivered an historic increase to the child and dependent care tax credit, which helped millions to afford child care. Just like the original GOP tax scam, this package does none of these things. Once again, corporations get their deductions while the neediest Americans get nothing. I yield back.
Mr. Kustoff is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. And, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you scheduling today's markup to consider these important bills to help the American people. If I could speak to 2 parts of the Small Business Act. One, as we all know, back in early 2021, the Democrats passed the inaptly named American Rescue Plan that grossly bloated our federal spending. And I'll remind everybody that that was passed without one single Republican vote in the United States House of Representatives, or the United States Senate. One thing that the American Rescue Plan did was it took the 1099-K reporting provisions, and unfortunately, anybody who received more than $600 over the course of the year essentially had the IRS spy on them, because they are now required to report that on a 1099-K. So one important provision in this bill restores the 1099-K threshold of more than $20,000 in payments and more than 200 commercial transactions. And again, that further provides relief to American workers and small businesses by increasing the threshold for subcontractors from $600 to $5,000. Another important provision of the Small Business Jobs Act is by affecting what's known as Section 1202 of the Internal Revenue Code as it relates to startup businesses. We want to encourage people to start their own businesses, and we know that the majority of startups, unfortunately, they fail. One reason is because these businesses, new businesses, they really have a tough time finding financing that they need to keep the doors open while they work to grow and to become profitable. I appreciate, Mr. Chairman, the fact that you had field hearings throughout the country where we got to hear firsthand from employers. They spoke about the challenges that small businesses face each and every day to be able to access financial resources. So Section 1202 it's a pro-business tax code that supports early-stage startups and encourages domestic investment that's crucial for American workers and for economic growth. What this provision does, it allows capital gains from investments into eligible small businesses to be tax-free, up to a cap of $10 million, as long as the investment is held for 5 years. What this provision will do that's being introduced today, it's going to expand bipartisan tax incentive to reach more businesses. Now, right now, only businesses that are structured as C Corps or C corporations are eligible for this Section 1202 treatment. This legislation today will expand it to include S corporations so that they can also use Section 1202 as well. The Small Business Jobs Act will give businesses more flexibility in their financing options by giving them the ability to issue convertible debt that qualifies for Section 1202. Also, the bill will allow investors to redeploy investment capital after 3 or 4 years in return for a smaller benefit. There are a number of groups that support this provision, including the Angel Capital Association, the National Venture Capital Association, and the Center for American Entrepreneurship. And I do have a letter for the record that I'd like to submit as support for the provision. I encourage everyone on this committee to support these important provisions within the Small Business Jobs Act that will empower U.S. businesses and give them the tools that they need so that they can grow, so that they can innovate and create jobs. And Mr. Chairman, with that, I'll yield back the remainder of my time.
Without objection, the letter is ordered to the record. Mr. Moore, recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I think this is a historic opportunity for us today and to continue moving forward on this committee. I have really appreciated the opportunity to go out to many locations across our country outside the Beltway and go hear from folks in everyday American jobs and and hear these specific issues. It was earlier brought up about the 1099, moving that from a $600 threshold to something that actually represents what today's value of that would be. It just makes sense. It's sensible. These are not provisions that are trying to hamstring anybody or give some special benefit to folks. That's why I'm so excited to introduce something that I truly hope we can all come together on. And I know there's always going to be disagreements with tax policy. I don't think that's a surprise to anybody. But the Small Business Growth Act is truly something that we've looked back on. We've heard from constituents, we've heard from business owners, small business owners in particular, of how Section 179 has helped them, and how it's helped them grow their businesses, how it's helped them secure employment for their employees, and move things forward and become more and more competitive in a small business setting. Look, small business is the backbone of our economy, and if we can't take a look at what's been successful and then readdress it and try to make it even better for the next phase of this, then I don't know what we're trying to do here. That's sincerely what this particular bill is doing, and I'm grateful that it's been included in the larger Small Business Jobs Act that we're considering today. Again, backbone of our communities, backbone of the economy. They stimulate innovation, create employment opportunities, contribute to sustainable growth, and support our communities in far-reaching ways. Section 179 of the Internal Revenue Code allows small businesses to deduct the full purchase price of qualifying equipment. This section of the code has been essential in encouraging businesses to pay equipment and invest in themselves, to buy equipment. Under the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, the deduction cap was lifted to $1 million to spur growth, and it worked. And we're taking this as looking back retroactively, saying this was positive, this was a step in the right direction, it worked. And we work towards building on this success by considering these important bills before us today. So under this bill, we would lift this cap to $2.5 million to supercharge investing in small businesses. This new limit will reduce the tax bill for small businesses who are seeking to purchase farming equipment, office furniture, manufacturing tools, machinery, commercial vehicles, and much, much more, thus allowing businesses to allocate more of their resources towards growth-inducing activities. My bill that's been rolled into the Small Business Jobs Act has been endorsed by dozens of organizations and chambers of commerce in Utah and across the nation. Not only will this legislation stimulate investment, but it will, again, also spur innovation. And by making it more affordable for small businesses to experiment with new ideas and technologies, this bill will drive productivity, job creation, and economic growth. In an increasingly competitive global marketplace, we will boost the small business competitive edge that has made them such key members of our community. With more financial freedom, this bill will help small businesses focus on what they do best and who they best support. Thank you, and I encourage all members of the committee to sincerely look at this bill, this specific bill, and determine whether or not you feel like in your own communities that your own small businesses that employ a great number of people would truly benefit from it, and I yield back.
Ms. Moore is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you so very, very much, Mr. Chairman and colleagues. I want to comment on H.R. 3937, the Opportunity Zone proposal. First proposed by Senator Tim Scott, who's now a presidential candidate. And you know, it's really laudable to try to spur economic development by spurring private investment in communities that have faced severe economic distress and disinvestment. And that's whether it's in a rural area or an urban area or an area that's been blighted by harmful chemicals that have been in the ground. I think this is an important effort. However, the track record of this program, which went through, as as our colleague has described, it went through without any hearings, with no examination, and certainly didn't have any reporting requirements added to them. It makes it abundantly clear the results have been that the largest financial benefits are accruing to projects that provide the highest returns. Only the wealthiest investors can make investment choices, leaving communities and mission-driven organizations out of the decision-making process, and unfortunately contributes to gentrification. Actors who are accountable to the community and would be looking to ensure that the investments have widespread impact, community-based organizations that perhaps, Mr. Kelly, were engaged in the project in Erie, Pennsylvania. I know that that's certainly been the case in Milwaukee. Opportunity Zone project helped the development of the Century City Business Park. But this legislation does not require any consultation or collaboration with these community-based organizations, and unfortunately, the record is that it only goes toward the projects that have high returns, with wealthy people being the only people with skin in the game. Now, I'm very disappointed that the Republicans on this committee are rushing to extend this program, making it more generous, in fact, in rural communities, rather than reforming it to rein in some of the most egregious aspects of this. Who knows that we're not going to subject rural communities to gentrification, really plots of land being purchased by the wealthiest donors, and not really accruing any benefits to that community, which was perfectly okay with regard to the way the legislation is currently structured. Since these Opportunity Zone program was enacted in your Tax Cut and Jobs Act, it's clear that this is going to pass today, but I just want to let you know it needs to be reformed. Place-based policy solutions can have some value. Your zip code at birth should not determine one's lifetime earnings outlook, but nor should reliance on the wealthiest donors, investing in projects that only produced high financial benefits, nor should that be our North Star either. Let's reform this before we expand it. And with that, I would yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Mr. Murphy is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the comments of today. I've often thought there should be required reading before you come into Congress. I think it would be a great thing. One would be, which we might have pointed out to the President in the first bill, was something called the U.S. Constitution. I think it's a great document everybody should read. The second is a math textbook, a good math textbook that shows how investment works and how it has to come. Usually, oftentimes for a company, you invest it, the company grows, and you employ more people. I think that's a great thing. And another one is, which I have to say I'm slogging through right now, is a 1957 book written by a lady named Ayn Rand called Atlas Shrugged. Perhaps people can get the Cliff Notes for it. It's very laborious. But basically what it says is that capitalism is open to any of those who have the desire to think freely and think with their mind and put forth interest. It's a free will, and if people want to do it, they can. And so what it's led to in this country is a great phenomenon where investing in people, and sometimes that means people investing in companies to create this thing called a job. It's a wonderful thing. I think most of the people in the room have them. They're tremendous. They pay benefits and salaries and some of these other things. And so why in the world would we attack anything that would incentivize a company to go into an area in this country or in any of our states where there are not jobs, where they would want to go in and invest in a poor area where they need jobs? And so why is an investment in those particular companies, whether they're worth $100,000 or whether they're worth $25 million, why is that a bad thing? if we're trying to get companies to go into risky areas where those individuals may not have the job qualifications, may not show up to work, may not do some of these things, but they want a company to go in and give these individuals a chance. Because guess what? You know, companies don't like to take risks. It's just not part of their portfolio, whether they're publicly traded or not. If you owe it to your shareholders, you don't take risks because it's their money. But if you invest as a nation in a company to go into an area that may have lost its jobs, may have had them taken out. So in these opportunity zones, I just don't understand the logic. I don't understand why that would be a bad thing. Yes, maybe it's a big corporation, but guess what? Corporations employ people. They're not just entities. They're not just these evil, evil things. And guess what? What small businesses are? They're companies. They're companies who may employ 5 people, 10 people. They don't have to employ 5,000 people. But for companies to go, as what the Trump administration did with opportunity zones, to go into poor area of the countries and in states and in cities and offer these people some hope, by God, that's a wonderful thing. Yeah, investment is sometimes a tax break. But why would we not want corporations who otherwise would not go into very desperate parts of this country and in desperate parts of cities not to go there and offer people a job, to give people a reason to get up in the morning, to give people hope for a better livelihood, rather than just walking to the mailbox and collecting a check. For that matter, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back, but I would urge my colleagues to read those, Republican and Democrat, read those 3 things I talked about. Ayn Rand it's a wonderful book, a wonderful lesson in when we attack capitalism, then everybody loses. To the bottom, to the bottom, to the bottom is the race. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Mr. Murphy yields back. Mr. Byer is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. I move to strike the last word. Unfortunately, this bill, like the other tax proposals we're marking up today, does very little to help ordinary Americans and small business owners, and instead provides costly and unneeded tax relief to the wealthiest taxpayers. I'm particularly perturbed by the modification of the exclusion for gain from the sale of qualified small business stock. Under the proposal before us, the benefit expanded even further to encompass S corporations. According to a recent analysis, the average taxpayer claiming this benefit had over $500,000 in capital gains on an annual basis. And I just don't think that these individuals need yet another tax break. Furthermore, the provision increases bonus depreciation for business assets, which is going to accrue mostly to businesses making over $250 million in revenue. There are times when bonus depreciation makes sense, temporarily, to pull us out of a recession, but job growth is exhilarating, the labor market is tight, inflation is down dramatically. Permanent bonus depreciation assumes a new asset purchase has a 1-year useful life, and this is both silly and wrong. Both provisions combined will reduce federal revenue by tens of billions of dollars for little material benefit to the economy and put further pressure on the federal budget. I do appreciate many of the aims of the bill, but the question is implementation. We could have worked together in a bipartisan way to put up guardrails to ensure that the actual small businesses benefit, and I hope we do in the future. But until then, I urge all of my colleagues to oppose this measure. And with that, I yield the balance of my time to my friend from New Jersey, Mr. Pascrell.
I thank the gentleman.
Mr. Pascrell is recognized.
Thank you. I just wanted to add something to the record which I left out before, and that is that corporations in 2017 in Scam 1 paid $378 billion less in federal income taxes over the past 5 years than they were projected to pay in 2017. So they were projected to be paying into revenue, what we call revenue, but it showed up that it's $378 billion less. So what we predicted was going to happen in 2017 is not only off, but lost. And we are losing time in making up that difference. And I think it's an important point for everybody. For everybody. Am I making myself clear, Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman, am I making myself clear?
I can't speak for everyone.
No, I know you'll speak for yourself, though.
You're recognized to continue.
I yield.
Thank you. The gentleman yields. To strike the last word, Ms. Tenney is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. And thank you again to my colleagues and to the chairman for putting forth this legislation, the American Families and Jobs Act. This comprehensive package was shaped by critical feedback provided by Main Street Americans through our field hearings. In fact, it's a direct result of those many months of feedback from American workers and small business owners who participated in this committee's several field hearings across the country. It will have a meaningful impact on my constituents in New York's 24th District, the largest agricultural district in the Northeast. From hardworking families to manufacturers to multi-generational family farms, this package will have wide-ranging benefits for so many New Yorkers who are suffering under soaring costs, rising taxes, and regulatory expansion, particularly from Democratic-controlled tax and spend Albany, which is hurting them. As a longtime small business owner, I understand firsthand the types of pressures that Americans are facing. The sleepless nights, the long days dealing with inflation, making payroll. Yes, making payroll. One of the biggest nightmares I had was running our business. Finding talented employees, complying with onerous regulations, and managing health coverage costs. I'm grateful that Ways and Means Republicans listen to small businesses and are today delivering solutions that help them address these challenges. In particular, provisions such as extending 100% bonus depreciation through 2025, expanding the small business full expensing limit at $2.5 million, and providing a $4,000 bonus to the standard deduction will especially be impactful in helping America's families and small businesses. Equally important, the American Families and Jobs Act will help alleviate some of the harm that Democrats' far-left policies have caused, and if you don't believe it doesn't work, just go to New York. It's a great incubator for what not to do with your economy, as we've seen the largest outmigration of jobs and people in the nation. Under President Biden, we've seen the highest inflation in 40 years, with costs up and wages down. On top of that, sky-high energy costs and worker shortages are causing mayhem for many in my district and across America. All of this is a direct result of trillions upon trillions of dollars that the Democrats recklessly misspent over the last 2 years. This package will remove the Democrats' IRS spy scheme on American workers and small businesses, undo tax hikes on Americans at the gas pump, and ensure that the Chinese Communist Party doesn't receive U.S. taxpayer dollars thanks to Democrat giveaways in the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, AKA the Green New Deal. The American Families and Jobs Act is a win for my constituents, it's a win for New Yorkers, and it's a win for Americans across the country who are desperate for relief. I urge the support for the bill and look forward to its passage from the committee. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. I now recognize Mr. Schneider to strike the last word. Mr. Schneider is not available right now. I will move on to Ms. Steele. Ms. Steele is recognized to strike the last word.
I move to strike the last word. I thank the chairman for this important bill that will stop the IRS from snooping on tax returns, allow for more economic development, and enhance tools to help our small business thrive. Democrats inserted the provision in the American Rescue Plan requiring third-party payment platforms to report to the IRS when a company or individual brings in revenues exceeding $600 or makes a single transaction. The IRS cannot be empowered to snoop on the private finances of Americans who use a third-party payment platform on anything from the transfer of concert tickets to paying rent, setting up an online wedding registry fund, or even selling a couch to a neighbor or use textbooks to a fellow student. After protest, my constituents The IRS announced at the end of 2022 that it would delay implementations of this provision until the next tax season. Today, we move one step closer to returning the threshold back to its historical threshold of revenues exceeding $20,000 across 200 commercial transactions. The IRS needs accountability and reform, not more weapons to squeeze law-abiding taxpayers. Just heard from the other side of the aisle, cutting taxes will increase the deficit, but that was not the case in California. The state keeps increasing taxes in California. We are still in debt of over $31.5 billion and growing. This legislation also reinstates reporting requirements for qualified opportunity zones. This transparency will be a critical step to improving the program to bring more economic development. Opportunity zones are an economic development tool that encourages private investment in distressed areas of the United States and especially Southern California. We have seen major investment pour into California, and I am eager to work with the chairman to show this is a successful program that can live on for decades to come. This legislation also gives our small businesses the tools they need in this current economy by allowing them to immediately expense new equipment. This will be a huge driver for small businesses across my congressional district. I came to Congress to fight for taxpayers and small business owners and allowing them to expense improved technology, buy equipment, or update their buildings will increase wages in Southern California and create more jobs. I look forward to supporting this pro-small business legislation, and I yield back.
Ms. Steele yields back. Next, I recognize Ms. Van Dyne to strike the last word.
Thank you very much. We've heard a lot from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle trying to define our focus on tax cuts as if a tax cut is a four-letter word. Let's just look at the quote, TCJA only helped the wealthy and corporations. Washington Post, even the Washington Post, fact checkers gave this broken claim four Pinocchios, saying it's, quote, clearly false. Let's look at some of the facts. Taxes for households earning less than $100,000 under TCJA were cut by 16%, far more than the half of 1% of the richest 1%. Income inequality and wealth inequality actually decreased. Real wages for the bottom 10% grew nearly twice as fast as the growth for the top 10%. Household wealth of the bottom 50% rose 3 times faster than the top 1%. Unemployment fell to record lows, and incomes for minority groups hit all-time highs. Compared to Obama's second term, wages grew 24% faster for Hispanics, 79% faster for blacks, and 95% faster for Asian Americans. More than 6 million people were lifted out of poverty, and the poverty rate dropped to 10.5%, the lowest level in U.S. history. Workers' net worth soared. Low and middle income families saw the largest gains in wealth growth in 2018 and 2019, according to the Federal Reserve. Low-income families saw their net worth increase 37%. Middle-class families saw their net worth increase 40%. Is this not what we're trying to fight for? Is this a problem that folks on our left have with what we're trying to do? Tax cuts have actually helped our economy. They have helped the lowest income wage earners. They have helped small families, and they help small businesses. I am also on the Small Business Committee, and what I have heard overwhelmingly from our small businesses is get out of our way. Stop crushing us with overregulation, with taxes. That is what I have heard. And I'll tell you, when we have gone out into the field, that is what this committee has heard. So I'm not sure what witnesses that they're talking about, but overwhelmingly, we are not trusting our American workers. We are not trusting our small businesses. We believe that somehow federal government has so much more importance and so much more right to their dollars. Instead of entrapping them in increased taxes, in stifling and crushing them and increased regulations, we need to start empowering them. This bill does a great job, great first start. I look forward to bipartisan support, and I yield back. Thank you.
Mr. Feenstra is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. I move to strike the last word. As I looked through the TCJA over the years, I was chair of Ways and Means in the Iowa Senate, so I had a couple with everything that was in it. I spent a lot of time talking with my small businesses, and in Iowa, virtually every community is from 300 people to 5,000. I mean, they dot the landscape of our state. And with that, you have the rural community, the agricultural community, the farmers, the producers that really are the ones that create those small towns. They come in and they buy their food, they buy their groceries, their pharmaceuticals. They send their kids to school there. So it's all really driven by the farmer and the producer. And that's what I'm so excited about of the TCJA and what it has done. And I can only speak for myself. I can't speak for any other part of the country, but I can speak for Iowa and how successful it has been. So when I talk to the farmers, the number one thing they talk about is Section 179 expensing for their business. Farming, like many other industries, it's very capital intensive. You got to buy a planter, you got to buy a tractor, you got to buy a combine, you name it, it goes on and on. So these assets have to depreciate. Having a tax policy that recognizes a common sense way to grow an economy, create jobs, and boost wages is critical. It's essential. And that's what we've done. But you don't have to rely on anecdotes from my constituents or myself. You can look at economists. The USDA have looked into the tax policies that influence farm investment. One study by an economist at the Department of Agriculture found that for every $1,000 increase in Section 179, farmers increase their capital investment from anywhere between $320 to $1,100. It's a fact, right? It's not subjective, it's a fact. Another fact is in 2018, the USDA study on farm investment found that Section 179 expensing lowered the cost of capital and increased investment. Right? Fact. Right? We have to deal in facts. Now, it's not just our nation, and this is probably the most interesting part that I'd love everybody to listen to. Across the OECD, countries recognize that reducing the cost of an investment, you get more of it. Again, fact. It's not me saying this. This is the OECD saying this. This is countries around the world saying it. They get it, and we get it. I also want to talk about rural opportunity zones and capital gains exclusions. Most of the businesses in my district are pass-throughs. You think about the farming community. Family farms, 98% of them in my state, and actually nationwide, are structured that way. They're structured as pass-throughs. By expanding the Section 1202 incentive to invest in new businesses to pass-throughs like these in my district, they're able to raise more capital and more easily make them attractive to investors. If you combine this incentive to invest in new businesses through rural opportunity zones, again, think about this, small towns, all right, over the decades they've been struggling, and now all of a sudden they have this opportunity through rural opportunity zones. The capacity for new business formation in a district like mine significantly increase. Isn't it amazing what you can do on a good, solid tax structure? So that's what I'm saying. With these provisions and others in this bill, small businesses can raise their capital, invest in their assets, and make it more easily the ability to grow. The ability to grow. That's all we want. We want the ability to grow, to have these small main streets grow with that new grocery store, with that new drugstore, with that new donut, bakery, whatever it might be. And that's what TCJA does. That's what it does to the farming community through 179 depreciation, through other components of this bill. And that's what we're trying to keep. And that's what, if we want to grow our economy, especially in rural America, the breadbasket to the world, These are the areas that you need to incentivize. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
Any additional members to strike the last word? Seeing none, we will move on to amendments. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Byer.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment, I believe, at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Buchanan reserves a point of order. The clerk will distribute the amendment, and I ask the gentleman to suspend while the clerk distributes. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is a very simple amendment. You know, I very much appreciate the idea of investing in small businesses, but we see that the bulk of the benefit here is going to the very wealthy who receive up to $10 million reduction of their capital gains if they invest in these businesses. So the amendment simply says that for every $100 beyond $1 million in their adjusted gross income, the amount of the exclusion is reduced by $5. This is, I think, this comports with the intent. I understand that the quality small business stock provision is meant to encourage early investment in small companies. But as we know, it's been transformed from its original intent to mainly privilege the very wealthy who invest in venture capital partnerships. If we truly want to encourage small business investment that doesn't only privilege ultra wealthy, we shouldn't be expanding this provision. Rather, let's put up guardrails to make sure that millionaires and benefits don't get the bulk of the benefits. My amendment does just that. It phases down this exclusion. And it seems to me that the very wealthy, while they should be encouraged to invest in small business, should not automatically get the full $10 million exemption this provision provides. I strongly encourage my colleagues to vote for this amendment. We need to make sure that our tax code truly serves small businesses, but not by giving millionaires more tax breaks. And there's enough of that in this package already. With that, I encourage a yes vote on my amendment, and I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? See none?
Chairman.
Mr. Kustoff is recognized.
Thank you. Move to strike the last word. Mr. Chairman, as it relates to the amendment, I think we've got to ensure that small businesses have access to funding so that they can hire workers, so that they can build facilities, so that they can conduct research and development. The U.S. Census data, recent data shows that for startups less than 5 years old, that they create more than 1.7 million jobs per year. That's a lot of jobs. That represents over half of all new jobs in our economy. This provision, the one that's been proposed, it builds on long-standing bipartisan policy originally signed into law by President Clinton in the 1990s. And I will also remind you that in 2010, President Obama supported an extension of the rule to promote startups. Now, currently, the way the law is structured, 1202, it only applies to investors in startups that are C corporations. That obviously leaves out the S corporations, and the S corporations represent nearly half of all U.S. entities. So, with respect to my colleague from Virginia, a vote for the amendment, it's also a vote against a lot of jobs and a lot of constituents who are employed by S corporations. And for all those reasons, Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to vote no on the amendment, and I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Mr. Blumenauer?
I appreciate what my friend from Tennessee said, but I refer to the rationale advanced by the gentleman from Virginia. We're in favor of investment, but making it targeted. Where do we really need to invest since this is going to be borrowed money? I think he has taken a reasonable approach for those who want to enhance investment, but targeting to those who need it the most. And by not phasing it out until you hit the $1 million mark, I think that's a reasonable approach. You don't have to throw money at everybody to be able to get the advantage. I would yield to the gentleman from Virginia the remainder of my time if he wishes.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenauer, if I may continue. Mr. Chairman, I'd also like to point out there's nothing in the amendment that would change the inclusion of S-corps in this legislation. In fact, I'm not quite sure why S-corps are included in the pass-throughs or not. To put on Mr. Feenstra's comments, the vast majority of these small businesses are pass-throughs, and that's where we should be really focusing the small business investment on, but also limiting to make sure that the benefit is going to the businesses themselves that can create the jobs and invest in infrastructure rather than to the very, very wealthy who are taking basically all the tax breaks themselves. With that, I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment?
I yield back the balance of my time.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Mr. Buchanan, do you reserve?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
The gentleman withdraws his reservation. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Representative Byer. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Mr. Nill.
Roll call vote, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood. Dr. Winstrup. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Arrington, no. Dr. Ferguson. Dr. Ferguson, no. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, no. Miss Tinney. Miss Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mrs. Steele. Mrs. Steele, no. Miss Van Dyne. Miss Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, no. Miss Maliotakis. Miss Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Blumenauer. Mr. Blumenauer, yes. Mr. Pasquale. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, yes. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins, yes. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Del Bene. Ms. Del Bene, yes. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Kildee. Mr. Kildee, yes. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans.
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. LaHood. Dr. Winstrup. Mr. Pascrell. Ms. Sewell. Chairman Smith. Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The ayes are 16, the noes are 23.
There being 16 yeses and 23 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I will now recognize Mr. Buchanan for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee favorably report H.R. 3937 as amended to the House of Representatives.
The question is on the motion to favorably report H.R. 3937 as amended to the House of Representatives. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Buchanan, yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, yes. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, yes. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, yes. Mr. LaHood. Dr. Winstrup. Mr. Arrington. Dr. Ferguson. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, yes. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, yes. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, yes. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, yes. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, yes. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, yes. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, yes. Miss Tinney. Miss Tinney, yes. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, yes. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, yes. Mrs. Steele. Mrs. Steele, yes. Miss Van Dyne. Miss Van Dyne, yes. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, yes. Miss Maliotakis. Miss Maliotakis, yes. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, yes. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, no. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, no. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, no. Mr. Blumenauer. Mr. Blumenauer, no. Mr. Pascrell. Mr. Pascrell, no. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, no. Miss Sanchez. Miss Sanchez, no. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins, no. Miss Sewell. Miss Del Bene. Miss Del Bene, no. Miss Chu. Miss Chu, no. Miss Moore. Miss Moore, no. Mr. Kildee. Mr. Kildee, no. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, no. Mr. Evans.
No.
Mr. Evans, no. Mr. Schneider.
No.
Mr. Schneider, no. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, no.
How is Mr. Winstrup recorded?
Dr. Winstrup is not recorded. Dr. Winstrup, yes. Mr. LaHood. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Arrington, yes. Dr. Ferguson. Dr. Ferguson, yes.
How is Miss Sewell recorded?
Ms. Sewell is not recorded. Ms. Sewell, no. Chairman Smith.
Yes.
Chairman Smith, yes.
The clerk will report the vote.
The ayes are 24, the noes are 18.
There being 24 ayes and 18 noes, the motion is agreed to, and H.R. 3937, as amended, is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, I ask the staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to H.R. 3937, and that members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental, additional, dissenting, or minority views. Our next order of business is H.R. 3938, the Build It in America Act. This committee has traveled over 5,000 miles. The families, farmers, workers, and job creators we've heard have spoken with one voice. They want Congress to invest in America, to give workers and businesses a fair shot at competing with the rest of the world, to stand up to China and restore our energy independence to lower gas prices. Under the Biden administration, the opposite is happening. Over the past few years, America has shrunk on the world stage. The Biden administration surrendered our energy independence. The average price of gas during Biden's presidency is $3.60 per gallon, on pace to be the highest average price under any president. Under President Trump, America was on pace to become a net energy exporter. Today, we are more dependent on other nations for our energy needs than ever before. The Build It in America Act helps Americans pay less at the pump. It includes a solution recently introduced by Representative Kerry that repeals Democrats' Superfund petroleum tax, which Democrats used to pay for special interest tax breaks for corporations and big banks, their wealthy and well-connected friends. Small business owners have testified before our committee about the benefits of the 2017 tax reform law and the challenges they face with certain parts of that law expiring. The Build It in America Act recognizes how important the TCJA was for job growth, for wage growth, and for our economy, and it extends those key provisions already expiring. To give small businesses relief, this bill allows them to immediately deduct R&D cost, a bipartisan solution introduced by Representatives Estes and Larson, as well as interest expenses. This helps small businesses to continue growing, hire more workers, and serve more customers while not ceding any ground of innovation to China. It extends Tax Cut and Jobs Act 100% immediate expensing, a solution recently introduced by Representative Arrington, which allows American farmers and manufacturers looking to purchase equipment and machinery the opportunity to expand their operations, and during a time of historic inflation, it lessens the blow of rising interest rates by extending the ability for medium-sized businesses to deduct interest expenses. Another bipartisan solution introduced this Congress by Representatives Adrian Smith and Schneider. These policies have a proven track record of success. Following passage of the TCJA, the economy grew on average a full percentage point higher than the average of the prior decade. In 2018 and 2019, wages grew at the fastest rate in 20 years. Those with incomes up to $26,000 saw their federal tax rate fall to its lowest level in 40 years, while the top 1% of earners saw their share of taxes go up. We've heard about the growing threat of China. China has expanded into the West and is beginning to settle in our backyard. It currently owns over 250,000 acres of U.S. farmland and looks to expand even further. We cannot allow hostile foreign governments, especially China, to subvert our food supply and harm our farmers and workers. This bill takes an existing real estate withholding tax, increases it by 400%, and applies it to purchasers of farmland who are citizens of or companies owned even 10% by a foreign adversary, so-called countries of concern. This is a solution recently introduced by Representative Van Dyne. According to the Joint Committee on Taxation, This will prevent U.S. farmland from falling into the hands of countries that burn our flag. We also need to protect our supply chains from the Chinese Communist Party's ambitions to disrupt our economic and national security. Biden's Treasury regulations create unnecessary hurdles for companies trying to exit China and move supply chains closer to home. Based on legislation recently introduced by Representative Hearn, the Build It in America Act repeals the Biden administration's misguided rule, limiting China's grip on our supply chains and its ability to control the flow of goods and services. Lastly, we are doing away with the very worst of Democrats' special interest handouts for the wealthy, including subsidies for electric vehicles that have become a windfall for China. Under the loose critical minerals regulations the Biden administration has pushed, Democrats like to falsely claim that the pro-worker policies in the TCJA only helped big corporations, but it's obvious which party is bailing out the wealthy. The Democrats' Inflation Reduction Act put Americans on the hook for handouts to big corporations and big banks. Over 90% of their electricity tax subsidies go to companies with over $1 billion in sales. $1 billion in sales. 80% of electric vehicle credits go to folks making over $100,000 a year. Sounds like it's helping the wealthy and well-connected to the Democrat Party. The Democrats are funneling money to the wealthy to subsidize both the sale and purchase of their luxury SUVs. The Build It in America Act prevents these permanent subsidies from going into effect, several of which do not begin for another 2 years, but will explode the cost of this welfare for the wealthy further. I encourage my colleagues to support the Build It in America Act, and I'm pleased to recognize the ranking member from Massachusetts, Mr. Nill, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this bill is the real reason we're here today. Back in 2017, our Republican colleagues needed to sunset some of their major giveaways in order to artificially lower the cost of the bill. Now, today, at this moment, they want to restore these provisions or risk the stronger getting maybe just a bit of a touch closer to paying their fair share. These provisions clearly benefit big business that they're offering. What my colleagues might say is that we have the benefit now of 20/20 hindsight, so let's take a look at where these things went. On the interest expense deduction, 85% of the provision's benefit goes to businesses making more than $100 million a year in revenue. On bonus depreciation, 2/3 of the benefits went to corporations making over $250 million in revenue. From 2018 through 2021, about 24 of the largest corporations in America received $50 billion in tax cuts through this provision. Well, this is another Republican plan. They want to retroactively reward companies, and by the way, my career has been consistent. I have opposed retroactive taxation. They have developed, in this plan, another giveaway to the powerful. It's a windfall. Wouldn't it be nice if they extended the same windfall to families who depend on the child credit, or at least a negotiated, plausible path for reasonable policy, where all of the interests of members on both sides might be acknowledged in negotiation? They want to furnish these favors to big corporations and special interests by repealing the Inflation Reduction Act's energy credits for middle-class families and stunting our climate goals. Let me say this emphatically. These tax credits are going to be wildly popular with all segments of the American public. There are few things harder to do than to take away a benefit that has what we believe to be the plausible incentives that were developed by this committee, Mr. Thompson and Mr. Blumenauer in particular. But even as they double down on denying climate change, they're careful to twist the knife with $10 billion more for oil. It's egregious, but it pales in comparison to what could come. Their goal is to extend all of the 2017 tax scam, which would cost well over $2.5 trillion, while providing about $175 in tax cuts per year to the top 0.1% of households. They'll put the air you breathe on the line, but they won't ask a large corporation to pay a penny more in revenue. With that, let me yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.R. 3938, the Build It in America Act. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. And at this time, I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance along with a green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for the purpose of an amendment. I will now turn to Tom Bartold, Chief of Staff for the Joint Committee on Taxation, to provide the technical description of the amendment in the nature of a substitute with an emphasis on the changes made since introduction. I ask that members hold their questions until after his presentation.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, you have before you three joint committee documents, JCX 28, 29, and 32, which describe the underlying bill before you and the chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute and the joint committee staff's revenue analysis of the provisions of this legislation. In short, as summarized by the chairman, the legislation would extend through 2025 the prior law section 174 research expense deduction. It extends the EBITDA limitation on interest deductions under Code Section 163J and extends 100% bonus depreciation, again, all through calendar year 2025. The revenue offsets are primarily, are solely from repealing certain of the green energy initiatives that were passed in last August's reconciliation bill. Perhaps of note is the modification made in repealing the electric vehicle credit. In short, it generally, the chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute, which also makes the clarification in terms of the date of introduction of the act. It'll be effective upon June 9th. The date of introduction rather than upon June 9th. The electric vehicle credit will generally revert to prior law, but would bring with it the MSRP and AGI limitations that reconciliation legislation had imposed. It would include some critical minerals and battery requirements along the lines of that of the reconciliation legislation. And it also, of note, reinstates that the credit is only available on a per manufacturer basis up to a total of 200,000 vehicles per manufacturer with a phase-out provided. This bill produces a net revenue gain of $156.9 billion as estimated by my colleagues. That concludes my brief description. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the members might have.
Thank you. Are there any technical questions? Mr. Kildee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And following up on the comments that you just made, Mr. Bartold, I wonder if I could pursue that a little bit further regarding the electric vehicle tax credit. As you said, it appears that modifications to the EV tax credit, 30D, made in this bill would largely revert the credit back to what it looked like before 2023, but not entirely, as you pointed out. Some of the updates to the credit that were made in the Inflation Reduction Act continue. Specifically, if you could comment on a few. One, before the Inflation Reduction Act, were there any caps on the retail price, MSRP, of a vehicle that would qualify for the credit?
No, the limitation on the vehicle sales price was a feature of the reconciliation legislation.
And so under this legislation, there would be no limitation?
Under the chairman's amendment, the nature of a substitute, it incorporates that MSRP limitation.
Precisely.
Under prior law, there was not.
Precisely. And the same would go for the EV buyer's income, which in this case previously would have allowed somebody making $1 million a year. That was taken out in the Inflation Reduction Act, and that language continues. Am I correct? The income limitation?
That's correct. The income limitation is incorporated in this legislation.
And before the Inflation Reduction Act, were there assembly requirements that prevented a vehicle manufactured and assembled in China from being eligible for the credit?
There were no the only requirements of prior law, the value of the credit was keyed off of the battery power, but not on place of manufacture or components thereof.
So follow up on that. Were there previously, under the previous law, battery component and critical mineral requirements that prevented these materials from entirely coming from China?
No, as I just noted, there were not, sir.
So these provisions, they're all provisions, changes to the law made by the Inflation Reduction Act that would be retained in one form or another, correct?
That's correct, sir.
So it does appear that there are some points of bipartisan agreement on the EV tax credit. It seems like the majority agrees that the Inflation Reduction Act made some meaningful changes to the EV tax credit. However, I would like to clarify 2 points. First, it appears this bill would revert back to the pre-existing caps on how many vehicles per manufacturer can qualify for the credit. You mentioned this, but could you explain how these caps worked before the Inflation Reduction Act?
Well, as I noted in the brief, in my brief walkthrough, the manufacturers had a limitation of $200,000 per manufacturer. So the full credit for which a vehicle would be eligible would apply, and again, that was dependent upon battery power, was available to the purchaser for the first 200,000 vehicles that the manufacturer produced. Then the credit would phase out over 4 calendar quarters after that $200,000 limitation had been reached, with the phase-out beginning the second calendar quarter following which the cap was reached. That was just administrative, so that you knew when you got to 200,000 and that dealers could be notified of the credit that would be eligible on vehicles.
So to be clear, under this legislation that's proposed, American companies that have reached their volume cap already would not see those American-made vehicles qualify for the EV credit. Is that correct?
Any vehicle, it need not be an American headquartered company. It applied on sales in the U.S. So for example, a Japanese company would also be subject to the $200,000.
That's correct, except taking a look at the data, most of the companies that are furthest from hitting their volume cap, according to the public data that's available, are not American car companies. Kia, Subaru, Audi, Volvo, Porsche, Mercedes-Benz are a few that would stand to benefit the most. And I don't know if you've seen that data, but I will tell you that those are the companies that are furthest from the cap, where we have domestic automakers, some in particular that are beyond the cap, some that are very close to it. So as a matter of fact, there would be more benefit to go to those foreign companies. So thank you. And finally, the Inflation Reduction Act required final assembly of EVs to be made in North America, or countries that are party to the USMCA agreement, which protect American workers. Does this bill require that vehicles be assembled here in North America?
No, it does not, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Barhold. So just if I could finish, to reiterate, this bill to me shows that despite the rhetoric, Republicans don't want to get rid of the EV credit entirely. They just want to maintain beneficiaries, the main beneficiaries to be foreign automakers, and they're fine keeping the credit as long as the benefits go mainly to those foreign automakers who would, by operation of this, benefit mostly from this change in the legislation. I believe we ought to focus on, as the title of the bill would say, build it in America. This actually incentivizes building vehicles that qualify for this American tax credit to be from someplace else.
With that, Mr. Bartold, I thank you for your input, and I yield back.
Ms. Tinney is recognized for technical questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The ranking member and the Democrats have said this bill will cost money. They also said this bill is a tax cut for corporations. I don't think this is true. Does this legislation on net increase revenues or decrease revenues?
Ms. Tinney, as I reported, the legislation before you raises revenues over the 10-year budget period by $156.9 billion.
Thank you. Has there been any recent tax legislation that included provisions that sunset? Did the Democrats, for example, my colleague just mentioned, did the American Rescue Plan have any temporary provisions? And what about the Inflation Reduction Act? Do they have significant expiring provisions?
The Congress has chosen to enact a lot of expiring provisions over the years, and in the recent legislation that you cited, there were a number of expiring provisions.
In both?
Yes.
Both.
Yes.
Thank you. I yield.
Mr. Blumenauer is recognized for technical questions.
Thank you. Mr. Bartow, my colleagues cite a letter from the Joint Committee on Taxation dated March 31st this year, which provided data about the benefits of certain provisions related to green energy investments. Are you familiar with that letter?
Yes, I am, sir.
And what tax years were analyzed in the letter in question?
The particular letter that you had said that you might want to talk about, we analyzed data from 2018, 2019, and 2020.
In 2020. The Inflation Reduction Act was signed into law in 2022. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
So it seems like it's a little bit of apples and oranges here. The analysis my colleagues keep referring to did not relate to the Inflation Reduction Act at all. It reflected bipartisan tax provisions that have been extended multiple times by both parties. When you performed your analysis, did you look at any of the other areas in terms of the impact of transferability of credits from one taxpayer to another, in terms of the benefit that that may have to engage other entities that otherwise would not be eligible?
Mr. Blumenauer, in the letter that you reference, as you noted, we're analyzing data from tax returns from 3 prior years. There's not data yet available on which taxpayers may claim the credits enacted last year and which may claim them as a result of a transfer of those credits from the taxpayer who perhaps places the investment in service.
So looking at this in total, many of the provisions that have yet to take place in terms of the issues of allocation of additional credits, bonuses for projects located in energy communities, low-income communities, looking at additional bonus credits for projects that paid prevailing wage, none of those are included in that analysis to this point.
Again, as I said, the prior analysis was historically who has claimed credits for the Section 45 production credit, for the Section 48 energy investment credits.
Thank you, Mr. Bartold. I just wanted to clarify that the benefits that are anticipated with the legislation in question have not yet kicked in and have not been fully, we don't have data to fully analyze in a balanced way what the impact would be. Thank you. I yield back.
Ms. Del Bene is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Bartold. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle have been quick to accuse our side of the aisle as causing inflation with the invaluable assistance that we provided to struggling families during the pandemic. Mr. Bartold, your table shows that the bill we're considering here reduces the deficit in the budget window by $156 billion, but that doesn't mean that in each year it reduces the deficit. Is that correct?
That's correct, Ms. Delbene. The JCX 29-23 provides the year-by-year analysis, and the first 3 fiscal years show revenue losses. The subsequent years in the 10-year budget period show revenue gains.
So in 2023, 2024, and 2025, there's an overall tax cut of about $210 billion, and most of the revenue then is raised in later years. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so in these first three years, this is a tax cut, correct?
On net, yes, it is.
So turning back to inflation, I know that not all tax cuts are the same. Some tax cuts are the type that could potentially increase output, maybe ease supply chains or build productive capacity. Over the long run, the inflationary effect of those tax cuts might be pretty modest, but that's in the long run. So what about in the short term? Mr. Bartold, even if viewed in the most favorable light, would tax cuts that increase output in the long run nevertheless have an inflationary impact in the short run?
Well, Ms. Delbene, part of the point that you're making in terms of looking at aggregate demand versus aggregate supply goes to the nature of the tax cut, and you do have in this legislation some provisions that do increase supply. Now that's the long run effect. By increasing investment demand, it can drive up the costs of investment components or the price of steel, for example. So it's not.
And could drive it up in the short.
There's not a clear analysis that this component is inflationary and this other component is not inflationary.
But if you pump $2 billion of tax cuts in the economy, that could potentially, in the short term, potentially make inflation worse.
Depending on the overall situation, depending where you are in the business cycle, yes.
So let's talk about the distribution of these tax cuts. What percentage of the benefit of the tax cuts in this bill go to taxpayers making less than $50,000?
We have, for this legislation, partly because of the different components of it, are not all what we would say at the Joint Committee on model. We have not provided a distributional analysis of this bill as it stands. We can provide some distributional analysis of different components, but I don't have a distribution analysis of the entire legislation.
But do you have any analysis of what the impact is on lowest income Americans?
Well, I was just trying to say, no, not in total.
Okay.
Sorry.
So let's talk about as well retroactive tax cut. You know, we have a retroactive tax cut for behavior a business is already engaged in. Does that have the same effect that a tax cut that would encourage going forward behavior? Does it have the same impact that would? So retroactive versus going forward.
Well, as an economist, we usually almost always have to say that rewarding something that already happened in the past is probably less beneficial than trying to reward something that might happen in the future. That's not to say that it's completely without incentive value, particularly if you think the behavior might be repeated.
So the proposal changing the tax treatment of research and development costs that relates to research that was performed in 2022, you can't go back in time and do more research in 2022, is that correct?
That's clearly true.
Thank you. I think it is, here we're handing out retroactive tax cuts for businesses and not focusing on the needs of the people who need it the most. Thank you, Mr. Bartold. I yield back.
Ms. Chu is recognized. Strike the last word.
Mr. Bartold, I have a few questions about Section 203 of this bill. Section 203 would impose a hefty excise tax on acquisitions of U.S. agricultural land by certain disqualified persons. I see that the term disqualified persons includes individual Chinese citizens in addition to Chinese businesses and the Chinese government. Is that correct?
Yes, assuming that by businesses that we mean corporations and partnerships. They're covered under sections B and D of Section 203.
How about individual Chinese citizens or citizens of any of the countries of concern listed who are on the U.S. on a visa to work or study? Are they also disqualified persons?
Yes, they would be a disqualified person.
Would the term disqualified persons also include individual refugees from Venezuela or Cuba who are seeking asylum in the United States?
Yes, it would, because they would be citizens of countries of concern.
And these individuals are disqualified persons because Section 203 of this legislation identifies the governments of their home countries as a danger to national security?
Yes, that's what Section 203 provides.
So just to be clear, any individual citizen from a country of concern, a Chinese citizen, a Venezuelan citizen, a Cuban citizen, who are otherwise lawfully in the United States, they may have to face this tax because of the actions of their governments, even though they may in fact be here because they are fleeing those governments to start again in America?
Yeah, yes.
Mr. Bartold, are you aware of any data related to how much U.S. agricultural land is currently owned by disqualified persons who are Chinese citizens or individual citizens of any countries of concern?
We do not have, at the Joint Committee staff, do not have data on that point, Ms. Chu.
Well, if JCT could provide that information to the committee, I would appreciate it. I do have a 2020 USDA report which states that foreign persons own 2.9% of all privately held U.S. agricultural land. Of those shares, Chinese investors own less than 1% of all foreign-held U.S. land. So Chinese investors own 1% of the 2.9%, which ultimately is 0.0029 of all agricultural land. So it's unfortunate that my colleagues on the other side are attempting to legislate on feelings and fear rather than responding in a way that's proportional to the threat. As members of Congress, we're sending out a dangerous message, one that has the potential to harm average individuals who are trying their best to live out the American dream. I'm particularly concerned about racial profiling, especially during a time when the incidence of hate crimes committed against Asian Americans in the United States has skyrocketed. There are no protections in here to prevent that racial profiling, and in fact, the legislation explicitly blames individual citizens, even individual refugees fleeing from their governments. I urge my colleagues to reject this attempt at legislating a broad federal land law that effectively encourages discrimination against our communities. I yield back.
Mr. Murphy is recognized for technical questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick technical question on expensing. You know, we talked about trying to fund our military and because they need years out to plan, and I think this is critical for our small businesses. The IRA already absolutely took off at the knees, pharmaceutical companies being able to invest in future lines of therapy, and I've seen up to about 100 particular drugs that were going to go to market being taken out, really killing our chance for future cures. I wonder if you wouldn't comment on the expensing abilities of small companies. You know, this is where so many of our molecules come from. A friend of mine who jumps around from different companies because he's an innovator and entrepreneur in developing these small molecules, but this is absolutely the tax consequences from previous legislation has absolutely killed their ability to grow, expand, because for the first several years they don't have an income at all, none, because they're developing molecules, and so they need this type of expenditure, taxing relief to be able to expend their research expenses So I just want you to expand upon that. What does this mean for those little small companies that are trying to develop molecules and develop drugs? What does that mean in the future?
Section 174, I assume, is what you're referring to, and it provides that you can expense currently essentially all of your eligible expenses for research and development of a new, in search of and development of a new product. In the case of a company which has very little revenue, that means that they will be operating in a loss position, but you can carry the losses forward. As a general economic matter, the earlier that you can deduct an expense, the more valuable the expense is. And so the concern that a number of businesses, such as those that you have spoken to, have under the present law requirement of amortizing and recovering over a 5-year or longer period is that the present value of the cost that they've incurred is reduced when they go to take it against their future income, so that it's a more powerful incentive to undertake research if you can expense the cost immediately rather than have to amortize it. That's the basic economics of the Section 174.
Okay, so again, we're getting these smaller companies to be able to employ individuals and invest, and then hopefully be able to develop the next cure through the tax code. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have. I yield back.
Mr. Snyder is recognized for technical questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Got to open up my iPad. Mr. Berthold, thank you for your work with JCT, and I want to thank you and your staff for being an extraordinary resource. I want to ask about the revenue effects, both of this bill and the tax plans that Republicans are clearly setting up in 2025. And first is a document I think you have in front of you. I'll let staff hand it out. Now, I know CBO published this table, but I assume that JCT had input as well. Is that correct?
On almost all matters of tax legislation, the Congressional Budget Office reports economic analysis that we provide to them for their presentation.
Okay, thank you. And the table shows that CBO estimates the budget effects of extending all the provisions of the 2017 Republican tax bill that expire in 2025. That's what this table shows, right?
As I'm reading it, that seems to be what it shows, yes, sir.
Okay. And the projection of the costs over 10 years, beginning currently, excluding the additional costs of servicing the debt, is just under $3.1 trillion. Is that right?
On this table?
If you add up at the far right, not the debt service, but everything else, it comes out to 3.09 trillion. I'm going to round that to 3 trillion or 3,000 billion.
All right.
But there really aren't any major changes reflected in the table until 2026, when the 2017 provisions are scheduled to expire, correct?
That's correct, sir.
So the table actually only shows 8 years of the cost of extending the Republican tax law. I think it's safe to assume that if the impacts of the 2017 law are permanently extended in 2025 when they expire, it's fair to add another $750 billion in deficit increases for what will then be a 10-year budget estimate looking forward from 2025. Now, I understand that you don't have exact numbers here, Mr. Berthold, but does that strike you as more or less in the ballpark?
Well, in the past, I've potentially gotten in trouble for making any kind of ballpark estimate from this table, so I probably shouldn't do that.
I'll do it for you. I think that does it. But that's not the full picture, because if I'm not mistaken, this table doesn't include the permanent extension of the R&D provision. Republicans are extending it to 2025, but this hides the true cost, because surely they don't intend to have this expire after only 2 years, especially since they're looking at making it retroactive to the past. And my understanding, Mr. Berthold, from the committee is that the JCT estimate of making the provision permanent is approximately $275 billion over 10 years.
Yes, Mr. Snyder, we have estimated that permanent extension of 174 expensing effective after 2021 would cost $276.7 billion.
And that table doesn't include the changes in the interest expense limitation that we're talking about. Mr. Barthold, do we know what the cost of making that provision permanent would be?
We have not had reason to estimate the permanent extension of Code Section 163J's EBITDA limitation as a standalone. In interpreting, by the way, in interpreting some of these estimates, sometimes there's clear interaction between some of the different features of the code.
Right.
So the short answer is I don't have a number for what you just requested.
No, that's fair, but I think looking at the table, it's roughly about $10 billion a year. That's math I can do in my head. 10 years, that'd be another $100 billion. And then there's even more that we're adding. We're talking in a moment about a guaranteed deduction increase, proposals that are estimated to cost another almost $50 billion a year. The Republicans say it's only for 2 years, but it's hard to believe that the intent of this is not to extend it permanently. $50 billion a year on the guaranteed deduction increase, that's another 10 years, that's $500 billion. I'll add that to my chart. And if I do my math correctly, I add up the numbers behind me, that adds up to $4,635 billion, or roughly $4.5 trillion. And again, going back now to the table, because we're adding a lot of debt in this math here, but debt has a cost of service. Mr. Barthold, based on the CBO estimates in this table, it looks like over a 10-year period, the cost of servicing debt comes to roughly 12% of the additional debt over a decade. Is that a fair estimate?
That looks like a good approximation from the CBO's table.
So, 12% of 4.6 trillion, that's roughly another $500 billion in interest. So if I add all of that up, $4.6 trillion in additional tax expenditure, $500 billion to service the additional debt.
Mr. Snyder, your time's already gone over a minute. Maybe in the next, someone could yield you some time. But
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will stop here.
Yeah, Mr. Buchanan for technical questions. And it's technical questions on the amendment and the nature of a substitute, please.
Mr. Barthold, let me ask you, in terms of the write-off on R&D and equipment expensing, it's, let's say, whether you get it now or you get it over 5 years, it's just a timing difference, right? I mean, you would get the 100%, be able to write it off 100%, whether it's a piece of equipment or R&D, but you got to write it over 5 instead of writing it over the first year. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Buchanan.
And my sense, I wish people would have take the opportunity, maybe they do, talk to their businesses in the area. The full expensing on equipment, whether you buy a used tractor or a new one, is huge. It makes a big difference in economic activity. Are you able to measure the additional economic activity that gets created by these two activities in terms of the write-off? Because to me, it seems like it's a timing issue, but there's some cost to that, the present value you mentioned. But the bigger issue is the economic activity that gets created as a result of that. I think it's huge.
Mr. Buchanan, as I had mentioned earlier, the economic incentive there's an economic incentive to incurring and deducting the expense sooner rather than later. Our staff has in the past on some tax bills analyzed these effects on investment as part of the macroeconomic analysis that we have provided.
But the point is, you're still going to get the 100% deduction, ideally over 5 years instead of over 1 year. And I just want to make that clear so everybody understands that. Because I can tell you, if people talk to their businesses in the community, especially kind of small business, mid-sized business, they don't have a lot of opportunities to be able to manage their taxes to some extent. But whether you're buying or selling, whether you're buying or selling, it's a huge impact, a big factor to these small companies all across Florida anyway. So I'll leave it at that. I yield back.
Mr. Thompson's recognized for technical questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to Mr. Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. And if I can go back to my numbers just to summarize, we're looking at the cost of extending the 2017 tax provisions for the 10 years from today, so it's really 8 years post expiration, is $3 trillion, almost 3.1, another $750 billion if you take that out to 2035, extending the R&D expenses, $275 billion, $100 billion for the interest expense, and $500 billion on this new guaranteed deduction. Adding interest, it totals a grand total Mr. Barthold, that's 5.1 trillion, 5,000 billion dollars of additional debt burden on the American taxpayers that the Republicans are laying on the shoulders of hardworking families. So just to be clear, the Republicans are paying for the cost of their tax proposals today. That is changes that affect only the years of 2024 and 2025 by repealing the Inflation Reduction Act's green energy provisions. That's where you get the net positive impact of $156 billion. But the numbers we just laid out are for 10 years, the 10 years after 24-25. Mr. Barthold, this may not be it is an obvious question. Can you repeal the green energy provisions more than once? Sorry.
If Congress repeals something, it is repealed.
It is repealed, but you can't repeal it again to pay for it the next year and the next year. So we have a 2-year pay for what we're talking about today, but looking on it the next 10 years, you can't repeal the same thing another 5 times. So this is a great burden. What my Republican colleagues have proposed may appear to be a modest, narrow proposal in this markup, but we can't lose fact of the sight that they are in fact setting up what may well be the largest tax expenditure in history, more than $5 trillion. So on the one hand, they're telling us they want to balance the budget. We nearly took the economy to the brink of disaster just a couple weeks ago, less than 2 weeks ago. And yet here we are today facing this massive number. And they said we aren't going to touch defense spending. Well, the numbers here simply don't add up. They don't add up unless you plan to cut things like Social Security and Medicare, which no one has said they want to do. I'll leave all of that to the consideration of my colleagues, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Mr. Nils recognized for technical questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Tom. Under current law, what is the rule with respect to the amortization of domestic research?
Under current law, Mr. Neal, it's generally 5-year recovery period. So the expense, if you incur $100 worth of research expense today, you recover that in tranches of $20, $20 over the next 5 years against your income over the next 5 years.
And what is the rule with respect to foreign research?
It's generally a 15-year recovery period.
So domestic is 5-year depreciation and foreign is 15 years?
That's correct, sir.
And this bill brings both of those down to immediate expensing?
Takes it back to the prior pre-2022, pre-2018, when it was immediate expensing of all.
So is it safe to say that all else being equal, a firm that conducts its research in China is made relatively better off as a result of this legislation than the firm that conducts its research in the United States?
Well, as I stated, the economic incentive, there's a positive economic incentive to recovering sooner rather than later. So to the extent that you recover immediately rather than over 15 years, you're worse off than if you recover immediately compared to over 5 years.
So could you say yes, Tom?
I would agree with that general conclusion as foreign research.
Thank you.
Not China specific, but foreign research.
Thank you, Tom.
Mr. Byers recognized for technical questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much, and thank you, Dr. Barthold. I'd like to ask you a question about something we've heard a lot about this morning, that the tax cuts don't need to be offset because they grow revenue. In fact, our colleagues just amended the House rules from pay-go to cut-go so that tax cuts don't need to be offset. Dr. Barthold, I know you're a PhD economist. You're incredibly well-read in all this. Are you aware of any credible economist who's taken the position that at the tax rates at the United States' current levels, that lowering those tax rates could create enough economic activity to generate sufficient revenues to offset the impact of those tax cuts?
Mr. Byer, as you know, the Joint Committee staffs developed macroeconomic models to analyze the effects of tax policy changes that the committee might enact. And I think it's fair to characterize while our models will show a lot of incentive effects in terms of increased labor supply and increased investment in different initiatives that the committee has brought before us. We have not had any case where a conventionally measured revenue loss was fully offset by additional growth. Some substantial offset, but not fully offset.
In fact, thank you. And when TCJA was enacted back in 2017, your Joint Committee on Taxation determined that even under the most optimistic assumptions for the economic growth impacts of those tax cuts, that the TCJA would still lose substantial revenue.
Well, Mr. Byer, I would agree with everything other than saying that we use the most optimistic assumptions. We think we apply very centrist within the economics profession assumptions in terms of taxpayer behavioral response.
So your most sensible, moderate
I'd like more moderate or sensible rather than optimistic, yes.
And my friends have still been touting record tax receipts. But here's a basic question. Isn't it a normal growing economy? Wouldn't you expect every year to be better than the year before? That tax receipts should be higher every year, absent 4 straight quarters of recession?
Well, since our tax system's designed on the individual side to have progressive tax rates and generally more on the corporate side, proportional tax system, as corporate profits grow, as individual incomes grow, federal receipts from those income taxes should increase.
So basically, it's like you don't win a gold medal for having the highest tax receipts ever. That should just be like participation trophy. So in 2018, when our revenue was our revenue a share of GDP higher than what the CBO had forecasted prior to enactment of TCJA, or was it lower?
I'd have to check, and I can. I'll have to check and get back to you, Mr. Byer. I will respond.
Thank you, Tom. While checking, maybe we could check on 2019 and 20 and 21 also. In 2022, we hear a lot about that because tax receipts were very good that year. No doubt due to all the things we did with the CARES Act, the American Rescue Plan, a variety of things that we did both in the Trump and Biden administration. But was it also true that capital gains realizations were abnormally high in 2022?
The stock market did very well in 2022, and there were a lot of realizations, and so it was a larger year in 2022 than average.
And yet the TCJA hadn't changed the taxation of capital gains in any way. So it'd be pretty hard to credit that to the TCJA. Are you familiar, Mr. Barthold, with the recent publication CBO released describing revenues for the first 8 months of this fiscal year, 2023?
I've looked at it briefly.
Yeah, how would you compare those revenues compared to last year's 2022 fiscal year?
Let's see. Receipts are, it reports that receipts are down approximately 11%.
Yeah, So they are falling, which is a very real sign that my Republican friends may have cherry-picked one anomalous years of high tax revenue to justify cutting taxes as far as the eye can see. My time is up, but thank you, Dr. Barthold, for answering these questions. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Carey is recognized for technical questions.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. Sir, does this bill on which you're taking technical questions increase federal revenues or decrease federal revenues?
As I'd reported earlier, our estimate of the budgetary effect over the 10-year budget period is for a revenue increase of $156.9 billion.
So this bill is increasing corporate taxes?
We did not break this down in terms of corporate taxes, since the provisions apply both at the pass-through level and at the corporate level. But in general, the net effect is more on business taxes in general.
All right, good deal. And that tax increase comes from the $1 billion companies that lose their special interest tax breaks, correct?
The tax increases are generally from the repeal of the electricity production and investment credits and the modification of the electric vehicle credits.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Doggett is recognized for technical questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barthold. We've heard you explain $150 billion plus for this bill, borrowed, added to the deficit. From Mr. Schneider's explanation, if it's made permanent, we're talking about trillions of dollars of additional debt. I know that the authors of this legislation think that corporations are paying too much in the way of taxes, and I'd like to ask you about the Joint Committee of Taxation and its study of these same corporations. Did the Joint Committee analyze what U.S. multinational companies were paying under the 2017 Trump tax law?
We've done several analyses at the requests of committees, the Ways and Means Committee and Finance Committee, and members of how receipts have been going, what companies.
Right, and then the first year after the Trump tax law went into effect, did you find that the average taxes paid by U.S. multinationals were less than 8%?
Mr. Doggett, I believe what you're referring to is some analysis that we did
yes,
for a hearing.
Yes, I'm referring to that 7.8% to be precise as the amount that a group of U.S. multinationals that you examined were paying.
That was our best analysis
Yes.
at that time. Let me note that part of that is based on some of the country-by-country reporting, and as we noted in that analysis, we did have some concerns with the data, but
yes, country-by-country reporting is certainly what we need. And how much in taxes were those companies, from what you determined, paying on average to our top 10 trading partners?
It was something near 20%.
Right, substantially, maybe double as much. Let me ask you also about and Mr. Neal explored this some, but this is called a Build It in America Act, but as it relates to the Western Hemisphere tax credit, as I understand it, there's a reference here to taking an election. Isn't really the only election the election of the taxpayer to find an ability to disregard the new regulation if it benefits them?
Yes, sir.
And as you look at these foreign tax credits, in short, doesn't the provision that deals with the Western Hemisphere, isn't it essentially designed to make it easier to invest abroad?
Could you repeat the question, Mr. Doggett?
Yes, I'm just asking you, with the adoption of this provision so that you can have a more expansive foreign tax credit, doesn't that make it easier to invest abroad, say in a country like Brazil?
It It would likely make an investment in Brazil more attractive,
Right,
perhaps
that's
in
all
part
I'm
by
asking.
removing uncertainty about
Right.
whether your tax would
Not
be
exactly
creditable.
build it in America. And then let me also ask you about Section 174 on the research and experimentation credit. That credit, you're very familiar with decisions that have come out from Treasury during the time it's been in existence, a long period of time, longer than the Trump tax cut. But it is expansive, and what we're going to provide expensing for, wouldn't you think it would cover, say, if a perfume manufacturer developed a new fragrance?
They're both the research credit under Section 41, research expensing under 174 apply to developing and bringing new products to market. So if we're developing a new perfume, that could qualify, the expenses related to that
A
could
new
qualify.
craft beer might be the same thing?
If we come up with new flavors, potentially.
Or a vaping device from a tobacco company?
Any kind of new product
Understood.
generally
And
qualifies.
let me just ask you in closing, with reference to Ms. Chu's questions. Do I understand that this bill would prohibit someone who escaped from the tyranny of the PRC in Hong Kong and is now pursuing a path to naturalization as a United States citizen? Would they, under this bill, be barred from buying farmland?
They're not barred. The legislation imposes an excise tax on the purchase of that property.
They will get a tax of how much if they chose to buy farmland?
It's 60%.
60%. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing that there's no further technical questions, we will begin with strike the last word. There are 3 votes on the floor. We will recess now and reconvene immediately after the 3rd vote. Committee is reconvened. Motion to strike the last word. Mr. Buchanan is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to strike the last word. I just want to take a few moments to highlight three of the provisions that I'm very enthusiastic about and had a lot of experience with over the years and what my feedback I get, all of which are contained in Build It in America First. First, this package restores full expensing for research and development costs. This is an important piece of the 2017 Tax Cut and Jobs Act, but the original provision has expired and now businesses have to deduct the same costs over 5 years. Thanks to the effort of my friend and colleague, Congressman Estes, today we are restoring the full expensing of research and development costs. Second, this package restores 100% of immediate expensing of capital purchases by businesses, new equipment, new machines, or buildings. When Congress was putting the TCJ Act together, I worked closely with a number of Ways and Means Committee colleagues to put the full expensing in for capital purchases and businesses. Again, this is a provision where originally TCJA had expired. Now businesses would only be able to expense 80% of those costs, and that's allowing expensing that will change and phase down over a period of the next 2026. But my colleague, Jody Arrington, has been working very diligently to fix this problem by restoring the expense of the new capital purchases to 100%. And in this bill, we achieve that objective. This is a very powerful tax policy to create more jobs and more economic growth. Third, the bill also is fully restoring interest deductibility for businesses. Beginning last year, businesses have been limited to deducting interest expense up to 30% of their earnings before interest and taxes, and after depreciation and amortization costs are subtracted. This new limitation is less beneficial than Congress enacted in 2017 when TCJA allowed companies to write off interest expense worth up to 30% of earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. The package before us today fixes the current law shortcomings. I strongly report its approval by my colleagues on this committee today. Finally, I want to express my hope that at some point this year, the committee will consider additional tax relief measures. When we do so, I hope that we can also consider something very modest clarifications to CGA stemming from its repeal of the corporate AMT. I, along with several of my colleagues, look forward to working with you, Mr. Chairman, to address these issues at that time. With that, I yield back.
Additional members to strike the last word. Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The poet Maya Angelou once said that when someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. Mr. Chairman, I stridently oppose this suite of Republican bills that yet again ask hard-working Americans to pay for enormous tax cuts for the wealthy and most secure in our nation. Time and time again, when given the chance to help real people, the Republicans choose corporations and the well-off. These bills aren't about small business. Half of the tax benefit from loosening the rules on interest deductions flow to businesses with revenues of more than $1 billion. 2/3 of the benefits of bonus depreciation go to businesses with revenues over $250 million. For Title I of H.R. 3938, over 1/3 of the benefits go to taxpayers with incomes in excess of $1 million, with 75% of the benefits to those earning over $200,000. This bill is not about working families. Indeed, the poorest fifth of Americans would get an average tax cut of just $40 under this bill, while the richest 1% would get an average of $16,550. Insultingly, instead of making the wealthy pay their fair share, these Republican bills make workers and families pay for these exorbitant tax cuts for the wealthy by shipping clean energy jobs overseas and raising energy costs on Americans. These bills offend not only myself, but millions of Americans. Just a few weeks ago, the Republicans insisted on cutting food assistance for the poor and seniors, health care, and public safety. Just a few weeks ago, after the Democrats successfully protected Social Security in the budget negotiations, Speaker McCarthy called for a commission to examine the entire budget, including cutting Social Security. These bills do nothing to increase Social Security benefits, nor Medicare for seniors. These bills choose to spend hundreds of billions of dollars on corporations, but can't spend a penny to lift children out of poverty with the child tax credit. These bills can't spend a penny to help working Americans cover the high cost of child care by strengthening the child and dependent care tax credit, nor the child entitlements to states. These bills don't help struggling young workers by enhancing the earned income tax credit, leaving out apprentices, Job Corps and youth bill workers, foster youth, homeless youth, and senators. When Americans are struggling with high rent and housing insecurity, these Republican bills do nothing to help people cover the cost of rent or build more affordable housing, nor do they help people afford health insurance nor help borrowers struggling with student loan debt. I reject these offensive bills that value the most secure over the masses. They provide little for the little and an overabundance for those with much. I reject these bills and yield back.
Mr. Smith is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased we are marking up this legislative package today and that we are taking action to address R&D expensing, interest deductibility, and bonus depreciation as part of it. These three provisions are vital to ensuring America's continued leadership in developing cutting-edge products, producing them here, and then selling them around the world, bring some value to our products. In particular, I would like to focus on the provision in this package restoring the previous higher cap on interest deductibility through 2025. This language builds off of a bipartisan bill I introduced along with Representatives Morelli, Hearn, Schneider in April. Through the pandemic, we saw the importance of ensuring industry could respond to market trends and respond to supply chain issues to get products onto shelves quickly. These investments in manufacturing often require major upfront investment, including borrowing needed funds. As interest rates have risen in response to inflation, that has made borrowing even more costly. These rising interest rates have also significantly increased the risk that small businesses who borrowed to grow will hit the cap on interest deductibility. We shouldn't allow that tax hit to compound their problems with rising costs and rising interest rates. We heard about the need to address interest expensing at field hearings, where witnesses like Lisa Winton of Winton Machine Company highlighted the need for small businesses to finance machinery purchases because they don't have the cash on hand. Rather than enacting policies which pick winners and losers across industries, we can do more to help small manufacturing businesses, all small manufacturing businesses, on a very broad basis through policies like raising the interest deductibility cap. This is an important bipartisan tax provision which needs to be addressed as soon as possible. I yield back.
Mr. Pascrell is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It would seem to me that Republicans want to convert the single largest investment ever in American manufacturing into a slush fund to finance a wealthy tax giveaway. For decades, our nation has been an industrial base, and we've seen it shrink. Until now. If you look at a graph of real construction spending on manufacturing, the line is almost vertical. If we are going to make things here again, got to keep it that way. The sad irony is the Democratic manufacturing boom Republicans are so desperate to destroy has been a boon for their own constituents. A study for the last month identified 191 new clean energy projects since the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, which has been referred to a number of times, and I know how it's been referred to since this morning. Very sad. Our bill unleashed $127 billion in private investment. I'm talking about investment? That's what I'm talking about. Creating over 142,000 new jobs. The numbers are the numbers. Over 74 billion and 77,000 jobs have gone directly to the states of Republicans on this committee. Take a look at the list. American factory building is now at nearly $200 billion a year, and Republicans clearly hate it. Republicans should be celebrating these incredible gains for American workers and businesses. And those employment numbers speak for themselves. They can't be created or invented by you or me. Last Congress, our Oversight Committee released a report about how Republicans' first tax scam was a big oil bailout. Read it. You want to talk about reading it? Read that report. And that's how they steal jobs from hardworking Americans. They want to double down on failed policies that sabotage our climate agenda and provide another 10 million big oil bailout. Now, you could call that socialist, communist, we've been called everything in the last several months. Keep up the good work. Plus, they want to eliminate the Superfund. Now, you know what? How was the Superfund formed? By a brother from New Jersey, Jim Florio, who was then the governor of the state of New Jersey. He created the Superfund, and it became a boon to manufacturing at that time, under Republican and Democratic presidents. So, these are hollow grounds. These are sacred grounds. And people did something, whether they were Democrat, Republican, to help the nation. And he was a good Democrat, and he tried to help the country, and he did. And his work continues on. You want to ruin that? I'm going to stand between you and you being able to do that. What do you know about that? I yield back.
Mr. Kelly is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strike the last word. Bill, I'm not going to take you up on that. Between you standing between me and you and something like that. I mean, it's nice to talk about it in here, but you know I have too much respect for you being an older citizen. Now, I'm trying to understand, because this argument goes back and forth, that everything that Republicans are trying to do is to incentivize the rich. Could you please explain to me the 75, no, I'm not yielding. Could you please explain to me why in the world you want to give a $7,500 incentive to people to buy the most expensive vehicles for sale today, electric vehicles in the United States? How does that play out? And of course you can say, no, you don't understand. It's about green energy. It's not about giving the richest people in the world $7,500 to buy an EV.
Well, the gentleman yelled.
No, I will not yield. I will not yield. Because it doesn't make any sense to yield. This goes back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and you know what? You know who loses? The American taxpayers. We've been accused all morning of only doing things for the rich.
only taking care of corporate America. And then we turn around and we do it this afternoon and say, well, but that was this morning. There's a big difference between AM and PM. So this afternoon, we're going to hammer back on this. That why would you take away this incredible opportunity for the richest people in America to buy an electric vehicle? Why wouldn't you want them to do that? And on top of that, we'll even incentivize people who want to make charging stations. Let's do that too. I'm sure Standard Oil back in the day when we were doing filling stations and we were using oil, God forbid we use oil for anything, by the way, or gasoline. That's a horrible idea. Why weren't they incentivized? Only people putting in electric charging stations get that privilege. I just so we know, because we have a way to bend the facts. Again, I said this morning, depending on whose bull's getting gored. So the colleagues are suggesting that we vote for tax cuts for multi-billion-dollar corporations. These big corporations don't need the checks. The cost of these EV credits is spiraling out of control. Now, since the Democrats' bill was passed last fall, the price tag taxpayers will have to pay has ballooned by over 700%. And that $100 billion cost is just the JCT number. Other economists say it's going to be much, much higher than that. Goldman Sachs and Penn Wharton estimate that the EV credits will cost taxpayers $393 billion. And Brookings says the same, $390 billion. And as we know, 80% of EV credits flow to six-figure households. So I think it's time that we turn the page on trying to explain this. Who is it that's for special interest and start talking about it? It depends who it favors at that particular moment. We can be blue, we can be red. We can be red, we can be blue. We can be anything we want to be, as long as it supports whatever it is we're trying to do that day. I find it fascinating that tax credits for the rich are only advantageous to the left when it is truly advantageous to them. And whenever we do something on our side, it's like, why did quit trying to help those doggone rich people? They don't need it. This is a fascinating place to be. I've been in the retail business all my life. I do know this. If something is market ready, you do not have to subsidize it. If it's market ready, it'll sell on its own. You don't have to give somebody an incentive to make a good buy. So I'm fascinated as the conversation goes on. I think that we're beginning to see the difference between the two parties. And it just makes no sense to me, because, you know what, quite frankly, in the district I represent, there's about 750,000 people. They're not all Republicans, they're not all Democrats. Some of them are independents, some just don't give a darn about anything anymore because they're fed up with both sides. But I find it interesting that we can pick and choose who our favorite is at the time we need to have that favorite step forward. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Ms. Sanchez is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's interesting, the debate and the twists and turns that it takes, because my colleague has made much of the fact that there are these tax provisions in the Inflation Reduction Act that help people purchase electric and hybrid vehicles. But see, it's not convenient to mention hybrid vehicles or the fact that you don't have to be wealthy to own one, because a brand new Ford C-Max costs under $25,000. So the intent is not to subsidize these very expensive EV vehicles for the super rich. It's to get people moving on the path of clean and renewable energy and energy independence from Middle East oil and other countries. See, the whole Inflation Reduction Act's purpose was to move us purposefully on a path towards energy independence and renewable energy, because guess what? It's good for our planet. And if you've seen the severe weather events and the forest fires up in Canada that caused terrible air quality down here in Washington, D.C., and New York, in the Northeast, you would realize that we don't have time to waste in making these investments in green and renewable energy. But all I ever hear from the other side of the aisle is drill, baby, drill, and how these subsidies somehow are going to the richest Americans to purchase EV vehicles. They apply to hybrid vehicles as well. And there are very affordable options for many families to move in that direction. I just felt the need to correct that gross misstatement of what those tax provisions actually do. And with that, I will yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. LaHood is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I move to strike the last word. Earlier this month, I had my first Agriculture Advisory Committee meeting in my district in Princeton, Illinois, where I had about 40 farmers from across my district, mostly corn and soybean farmers, but some dairy farmers also. And much of our discussion pertained to the economics of farming. We talked a lot about the Farm Bill and biofuels, but I think people would be surprised to learn that we talked a lot about tax issues too. And these were a few of the following issues that farmers raised with us at that meeting. Expanding Section 179 to deduct farming equipment, vitally important. Preserving full expensing, deducting business interest, and combating foreign adversaries like China from buying farmland and threatening our ag sector at home. And when you look at these bills here today, they're really a direct response to what I heard back home from my agriculture community and farmers. And I know that these priorities are not exclusive to Republican districts. I know many of my Democrat colleagues share farmers and ag sectors throughout their district. And so as we look at the importance of these four provisions that I mentioned and many others, really vitally important to our ag sector. Allowing families to keep more of their hard-earned money. That's really what it's all about. Helping farmers and small businesses expand and hire more workers, and protecting us from threats abroad should be bipartisan goals for this committee. So we need to start listening more to our constituents back home and the provisions included here today. And I think they're a great first step in terms of doing that. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Doggett is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, at last we finally reached the true motivation for today's markup. Fixing the temporary measures that Republicans put in their 2017 Trump tax scam that they never really wanted to go into effect, but they did use to hide the true cost of their extraordinarily expensive deficit-busting legislation. Republicans moan and groan now about how a provision that they put in their bill is hurting businesses, even though the only reason it's there is because they put it in the tax code, not Democrats. It's important to remember that in exchange, corporations got a massive 40% tax cut, and large pass-through businesses got to exclude 20% of their income from taxation in the same law. It's true that the Republican tactics, legislative games to avoid disclosing the true amount of their tax giveaways has negatively affected some small businesses and created some cash flow problems for a number of them. That's why I supported, along with other members of the Democratic caucus, restoring a research and experimentation deduction in a bill, but there was one big difference. We paid for the cost of this legislation, and while I think that additional reform of the credit might reduce its total cost, we paid for it by increasing the corporate rate and closing some loopholes. In contrast, a full-scale repeal would benefit many of the largest and most profitable companies. You heard already from Joint Tax about what rates are being paid from their investigation after the Trump tax scam was adopted. But let me mention a few notable American corporations that I'm pleased they're in America and they create jobs, they have many good qualities, we deal with them. But Amazon, for example, they booked $78 billion in profits and they paid 5.1% in tax. Verizon earned $88 billion in profits, they paid 8.4% in taxes. And Netflix, boy, they outdid them all on $10.5 billion in profits. They paid 0.8% in taxes. FedEx paid federal corporate income taxes of just 1.5% on $11.6 billion in profits from 2018 through 2021. And what Republicans are saying today is that those corporations paid too much. You know, I don't think a teacher, a police officer, a firefighter, a small business owner would necessarily agree, because the cost of our national defense and vital services get shifted to them when these corporations, great American corporate citizens, are not paying their fair share. Indeed, the effect is that some corporations pay nothing. 39 profitable corporations in the Fortune 500 paid no income tax at all from 2018 through 2020. I think that's wrong. And I think it's particularly wrong when efforts are made to try to reduce the race to the bottom in taxation that are continually thwarted and obstructed by our Republican colleagues. And their obstruction and opposition to the valiant efforts of Secretary Yellen working through the OECD are nothing new. Shortly after I got here in 2001, over 20 years ago, Republican leader Dick Armey was castigating the OECD, got Secretary of the Treasury under President Bush to withdraw the United States from the international effort to rein in these offshore tax havens. I believe most Americans recognize that if you want a slice of the American pie, you need to help bake it. And corporations that take advantage of American justice in our courts, the American military to provide security, graduates from American universities to staff their businesses, all of those are benefits they deserve to get, but they dodge, many of them, their fair share of paying for those. Moreover, the provisions that are in this bill under the false name about Build It in America will be incentives to continue building it overseas. Individual taxpayers and small businesses paying more, all of this at a time that they accomplish these objectives by repealing the important new incentives for renewable energy, which are creating jobs all over this country and giving us hope that we can deal with the climate crisis despite the obstruction. I yield back.
Mr. Ferguson is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, I find it really interesting. I heard one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle say that Republicans are asking hardworking middle-class Americans to pay for the tax cuts for the wealthy. I just think that this is incredibly hypocritical. It's so bad I can't even say it. Hypocritical. And let's kind of walk through this for just a second. If the other side were so concerned about helping the middle class, why not put a cap on the IRA tax credits? Why not? No, why not? No, I'm talking about at the corporate level. So, Mr. Chairman, I have a question, and just to think through here, as one of my colleagues also just said, I think 37 corporations, as they said, paid zero income tax. If a company had $10 million in profit, could they, in effect, take advantage of the IRA tax credits and drive their effective tax rate to zero?
I would believe so.
So, in essence, the very thing that they are saying that they're trying to prevent, the companies could very easily do this.
And they're doing it. In fact, if you look at the credits from the Inflation Reduction Act, Mr. Ferguson, 90% of all of it goes towards companies who have sales of more than 1 billion. That's with a B, not million, 1 billion. So it's definitely for the wealthy and well-connected friends of theirs.
So it seems like that it's doing the exact opposite of what they're claiming to be their position that they're stating on the committee. So if I'm a wealthy corporation and I don't want to pay federal income tax, and I can take advantage of the tax credits and drive my effective rate down to zero. Well, okay. Well, I just think they ought to consider that when they're talking about who's giving what breaks to who. I also think when I look at this, we should be doing things that make America the most competitive place in the world to do business. And we can debate how we do that, but at the end of the day, it seems to be a common thread, whether it's Republicans wanting to do this or Democrats wanting to do it. We want companies to have more operating capital. They just don't seem to be willing to admit it, because if they got more operating capital, they can invest. They can invest in new technologies, new equipment, training for their people. They can become more productive. And if they're more productive, that's going to help produce more goods at a lower cost. And guess what that would do? That would drive down inflation. Okay? So let's not forget in all of this conversation that we still have American families that are just absolutely getting crushed by inflation. And somehow advertising that 5% inflation is good, it's still double what it should be. So when I look at this, let's be realistic in the conversation. Let's look at where the tax breaks are going, and let's realize that the very wealthy corporations and the very wealthy individuals that my colleagues continue to demonize actually can take advantage of the tax credits and drive their tax rate down to zero. Matter of fact, they may actually make money off of it with some of the refundable credits. So I just think that let's be transparent about where we are. Let's be doing things that make America and American workers more competitive. And let's have a little intellectual honesty here about what these tax credits can actually do. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Ms. Chu is recognized to strike the last word.
I wish to strike the last word. I agree with the criticisms of my Democratic colleagues about this bill, but I wish to draw attention to Section 203 of this bill, which would tax not only businesses and corporations, but individuals from certain countries out of owning agricultural land in the U.S. for the sole reason that they came here from a country of concern. And, in fact, a Chinese citizen, Venezuelan citizen, or Cuban citizen who is otherwise lawfully in the U.S. would have to face this tax because of the actions of their government, even though they may actually be here because they are fleeing those regimes to start again in America. This serves as just the latest example in a historical pattern of Red Scare tactics and shameful fear-mongering and discrimination that harms Chinese and Asian American communities. Our communities are no stranger to racist alien land laws that discriminate against us. In the 19th century, certain Americans feared that a growing population of Chinese immigrants would steal American jobs, land, and resources. This xenophobia led to the ban on Chinese individuals owning land and property, and this was included in multiple state constitutions. This federal land did not prevent Chinese individuals, it did not just prevent Chinese individuals from coming to the U.S., it also forced Chinese Americans at home to carry papers with them at all times. Just a few decades later, during World War II, lawmakers shifted the target to Japanese immigrants and Japanese Americans who were also subjected to exclusionary alien land laws in different states and faced mass incarceration due to alleged and never proven disloyalty. I want to be clear, there are legitimate national and economic security concerns that the U.S. faces with these specific foreign governments. And to ensure we are addressing those concerns, I do not oppose limits on foreign governments from making purchases of agricultural land. What I do staunchly object to is any legislation that creates enormous disproportionate barriers for an individual to purchase or own land solely based on their country of origin. And in fact, history shows us that what starts with one supposedly innocuous restriction in the name of economic or national security can be just the start of the wholesale violation of a community's civil rights. This provision and many other bills like it seek to curtail the ownership of American farmland by individuals with Chinese citizenship as part of a larger narrative rooted in fear-mongering about the CCP coming in to buy up our lands and farms and control our food supply. When data shows us that Chinese investors own 0.0029 of U.S. agricultural land. This does not sound like a widespread threat. In the meanwhile, this legislation embellishes on the fear-mongering by imposing hefty excise taxes on any individual citizen from China, Cuba, or Venezuela who's lawfully in this country on a work or study visa because of the actions of their government, even if they are fleeing those governments. That's not right. And I yield back.
Mr. Estes is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to strike the last word. I appreciate you including my research and development bill as part of this package. It's an important part. You know, families and small businesses have been suffering for 2 years under the failed economic policies of this administration. As we can see by this chart, inflation's up 15.3% since Joe Biden took office in January of 2021, much higher than either of his two predecessors over the same period of time. It's clear Americans need relief and economic growth, and that's what we're doing here today. Now, we've heard a lot of demagoguing from my colleagues on the other side about this economic growth package, which contains some common sense policies that some of my colleagues actually support. One of these is the American Innovation and R&D Competitiveness Act. I reintroduced this common sense bill on tax day of this year with my colleague John Larson, along with Representatives LaHood, Delbene, Arrington, Panetta, and 56 other original co-sponsors. The bill continues to gain support and has 101 co-sponsors today, evenly split between Republicans and Democrats. And of the 18 Democrats on this committee, 11 are also co-sponsors. The bill is straightforward. It corrects a tax issue businesses faced when conducting research and development. The American Innovation and R&D Competitiveness Act allows for immediate expensing on eligible R&D costs, bringing us back to where we were just a few years ago and securing U.S. dominance in research and development. Full expensing for R&D was allowed through the end of 2021. However, with the beginning of 2022, businesses have been required to spread out or amortize R&D expenses over 5 years for domestic R&D and 15 years for foreign R&D. As we've heard from our field hearings throughout the country, this practice is not sustainable for businesses of any size, big or small. Instead, as the Association of Equipment Manufacturers said, the bill offers a much-needed boost for the equipment manufacturing industry at a time when America faces adverse inflation and strained supply chains. AEM isn't the only organization praising the bill. The National Taxpayers Union featured this legislation as on their no-brainer list in 2020. The list is a collection of 10 bills that NTU deems to be no-brainer bills that have bipartisan support and should easily be passed in Congress. Although they only recognized bills once, they included this legislation as an honorable mention the following year and sent a letter of support to members of the House Ways and Means in this Congress. I would also like to submit for the record a letter from the R&D Coalition highlighting the importance of R&D expensing.
Without objection, so ordered.
All of these organizations know where R&D occurs, jobs and economic opportunities follow. And this isn't just about major corporations. R&D supports businesses of all sizes. According to the R&D Coalition, about 15% of private U.S. R&D investments are made by small businesses with fewer than 500 employees. Right now, the United States is lagging behind in R&D, a trend that's been happening for a while. According to the R&D Coalition, the U.S. share of global R&D investments in 2019 was 30%, down from 40% in 1999. Unlike the United States, China's global share of R&D investment has gone up. It was 24% in 2019, a big jump from just 5% in 2000. That means China's R&D expenses have increased, or China's R&D investments have increased 400% in just 2 decades. And here's how they changed the trajectory of their R&D presence. China's implemented a deduction of up to 200% on eligible R&D investments. So literally, they're paying 10 times the credit for companies to come do R&D in China. Without an incentive for homegrown R&D, the U.S. also loses out on creating new jobs. The R&D Coalition says for every $1 billion of U.S. R&D expending, 17,000 jobs earning $1.5 billion are supported in the United States. They also note that unless the R&D amortization policy is reversed, the U.S. stands to lose 410,000 jobs, $57.5 billion in labor income, and $71 billion in R&D spending over the next 10 years. The American Innovation and R&D Competitiveness Act is the right solution to help small and family businesses in our districts, and with such strong bipartisan support, it's clear that this bill shouldn't be used as a political trade for partisan legislation. With more than half of my colleagues on the other side of this committee already supporting the legislation, there's no excuse to hold up this critical tax provision. Today's research and development dollars create tomorrow's jobs, and we need to keep R&D dollars inside our country where they can help strengthen American businesses and workers. I want to thank my colleague, Congressman Larson, for working with me on this legislation in this Congress and in previous Congresses, and now is the time for the American Innovation and R&D Competitiveness Act to become law. I yield back.
Mr. Blumenauer is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We reach a point where we come to the dais kind of dug in with our positions, and the things that we're talking about are pretty limited in scope, and they tend to be a little extreme. I think there are lots of opportunities that we could be able to make some real progress. I think that I have in the past been open to negotiations about how we structure R&D. There's a role for bonus depreciation I think needs to be targeted, but there are areas that can be involved. The Farm Bill poses a huge opportunity for this country and is going to need some coming together, or lest it get hung up in some challenges between the two parties and the two chambers. I am concerned that we really don't have an opportunity collectively to be able to talk through areas of agreement, to be able to refine questions about facts, and instead everybody goes to their separate party. I am concerned that the legislation that has been offered to us really doubles down on the proposals to undercut things that would deal with American energy independence. Across the country, we are watching the Inflation Reduction Act move to reduce emissions by 40% by 2030, save Americans hundreds of dollars on their individual energy bills and other costs, and create millions of good-paying jobs. You're already seeing this across the country. People are investing in those provisions. And ironically, the majority of the investment is taking place in states represented by Republicans on this committee: Texas, Iowa, Oklahoma, Kansas, Florida, and Illinois. And I have a long record of working with people in this committee in prior years in what was bipartisan legislation dealing with wind and solar energy. Memories are short, but I think the merit is strong, the economic opportunities are there, and it's taken a new urgency. People in this city couldn't breathe without inflicting pain and damage to their bodies because of the horrific smoke. I mean, these issues are growing in magnitude. The American people, I think, are increasingly aware. We have legislation that I think isn't just well-intended. I think it is focused in a way that's already making a difference. But there are a whole host of other areas that I think would benefit by a little lower-key, direct conversation and being able to move on it. I'm going to have an amendment later to try and repeal your proposal to eliminate the Superfund tax. This legislation was not particularly controversial in its exception, and it was a compromise with the petrochemical industry that created those hazardous conditions and profited mightily from it. And the Superfund tax provided resources for local governments and state governments to try and clean up this toxic mess. It matters deeply to individuals around the country who have inherited the legacy of these toxic sites. The Superfund tax empowered people to make a difference. And it protects our health, it protects our economy, and a number of us on this committee have communities that would benefit by keeping it. I think eliminating the Superfund tax from some of the most profitable corporations in the country, people who made these problems, and leaving local governments and small business to inherit the problem and clean up without the assistance that has been, up until recently, has been supported on a bipartisan basis. I think that's a horrific mistake. It's an example of why this legislation is misguided, and an example of how I think we can do better.
Mr. Hearn is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Mr. Chairman, thanks for introducing this legislation that will encourage economic growth and secure our supply chains. Thank you for including my bill, the Supply Chain Security Act, to address the unintended consequences of the final foreign tax credit, the FTC regulations issued by the Department of the Treasury and the IRS on December 28, 2021. These regulations risk subjecting U.S. multinational corporations to double taxation and discourage investment in crucial supply chain markets. U.S. multinational companies shouldn't have to bear the burden of the flawed FTC regulations that could discourage their ability to invest and harm their ability to compete in the Western Hemisphere. By allowing U.S. multinationals an election out of the FTC regulations, we can ensure that American businesses continue to play a vital role in developing countries. This bill will give affected nations enough time to align their tax laws with our shared goals, fostering a fair and competitive environment. The objective of the FTC regulations released on December 28, 2021, was to disallow foreign tax credits for digital services taxes. However, the longstanding creditability of other taxes, particularly withholding taxes from non-U.S. tax treaty nations in the Western Hemisphere, were also affected, and in some cases disallowed by the FTC regulations. U.S. foreign policy encourages multinationals to make investments in developing countries. U.S. investment in these countries is crucial for global competitiveness, but also important from a national security and a trade perspective. The FTC regs disallowed withholding taxes on royalties and services. We need to keep IP here and our most talented Americans here as well. The current FTC regs discourage and penalize both of these. In a highly competitive global marketplace like there is today, emerging markets have the cushion to move slowly on law changes to accommodate U.S. investment. These emerging markets can source and fill the investment void from China or the EU. The pandemic revealed vulnerabilities in the global supply chain, highlighting the importance of encouraging investment in emerging markets. U.S. policy should focus on creating regional integration to strengthen the supply chain and address gaps exposed by the pandemic. The Supply Chain Security Act will give affected nations the needed time to align their transfer pricing system with the new regime, while also giving certainty that the U.S. will have the ability to compete on a level playing field for market share in emerging markets we can rely on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time.
Ms. Miller is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. In the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, it was essential for getting our economy back on track after a decade of malaise caused by overregulation and taxation by the federal government. The TCJA stopped American companies from inverting overseas, brought billions of dollars in investment back to America, saved American jobs, and most importantly, raised wages and lowered unemployment for all groups, especially working-class Americans. Innovative provisions, such as opportunity zones, directed investment into chronically underserved areas, while increasing the standard deduction simplified taxes for over 90% of Americans. It is critical to continue that work started by the TCJA as our country teeters on the brink of recession. Extending R&D expensing will ensure our innovative economy stays competitive, and extending interest deductibility will promote our medium-sized businesses so they can survive in our current high interest rate environment. Further, extending the 100% expensing provisions will promote American manufacturing and jobs in communities like mine in West Virginia. These provisions and others are essential for competing on the global market and countering the growing threat of the Chinese Communist Party. Another concern that I share with many of my colleagues is China's influence on the failed deal the Biden administration negotiated at the OECD. As an original co-sponsor of the Defending American Jobs and Investment Act, I applaud the committee's work to send a clear message to the OECD that U.S.-owed taxes are off limits to foreign treasuries. This bill is a great first step, and I want to join my Republican colleagues in explaining that much more could be done if foreign governments continue down the path of undermining our American tax base and international treaties. The Ways and Means Committee, not President Biden's Treasury Department, and I repeat that, the Ways and Means Committee is the source of the tax code. Last year, when Democrats had full control of government, even they couldn't come to an agreement to implement Biden and Yellen's flawed agreement in our tax code. As long as we have a Republican House majority, it will never happen. Our committee has a wide array of options in our arsenal, and a Republican president will ensure our country is defended from this disaster. I want this message to be very clear. If you are a foreign country that has already implemented UTPR, repeal it now. If you are a foreign country considering implementing UTPR, you better think twice. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
Mr. Higgins is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Sitting here today and listening, there have been 13 references to America in decline and failed economic policies. The problem is that history in contemporary information doesn't support that rhetoric. Over the past 70 years, Democrats on average have grown the economy by 4%. Each year, Republicans have grown the economy by 2.5%. Going back to the first George Bush presidency, he grew the federal deficit of $300 billion and drove the economy into recession. President Bill Clinton fixed the economy and grew the economy by 4% each year of 8 years, paid down $400 billion in debt, and left George W. Bush with a $290 billion surplus. George Bush took the Clinton surplus and turned it into a $1.2 trillion deficit. Obama cut the Bush deficit by $600 billion. Trump increased the deficit by $1.9 trillion, lost 3 million jobs, including 200,000 manufacturing jobs. He accumulated $8 trillion in debt and raised the debt ceiling 3 times. President Biden had enacted the bipartisan infrastructure law, a $1 trillion investment, what the previous administration promised and couldn't deliver, a climate bill, otherwise known as the Inflation Reduction Act, and technology law. Globally, America remains the world's richest, most productive, and most innovative economy. America's $21.5 trillion economy is 25% of the global economy. America was 40% of the world's 7 largest economies in 1998, 40%. Today, it's 58%, an 18% improvement. America is home to 11 of the top 15 universities in the world. U.S. tech investment raised $150 billion, or 49% of the global total, more than double that of China over the past 4 years. In the area of artificial intelligence, in the past decade, investment, U.S., Canada, and the United Kingdom are the 3 highest in the world. The United States is $40 billion, China is $15 billion, and the United Kingdom is $4 billion. The United States, the United Kingdom, and China are leading the world in creating $1 billion plus tech companies. 70% are American-based companies. So when I hear America's in decline and failed economic policies, I have no idea what you're talking about. The Biden administration has created 13 million jobs. 13 million jobs in less than 3 years. 800,000 of which are manufacturing jobs. The unemployment rate in America today is a 54-year low. There's more investment in the growth of the American economy occurring today than any time in the nation's history. The New Deal was done in 3 iterations. It was $41 billion in those dollars. Today, it'd be about $760 billion. The infrastructure bill alone exceeds that. When you add the Inflation Reduction Act and when you add the CHIPS and Science Act, that is unprecedented investment in the growth of the American economy and the American people. That is why, as Bloomberg Analytics has said, that Joe Biden is on track to becoming the greatest jobs-producing president in U.S. history. It just doesn't happen. It is not coincidental. It is a cause and effect relationship. You invest in the middle class in America, you produce growth. The greatest invention in America is the middle class. The whole point of an economy is to create a middle class. They pay our taxes, they fight our wars, they teach our kids, they protect our neighborhoods. We need to make these kinds of investments that have already been enacted, and don't repeal them, so that this economy can continue to grow, create prosperity and opportunity for future Americans. With that, I'll yield back.
Mr. Kustoff is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. And I also appreciate you including this bill in today's markup before our committee. As it relates to research and development, I think we all realize that investment in research and development is a key economic driver in our nation. Research and development is crucial for keeping our nation as the innovation capital of the world, ensuring that our businesses are competitive on the global stage, as well as protecting our national security. So it's important that the federal government support research and development through a pro-growth tax code that encourages private sector investment. But it's also clear that the change to amortization for research and development write-offs is already having a real-world effect. And I'm sure, like all of you, we like to hear the real stories, the personal stories. And I'd like to, if I could, cite a portion of an article from the Wall Street Journal, March 17th of this year. The title of the story, Small Businesses Face Big Tax Bills from Research Deduction Change. And if I can, the story cites Westminster Tool, Inc. and Colby Coombs, who's the Chief Financial Officer of Westminster Tool, Inc. He said in the story that the research expense change is yielding a 171% tax rate for 2022, which is up from 12% in 2021. He said, this is a 35-member employee firm, he said he's considering difficult choices at his family business, which has 35 full-time workers in Plainfield, Connecticut. Westminster Tool designs, tests, and builds injection mold systems for the medical, aerospace, and consumer product industries, conducting research as it tries to improve manufacturing process. Quote, I'm looking at a tax bill that's astronomical. It's 100% going to prohibit me from growing anymore the next 3 years. All my CAPEX planning is immediately thrown out the window, close quote. So in addition to being costly to businesses, research and development amortization, it's harming our ability to compete with adversaries like China. I mean, China currently offers companies a super deduction, allowing companies to deduct 200% of their R&D expenses. And if I could, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to read part of a letter from the National Association of Manufacturers that was sent to congressional leadership October the 11th of 2022. Quote, at a time of increasingly fierce global competition for research dollars, this change, meaning away from immediate expensing, will make it harder for the next R&D dollar to be spent in the U.S., which will ultimately hurt future U.S. competitiveness, close quote. So I think we all understand the ramifications of not returning to immediate expenses, and I'd like to think that that truly does have broad bipartisan support. So for that reasons and so many others, I encourage everybody to support this bill so that we can continue to support economic growth and innovation. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Stubbe is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to see that we are moving forward with a pro-growth agenda today by advancing several important tax policies that will help grow investment, research, and jobs in the United States. Americans' middle class, small businesses, and manufacturing will all benefit from our work here today. This bill promotes domestic investment, growth, and flexibility. It supports companies investing in America. It provides relief at the pump. Democrats' anti-fossil fuel policies have resulted in gas prices reaching historic highs and increasing our dependency on foreign energy producers when the U.S. has the resources to produce affordable and secure fuel right here at home. The Superfund tax reinstated by Democrats last Congress is an attack on everyday Americans already facing record inflation. This bill also protects taxpayers from the runaway cost of Democrats' green tax credits. Under their one-party rule, Democrats provided hundreds of billions of dollars in special interest tax credits to benefit large corporations and Chinese headquarters entities, even as American families, farmers, workers, and small businesses struggled under the weight of Biden's cost of living crisis and broken supply chains. As we discussed last week, there are additional clarifications to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that need to be addressed, such as those stemming from TCJA's corporate AMT repeal. There were unintended consequences related to the AMT repeal. The credit ordering requirement related to AMT remains on law despite the repeal, and this puts the availability of certain tax credits at risk. This was most likely an inadvertent oversight, but it has created a problematic situation for taxpayers. We should restore certainty by fixing and clarifying this issue. And I'm also eager for this committee to pass my hurricane tax relief legislation that would provide urgent tax relief for thousands of Floridians and constituents of mine who have suffered greatly from the devastating impact of Hurricane Ian. Today we are putting a stake down for a pro-growth and pro-worker agenda, but there is more work to be done, and I look forward to addressing the AMT repeal and hurricane tax relief in the near future. Thank you for bringing this bill to the committee, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Ms. Moore is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and members. I was going to decline to strike the last word because this room is very cold and I wanted to move on. But I just couldn't resist after I heard the shrill voices talking about how most members of this committee on both sides of the aisle really do support things like the R&D amortization and the interest expense limitation, and the 100% bonus appreciation. But let's be clear, y'all. This is spending. This is money. This notion that somehow we're, over the course of the budget window, that things are going to just go great if we spend $276 billion on the R&D credit. I don't care what it says today, the budget window, that's the number. For the interest expense limitation, it's $100 billion, and it's $325 billion for the 100% bonus depreciation. Now, we're not gonna pay for that without putting some revenue on the table. I mean, the Tax Cut and Jobs Act reduced corporate taxation from 35% down to 21%. You guys said not a dime can be raised from any kind of revenue. And instead, we think we're going to fund these things by cannibalizing the energy of the future. We're just going to, what are we going to do? Just keep shoveling coal in furnaces and ignore the future? Or better yet, maybe that $6.5 billion that we clawed back by starving old Black and brown women. Let's face it, the SNAP benefit has a disparate impact on Black women and women of color. That $6.5 billion, y'all, is not going to pay for these innovations. So you can just whine all you want, but we're not going, you're going through the budget, nickeling and diming true investments in people and in America's future, and it's not going to get us there. If we're going to be serious on a bipartisan basis about providing the R&D credit, we're going to have to talk about raising revenue. I know that I was on this committee when business was walking around trying to get us to lower the corporate tax rates. These people found themselves knocked out when it went to 21% because former President Trump said that sounded like a good number to him. They would have been happy with 28%. So we're protecting a lower tax rate than even corporations had written into their business planning. So let's keep the conversation real. You know, if we want to help, we have got to align taxes with reality. And with that, I would yield back.
Ms. Tinney is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. And thanks again to Mr. Chairman and my colleagues before me. I'm grateful for the time we have spent as a committee to shore up supply chains and tackle important issues, such as addressing expensing of research and development. I would also like to stress the importance of continuing our work to confront the Organization for Economic Development's global tax deal. As I said a few short months ago when Secretary Yellen was before this committee, U.S. companies and workers need an international tax landscape that offers certainty, promotes investment and innovation, and incentivizes critical research and development here in America. This should be common sense and something that receives bipartisan support. However, President Biden's Treasury Department negotiated a deal with OECD that does just the opposite. It would result in fewer tax revenues, reduce the global competitiveness of U.S. companies, and erode our overall economic strength. Simply put, this deal would surrender sovereignty over our tax code to foreign countries and send U.S. tax dollars abroad. We do not know if this deal is we do not know if this deal is terrible because Treasury was asleep at the wheel or because they simply did not understand what they were negotiating away. Either scenario is alarming, especially when you compound that with the complete lack of proper consultation with members of this committee. I'll note here that simply notifying the Committee of Actions does not constitute consultation. Consultation requires collaboration, it requires meaningful discussion and debate, none of which the Treasury Department engaged in with members of this committee. As a result, Ways and Means Republicans are standing up to defend American jobs. Every one of us recently supported legislation to protect Americans from unfair taxes abroad. This legislation sends a very clear signal that we will not tolerate the targeting of Americans and will not surrender hundreds of billions of U.S. taxpayer dollars to foreign countries. Beyond that, we should consider all tax and trade remedies at our disposal to protect Americans from discriminatory taxes, and I look forward to continue work on this important issue with my colleagues. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Ms. Steele is recognized to strike the last word.
I move to strike the last word. Others have mentioned that this legislation is an attack on Asian Americans. I strongly disagree. As an Asian American who proudly immigrated to this country, I support this legislation. Standing up to the CCP is not xenophobia. The charge that this legislation is in any way racist or anti-Asian is dangerous and false. Citizens and legal immigrants to this nation will continue to have every opportunity to invest just as any other Americans. This legislation simply ensures that our adversaries, including the CCP, do not threaten our national security through land purchases. Moving to another important provision, full expensing of R&D has been a key economic driver for Southern California. The changes which took effect last year have already harmed innovation and will lead to job losses across the state. Small businesses, startups in particular, have been negatively affected by these changes, making the R&D credit less valuable and making tax compliance more complicated. We now are at a competitive disadvantage with our allies and our adversaries. Communist China allows companies to deduct 200% of their R&D expenses. We need tax policies that will support investment into critical research. As it stands, companies will move their R&D to more favorable countries. I have heard from many small startups doing critical research in my district that they are now on the hook for a tax huge bill. I have a letter from Mercury System that I would like to submit for the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
They operate in my district and serve the aerospace and defense industries. Their letter shares the importance of this restoring the R&D expensing, including how this will restore economic growth and geostrategic competition. We need to help innovation not stand in its way. I look forward to voting in favor of an extension of full business expensing for R&D, equipment, and machinery. I yield back.
Mr. Byer is recognized to strike the last word.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I move to strike the last word. And I just have 5 quick points. Number one, my dear friend Mike Kelly talked about how electric vehicles weren't market ready, and that when things were market ready, you didn't need to invest in them. I'd like to point out that opportunity zones are also not market ready, which is why we're investing in them. And R&D tax cuts were necessary because corporations were not investing in R&D the way they had in the past. They were focused on buybacks and industry consolidation. That, in fact, one of the things we do as government leaders is we sometimes use government to catalyze investments in things that are not market ready. Number two, on Mr. Estes and Mr. Larson's bill on R&D tax cuts, I hope and I believe I was a co-sponsor of it, as many of us. One of the few places I agreed with the Freedom Caucus in the run-up to Speaker McCarthy's election was that more standalone bills would be good for us. That so often we go too far. We take a good idea and then make it impossible for the other side to vote for it. Both of us do that. But this is, again, a case here. There are many good things in this bill, but overall it's just completely unacceptable. Number three, my Republican friends keep liking to blame the recent painful inflation on President Biden rather than the pandemic, rather than supply chain disruptions, rather than huge changes in the way we live, rather than the fact they shut down half of America's refineries while we sold that oil overseas. Our friends suggest the Inflation Reduction Act has had no impact on inflation, but I'm thrilled to say the numbers this morning, year-over-year inflation is 4.0%. A year ago, it was 9.1%. And most of the economists I've talked to today say it'll be 3.1 or 3.2 in just 2 months. If we buy the argument that recent inflation was the consequence of the ARP, specifically too much money chasing too few goods, how can it possibly be inflation smart to put another $300 billion, that's the Freedom Caucus number, by the way, into the economy right now over the next 3 years? Number four, demagoguery is very much a matter of where you stand, and I would encourage all of us to try to elevate that language. And fifth, I'd like to just thank Dr. Barthold for his incredible patience today. And with that, I yield back.
Ms. Van Dyne is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This legislation we are marking up includes my bill, the Protecting America's Farmland Act. And this bill focuses on our adversaries who are attempting to gain access to American agriculture by quietly acquiring U.S. farmland. We are ensuring through this legislation that companies from countries of concern, like the People's Republic of China, like Russia Federation, and state sponsors of terror, such as the Islamic Republic of Iran, cannot crowd out American buyers in a competitive real estate market. This bill does not affect Americans legally in the U.S. or investors from foreign countries, just our adversaries. China's reported holdings of farmland are said to be 384,000 acres. Reported acreage has grown by more than 50% since 2019. And the U.S. Department of Agriculture has acknowledged that reporting may not even be comprehensive. This provision would prevent undisclosed purchases of American farm and ranch land in connection with a 60% excise tax imposed on the country of concern buyers. This tax is 4 times the level of the withholding tax that currently applies to foreign sellers of U.S. real property under the Foreign Investment in Real Property Tax Act. A country of concern is one that is engaged in a long-term pattern of conduct significantly adverse to the national security interests of the United States, including, again, the People's Republic of China, the Russian Federation, Iran, North Korea, Cuba, and the regime of Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela. By protecting our agricultural land, we will increase our food and economic security, and I'm glad to see this legislation included in the underlying bill. On the topic of foreign countries threatening our sovereignty, I would like to quickly touch on a topic we haven't addressed so far in this bill, but I look forward to tackling in the coming weeks. The global tax deal negotiated or really handed over by the Biden administration at the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development is incredibly disturbing. This so-called deal creates new surtax on American companies. And under this plan, the Treasury Secretary would authorize foreign countries to determine whether a U.S. company is paying enough tax. And if they determine they're not, they can tax them on revenues anywhere in the world, including here in the United States. But there is more to this scam. Just moments ago, we spent time discussing benefits which passed out of the TCJA, including the R&D tax credit. Under this scam, foreign countries can decide our tax policy if it's unfair or not, and they can penalize the U.S. companies for taking advantage of the tax code that we wrote. I will reject any attempt by other nations to penalize American companies and activities by U.S. workers within our own borders. I am joined by my Republican colleagues on this committee in supporting the Defending American Jobs and Investment Act to create a reciprocal mechanism that, if needed, will allow us to counter foreign nations that enact discriminatory tax laws that reach into the U.S. Treasury and business activities within the United States. This administration has had countless bad policies, including raising taxes on Americans making less than $400,000, shutting down our energy industry, and runaway inflation. But here we have another self-made crisis on the horizon by this administration, by taking the side of foreign nations and even some adversaries and allowing other governments to dictate our tax code. I look forward to working with the chairman on solving this problem, and I urge support of the Build It in America Act. I yield back.
Mr. Feenstra is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word. I'd like to take a moment and join my colleagues in remarking on Pillar 2 and the negotiations that occurred under the administration and Janet Yellen. I'd simply like to say I'm truly disappointed on us creating a dramatic disadvantage for our corporations compared to the rest of the world. The countermeasure proposals that could be created, to me, are very important. Under this new regulation that the administration is setting forth, this creates a blatant disadvantage to all our American companies. The most blatant example of this is the undertaxed profit rule and its treatment of non-refundable credits, which I raised this question with Janet Yellen in the committee in March. Every government in the world tries to support these economic activities that are necessary for growth, just like the U.S., such as research and development. The United States does this through non-refundable tax credits to a much greater extent than any other country in the world, and yet these credits alone are significantly disadvantaged under Pillar 2 because they're not accepted. And I raised this question with Janet Yellen, and she simply suggested, well, you could make them refundable. Well, here's the problem with that. It's not the Treasury's role to rewrite the tax code or to negotiate agreements that depend on rewriting the tax code, particularly without consulting Congress. Second, the cost of making general business credits fully refundable is an incredibly expensive venture, over $200 billion. At the same time, the revenue that's currently being raised through GILTI, totaling $360 billion in 2018, is going to be significantly reduced through the domestic top-up tax. Think about that. We are shooting ourselves in the foot by going down this path of Pillar 2. We're going to have reduced revenue coming in. And yet, who's going to get the other revenue? Other nations around the world.
We are not accepting these options and urge, instead of the third option, let's return to the negotiating table and resolve these problems so the U.S. can actually agree to something that we all can be a part of and that we can grow our economic system through our research and development tax credits. The administration should have never misled our Congress in believing that this is okay. I'm truly disappointed, and if things do not change, we will have to create countermeasures in defense of what the administration is doing and Janet Yellen. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Kerry is recognized to strike the last word. Oh, nope. Any other addition? Ms. Maliotakis is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to submit for the record analysis from the Joint Committee on Taxation showing that big corporations with more than $1 billion in sales are receiving over 90% of the special interest renewable energy subsidies and EV tax credits provided by Democrats in their Inflation Expansion Act, and that big banks receive 3 times more benefit from these tax credits than any other industry, because it's hypocritical and disingenuous. And I can't believe I'm sitting here this whole time listening to them point fingers over here when they are providing a tax cut for the wealthy corporations, including, by the way, some of those that actually are in communist China. That's the real slush fund for the wealthy, $664 billion, $400 billion more than it was told to the people when they passed it. And I'd like to just submit that for the record. Thank you.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Moore, recognized to strike the last word. Did you want to yield your time to?
Thank you. I yield to Mr. Estes.
Okay.
Well, thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to strike the last word. You know, we've talked about a lot of things today, and, you know, one of the things we talked about was restoring the Research and Development Act, which is going to be part of this bill. Retroactively wouldn't be as beneficial. Well, a couple things I want to say about that. One is that a lot of companies have not filed. They've extended their tax returns till October. So if we pass this legislation, get it effective, they will still be able to manage their cash flow and make that work going forward. The other part, in terms of talking about this, is that, you know, this committee actually has a history of doing retroactive provisions, including over the last several years with the Democrats in the majority and Chairman Neal leading the committee, things like the new energy efficient home credit, the alternative fuel vehicle refueling property credit, increasing the energy ITC, and also retroactively voting to increase the SALT deduction and the CTC retroactive in September of 2021. So I know we've talked a lot in the field hearings about the impact and how important R&D is for the industry and businesses big and small, and it's so important that we need to keep that moving forward. You know, I'd also like to talk a little bit more about the committee's jurisdiction and history. You know, the U.S. Constitution states that all bills for raising revenue shall originate in the House of Representatives. That's us. I mean, we're here because the Constitution that we all swore to uphold assigns us that responsibility. The Ways and Means Committee actually has a reference in the Constitution because our founders understood that the importance of taxation. So it's concerning to me that the Biden administration would use negotiators and bureaucrats to cede that responsibility to foreign countries. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit for the record my letter to the editor of Tax Notes that goes into greater detail about the failings of some of these tax schemes, entitled OECD Pillar 2 is a Bad Deal for America.
Without objection, so ordered.
As representatives of our districts, we should be seeking policies that put America first and defend our job creators and innovators. Yet the provisions of the OECD Pillar 2 punish American workers and corporations through their global minimum tax scheme. The data is clear. According to JCT, global implementation of the global minimum tax as defined by Pillar 2 will cost the United States $120 billion in lost tax revenue. And if the United States is forced to change its tax code to comply with the Pillar 2 provisions, we'll still lose $58 billion in revenue. And who benefits? The foreign countries looking to pad their coffers with U.S. tax dollars. Implementing Pillar 2 will result in higher costs, fewer jobs, and less economic opportunity for millions of American families. Under the Treasury OECD plan, there'll be a drastic impact on U.S. companies operating overseas, with some U.S. companies being double or even triple taxed. This will cause lower tax revenue for the United States Treasury, job losses for our workers, and decreased investment in the United States. Compare this with the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017. My Democrat colleagues like to pretend this was a failure, but facts don't lie. It created real economic growth for countless Americans, especially middle-class workers. And we prevented companies from headquartering overseas. Our corporate tax revenue has increased, millions of jobs were created, and there's not been a single major inversion since Tax Cuts and Jobs Act passed. Republicans have a proven track record of helping American workers, innovators, and job creators, but President Biden and Secretary Yellen continue to work with the OECD against American interests to impose a global minimum tax, which has resulted in an egregious undertaxed profit rule, or UTPR. Chairman Smith has already introduced legislation to combat these extraterritorial and discriminatory taxes. It's a good start, but I'm ready to see this go further. If any country is thinking about imposing a discriminatory tax on the United States, we will be ready to tax them back. The Kansans I represent need tax relief and economic growth and stability, not for their hard-earned dollars to be shipped off to foreign countries through detrimental tax schemes from the OECD. It is my hope that my colleagues across the aisle will see the light and help us oppose this bad deal. I yield back.
Mr. Arrington is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know I've been popping in and out here. I find myself just completely absorbed and consumed with the national debt, the trajectory of our debt, which is unsustainable, these upward revisions from CBO constantly about more spending, higher interest cost, and I think it is such a looming crisis. It's already squeezing our ability to invest in what should be federal priorities. It's already taking money out of the private sector for investment and to pull up and out of what I believe is a quick slide into a recession or sustained stagnation. But a sovereign debt crisis would just be irreparable and catastrophic. And so I look back, I understand that all parties involved in this town and all political people along the spectrum have contributed to it. I've talked about the $11 trillion in spending. I've talked about the economic policies of the last couple of years that I think were problematic and part of this economic decline and this being on high center now. And with 1.1% GDP growth the last quarter, that's down from the previous quarter, which was the first quarter of this year. That's down from the fourth quarter of last year. With inflation, by the way, core inflation is at 5.3%, core inflation. It was 5.5% after the first year of this administration. Inflation is still a huge problem. Interest rates are a huge problem. And where our economy is and where it's going, we have to rein in spending. I've heard a little bit about some back and forth on the debt ceiling negotiations. I think it was a responsible thing to do, to pay the bills, protect the good faith and credit, and consider the spending, the deficit spending and the debt, and do something to start controlling that in the near term. And I just got out of a meeting with my Republican colleagues, and I would say I was adamant that this was a success for the country, not just a success for Republicans, a success for the country. But it is a first step and a start to a process and a series of battles to start to rein this place, this town, these programs, some of which are critical, some of which I wonder why we're even involved. But we have to do this due diligence, and we have to do it continuously and relentlessly, but we also have to grow. So when I think about how our fathers and grandfathers after World War II were able to get us on good financial footing, they didn't just cut spending, they put policies in place that grew the economy. The Tax Foundation
has made mention that there was no greater pro-growth tax policy than full and immediate expensing. And whether it's tractors and farm equipment or IT or new investment in expanding manufacturing, the Tax Foundation has said that it would increase the GDP by 0.5 percentage point and that we'd have tens of thousands of jobs if we had permanence. And I understand that the what's in the Build It in America legislation is to extend that 100% expensing that for the next 2 years. I think whether it's pro-growth tax policies or it's building on the success of USMCA and free and fair trade, or it's deregulating, and there's a number of things, we have to have policies that encourage growth, and we have to grow faster than we're spending the taxpayer dollars, or we're going to end up in a really bad place for my kids and your kids and grandkids. So I support, obviously, the 2-year at 100% expensing for business expensing in this bill, and I'm for long-term making that permanent and encouraging growth, jobs, higher wages, and overall economic benefit to the United States. And with that, I yield back.
Are there additional members wish to strike the last word? Seeing none, we'll move on to amendments. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Neal.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Buchanan reserves a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would point out that we have now spent 5 hours, of which 99% of it has been
Mr. Member, the order has been reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment, and I just ask you to suspend until we get the amendment. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we have now spent 5 hours, and 99% of that time has been spent on, well, the first hour was spent on Taiwan. But of the 5 hours, we've spent 99% of it on striking the last word, as opposed to offering amendments that might be discussed. So now I have an amendment here as we proceed in this section of the Chairman's mark. There's also an opportunity here for members to make good on what they've said. So one of the centerpieces of the legislation back in 2017 was the Republican decision to hide the true cost of the TCJA. At the last minute, they inserted a provision that created a huge cliff requiring research and development costs to be amortized over 5 years and 15 years for research conducted abroad. Now they want to revert back to the things the way they were. Generally, I'm okay with that. But we need to point something out. Under this bill, foreign research, which currently must be depreciated over 15 years, as Mr. Barthold confirmed, is getting more of a benefit than domestic research, which is only to be depreciated over 5. We sat here in the hearing room a month ago for 4 hours listening to colleagues on the other side of the aisle moan about how Democrats' green energy provisions were benefiting China. No matter what we did, my Republican colleagues could play 6 degrees of separation to try to connect it to China. Well, here the connection is quite clear. Take 2 firms, a firm that is conducting R&D in the United States and a firm that is conducting R&D in China. Who gets the bigger tax benefit from the bill? The firm that is conducting their research in China. So this amendment changes that. It provides that we do not change the rule that research expenses in the People's Republic of China are subject to 15-year depreciation. Our Republican colleagues have accused us of being soft on China, so I'm glad that they will enthusiastically support this amendment. I also would point out that my friend Mr. Estes said moments ago, where R&D goes, jobs and investment follow. Let's not send those jobs and investment to China. Let's do it right here at home. And I yield back my time.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Mr. Kelly is recognized.
So, Mr. Chairman, legislation being considered today takes a strong position to counter the efforts of China to undermine our economy and our security. We address the Biden administration regulation that punishes companies in our hemisphere and rewards companies operating in China. If Democrats truly want to prevent China from harvesting U.S. tax benefits, they should join us in repealing the special interest handouts in their so-called Inflation Reduction Act. Experts have estimated that Chinese companies will receive up to $125 billion in IRA tax credits in coming years. I'd like to introduce that analysis for the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
And Democrats and Republicans must work together to investigate each of those tax credits and ensure that we don't send $125 billion to entities that wish us harm. I recommend a no vote on this hastily constructed amendment, but hope that I can get a commitment from Ranking Member Neal to work with me to investigate those IRA tax credits.
You get the commitment, Mr. Kelly, and the best way to secure that commitment is to vote yes on this bill.
If we adopt your amendment, will you support the bill?
I was chairman too long to agree to that.
Okay, I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment?
I'm prepared to call the question. That's how strongly I feel about the amendment, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Does the gentleman continue to reserve his point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
The gentleman withdraws his reservation. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ranking Member Neal. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, no. Dr. Winstrup. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Arrington, no. Dr. Ferguson. Dr. Ferguson, no. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, no. Ms. Tinney. Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mrs. Steele. Mrs. Steele, no. Ms. Van Dyne. Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliotakis. Ms. Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey. No. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Blumenauer. Mr. Blumenauer, yes. Mr. Pascrell. Mr. Pascrell, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, yes. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins, yes. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Del Bene. Ms. Del Bene, yes. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Kildee. Mr. Kildee, yes. Mr. Byer.
Aye.
Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans.
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes.
How is Mr. Winstrup recorded?
Dr. Winstrup is not recorded. Dr. Winstrup, no.
How is Mr. Smucker recorded?
Mr. Smucker is not recorded. Mr. Smucker, no. Chairman Smith.
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The ayes are 18, the noes are 25.
With their 18 ayes and 25 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Ms. Sanchez is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Buchanan reserves a point of order. The clerk will distribute the amendment, and I ask the lady to suspend while the clerk distributes.
The gentle lady.
Gentle lady.
Thank you.
That's right. Gentle lady. It just is in the right. No. Thank you.
No. I'll look at Brian's copy.
The gentle lady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One thing that's clear from today's debate is that this tax package is breaking the bank to give the wealthy, huge corporations and foreign investors yet another windfall. Republicans hate the idea of welfare unless it's corporate welfare. Then Republicans are willing to just shovel money with both hands to the wealthy and the multinational corporations. The most absurd part of this tax scam is that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle think that they're hiding this windfall by tossing mere peanuts to the workers. But working families weren't fooled in 2017, and they're certainly not going to be fooled today. This scam might be a little more believable if my colleagues extended the enhanced child tax credit. But why would they want to help hungry children if they can put more money into the pockets of their wealthy donors? Instead of cutting child poverty in half, like Democrats did 2 years ago, my Republican colleagues are still aiming their help and assistance at those that need it the least, the wealthiest taxpayers. Meanwhile, workers who are struggling to make ends meet will see a whopping $40 on average thanks to this scam of a bill. If Republicans are going to ram through this latest tax scam, the least we can do is make sure that the big businesses getting the bulk of tax cuts are at least paying decent wages. My amendment requires taxpayers receiving Republican tax breaks for R&D, interest deductions, and bonus depreciation to demonstrate that they are paying a Davis-Bacon prevailing wage before getting a reduction in their tax liability. That way we can make sure that workers are receiving fair pay. My amendment also brings back a tax provision that actually helps workers by reinstituting a deduction for union dues that Republicans previously eliminated. We know prevailing wage requirements work. In less than a year since Democrats passed the Inflation Reduction Act, we've created nearly 150,000 good-paying jobs. Republicans are going to try to spin this bill as a win for workers, but it's really not. It is an outrageous fleecing. My amendment alone won't change the fact that this scam was designed for those who need it the least, that is the wealthy and the well-connected. But by supporting my amendment, my Republican colleagues can show working families that they are more than just a mere afterthought. I urge all of my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and colleagues. I vigorously oppose this amendment. It's unnecessary. It's unworkable, truly. It's very politically charged. It's tailored in such a political fashion that it speaks for itself. And as we heard from small businesses across the country, they are begging for the provisions in the underlying bill, not for the bureaucracy associated with this amendment, for example. I think we can have a good discussion about how we can forge ahead for the future to fashion policy and tax policy more specifically, so that it's useful. But let's face it, before COVID, wages were growing faster than inflation. In fact, the reports that I've seen about wages for workers was very positive. And then inflation kicked in. Why did inflation kick in? Because Congress wanted to do good things for people, and yet it went too far, against the caution of very reasonable economists. And so I think we can do far better than what this amendment would suggest, and that's in the underlying bill. This amendment, I get the politics of it. I understand, and I just think it gets in the way of reality and the marketplace and what small businesses are begging for across the country. I oppose this amendment, urge my colleagues to oppose it as well, and I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment, Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the amendment, reference to the gentleman from Nebraska's comments, is Congress responsible for inflation of 10% in the United Kingdom? Yes. Is Congress responsible for 11% in France? That argument that Congress is responsible for inflation, this was a worldwide phenomenon based on supply chains related to the pandemic. With that, I yield my time to Ms. Sanchez. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. I'm just going to say this. What a radical notion that people could deduct their union dues. That's such a political statement, isn't it? It's crazy, just politically charged to allow hardworking Americans who pay union dues to actually deduct that. I'm sorry that I thought of such a radical notion and that it offends the sensibilities of my colleagues. And with respect to making sure that companies that are getting the bulk of all these tax breaks, these job creators that you guys like to talk about as like creating all the jobs and they're so great, they don't take that money that you're shoveling to them and give it into workers' pockets. They actually do things like stock buybacks. They increase corporate CEO pay. You guys love to live in this fantasy land that every time companies get tax breaks, and you guys are just love to give them more and more and more tax breaks, that somehow the workers are benefiting just as much as the people at the top, and that is simply not true. Most Americans wouldn't be able to afford an unexpected $500 expense, whether somebody got sick and wound up in the hospital or their car broke and they didn't have transportation to get to work. And study after study shows that the gap between those who have and those who don't is getting bigger in this country, not smaller. So this idea that just, keep giving the money to the top fat cats and somehow that's going to trickle down to the worker, that's not happening. It's not happening. The jobs that we created through the Inflation Reduction Act that have Davis-Bacon provisions and guarantee wages that are the norm for the localities in which those jobs are created. That's what helps put pay in workers' pockets, not these benevolent job creators that you guys seem to think do nothing but, you know, spend their days thinking, how could we give more perks and more benefits to our workers? No, they're trying to squeeze every drop of productivity from workers. They're trying to make as much money as they can, and then they're turning around and they're doing stock buybacks and increasing corporate CEO pay. So I don't think there's anything radical about this amendment. I don't think that there's anything political about this amendment. I think this amendment says if you're going to give benefits to the people at the top, you may as well make sure that the people who actually are the productive ones and do create the wealth, that they get a share of that benefit too. And with that, I will yield back to Mr. Neal.
Thank you. I yield back my time, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Chu is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word. I strongly support this amendment to reinstate the deduction for union dues and to restore long-standing Davis-Bacon wage protections for American workers. We knew this during TCJA, and we know this today, that tax cuts for corporations do not trickle down to workers. And this bill does nothing to require the corporations to get these tax cuts that they share it with the workers. One thing we can do is to correct this failure is to restore workers' ability to deduct their union dues from their taxes. That's why we need this amendment. Unions are one of the most powerful tools we have for raising wages, improving working conditions, and fixing our country's pay disparities based on race and gender. As a former member of the American Federation of Teachers, I know how beneficial it is to be in a union. Unions empower our workers, especially women, immigrants, and people of color, to speak up for their rights, and it creates a more just and fair system for all of us. Additionally, Davis-Bacon wage and labor standards ensure that contractors pay workers a fair prevailing wage so that local wages, labor markets, and workers won't be undercut. These requirements will protect wages for millions of workers, grow the economy, and support good-paying union jobs. This amendment will put more money in workers' pockets and help more Americans take the step of joining a union that will advocate for their rights. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Pascarell is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, we've been really beating around the bush all day about how do we put more money into Americans' pockets, of course, who've earned it. But this particular amendment is very important if we mean what we say about doing that, actually accomplishing it. So I want to talk a minute about the income gap. If every worker gets a 4%, a 5% increase, which they don't, but if every worker got that, we don't want that to be controlled necessarily by the government. But in order to get a fair wage, to respond to a worldwide inflation, we may have to do some things, as every government does, in order to help the particular situation. Let's say a 5% increase in wage. That does not decrease the income gap. It does not. And the sponsor, Ms. Sanchez, is hitting the ball right in back of that ball. And that's when it goes furthest and farthest, doesn't it? The point of the matter is we want workers to be able to live in this economy, and we are losing that battle, Mr. Chairman. I think you would agree with me on this. If we're not having enough private increases in wages, whatever business it is, then we are not getting to our goal. Because we do not want a shrinking wage, nor do we want an expanding income gap. Many moons ago, we taxed assets. taxed income rather. And now we tax quite differently. That's changed in the past 45 years. So how do we help that worker? Doesn't have to be out picking shovel necessarily. It could be in a laboratory. It could be in a hospital. It could be a lot of places. It could be a teacher. Really. So how do you decrease that income gap if it is not decreasing? And you do not have the solution so far, unless you have a secret plan to decrease that income gap so that life and labor is fair out there. I'm sure that's what you want, Mr. Chairman. You sure as heck talk about it a lot. I yield.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Nill. The clerk will call the roll. Oh, Ms. Sanchez, sorry. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Sanchez. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, no. Dr. Winstrup. Dr. Winstrup, no. Mr. Arrington. Dr. Ferguson. Dr. Ferguson, no. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, no. Ms. Tinney. Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mrs. Steele. Mrs. Steele, no. Ms. Van Dyne. Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliotakis. Ms. Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Blumenauer. Mr. Blumenauer, yes. Mr. Pascrell. Mr. Pascrell, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, yes. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins, yes. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Del Bene. Ms. Del Bene, yes. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Kildee. Mr. Kildee, yes. Mr. Byer.
Aye.
Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans.
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes.
How is Mr. Murphy recorded?
Dr. Murphy is not recorded. Dr. Murphy, no.
How is Mr. Arrington recorded?
Mr. Arrington is not recorded. Mr. Arrington, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Chairman Smith.
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
Clerk will report the vote.
The ayes are 18, the noes are 24.
There being 18 ayes and 24 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Mr. Kildee.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
I haven't even offered my amendment yet. We're already creating a problem.
We're trying to be on top of it. Look at that. If Mr. Kildee will suspend while the amendment is distributed.
Thank you.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members on the other side are referring to this legislation as the Build It in America Act. But when it comes to the changes that this legislation makes to the electric vehicle credit, it does exactly the opposite. This bill eliminates important protections for American auto workers in a massive giveaway to the largest foreign car companies. The Inflation Reduction Act, which every Republican opposed, as we've heard repeatedly today, required that in order to qualify for the electric vehicle tax credit, the car must be assembled in North America. This ensured that we, by policy, supported the North American auto supply chain that was bolstered by the US-Mexico-Canada trade agreement in order to support jobs right here, American jobs right here in the United States. The Inflation Reduction Act also eliminated the cap on the number of vehicles a company could make and still benefit from the tax credit. And let's be clear about this. American companies like General Motors and Ford have been leading the way in electric vehicle production. We can either invest in American companies or incentivize investment in cars made somewhere else. In the Inflation Reduction Act, we chose American companies. This legislation reverses both of these important reforms from the Inflation Reduction Act. Let me just be clear about what we're voting on. This bill would prevent companies like General Motors from accessing the electric vehicle tax credit, but would allow foreign-built vehicles to benefit from the American tax dollar investing in electric vehicle tax credit. This does not sound like Build It in America to me. So my amendment's fairly simple. It would restore the important reforms that we made in the Inflation Reduction Act to support American auto companies and support American auto workers over others. This amendment would do two simple things. It would require that cars must be manufactured in North America in order to qualify for the credit, and it would lift the cap on the number of vehicles number of cars a company can sell and still be eligible for the credit. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for this amendment to protect American workers and to eliminate a major giveaway to foreign auto companies. And I think I would just want to clarify. I've heard a number of my colleagues on the other side who may not have carefully read the legislation refer to it as if it eliminates the electric vehicle tax credit. Your legislation does not eliminate the electric vehicle tax credit. It simply prevents American companies that have been leading on this issue from being able to access the credit. You don't eliminate the electric vehicle tax credit in your legislation. You simply eliminate General Motors and Ford and others from being able to utilize it. Make sure you read that legislation. Some of the reforms that you include are reforms that I helped to write and support. So if you pass this legislation, I think what we pass will be truer to the commitment to build it in America. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Hearn is recognized.
I'm disappointed that my colleague is suggesting that we vote for tax cuts for multi-billion-dollar corporations. These big corporations don't need the checks. The cost of these EV credits is spiraling out of control, which is our discussion today. Since Democrats' bill was passed last fall, the price tag taxpayers will have to pay has ballooned by over 700%. And that $100 billion cost is just the JCT number. Other economists say it's much higher. Goldman Sachs and the Penn Wharton estimate that the EV credits will cost American taxpayers $393 billion. And Brookings say the same, $390 billion total. As we know, that 80% of EV credits flow to six-figure households. I think it's time for Congress to turn the page on providing special interest breaks to politically favored companies and wealthy individuals. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Kildee. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan.
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, no. Dr. Winstrup. Dr. Winstrup, no. Mr. Arrington. Dr. Ferguson. Dr. Ferguson, no. Mr. Estes. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy. No. Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, no. Ms. Tinney. Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mrs. Steele. Mrs. Steele, no. Miss Van Dyne. Miss Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, no. Miss Maliotakis. Miss Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Neal.
Yes.
Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Blumenauer. Mr. Blumenauer, yes. Mr. Pascrell. Mr. Pascrell, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, yes. Mr. Higgins. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Del Bene. Ms. Del Bene, yes. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Kildee. Mr. Kildee, yes. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Arrington, no. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins, yes. Ms. Sewell. Chairman Smith.
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
clerk will report the vote.
The ayes are 17, the noes are 25.
There being 17 ayes and 25 nays, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment.
Ms. Sewell is recognized when she gets to her.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
And Mr. Buchanan's reserving a point of order. The clerk will distribute the amendment, and I ask the gentlelady just to suspend while it's being distributed. Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to offer an amendment that I think we all can support. It's an amendment that helps protect Americans from high and often hidden fees that have to be paid on regular transactions every day. Each year, millions of our constituents pay billions of dollars in excessive junk fees that can double or triple the cost of items at checkout with almost no transparency. That's unfair and abusive corporate behavior. We know that our businesses respond to incentives in our tax code. Provisions in the Republican legislation today expand some of those business incentives. And last year, Democrats successfully enacted provisions in the IRA that encourage green energy businesses to create quality jobs that pay at prevailing rates. This amendment relies on the tax code's incentive to protect American consumers. It would deny the benefits of the three major business provisions in this bill on R&D, interest limitations, and bonus depreciation if those businesses charge excessive fees or early termination fees. It would also deny those benefits to airlines that impose additional fees for adults who need to sit next to their accompanying child. There is no reason to engage in that type of price gouging, and we should level the playing field, and we should leverage all of the enhanced benefits provided in our tax code to make sure that common sense fairness prevails here. Again, I am confident that this is a bipartisan issue and that my Republican colleagues do not want to reward businesses that engage in this type of behavior. I urge all of my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Smucker is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I speak in opposition to this amendment. This amendment may have some merit. It's very broad, though, could have a lot of ramifications. So a suggestion would be we could work together later on this particular topic, but I'd recommend we vote no on this at this point.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Sewell. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, no. Dr. Winstrup. Dr. Winstrup, no. Mr. Arrington. Dr. Ferguson. Mr. Estes. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, no. Miss Tinney. Miss Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mrs. Steele. Mrs. Steele, no. Miss Van Dyne. Miss Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, no. Miss Maliotakis. Miss Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Blumenauer. Mr. Blumenauer, yes. Mr. Pascrell. Mr. Pascrell, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, yes. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins, yes. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Del Bene. Ms. Del Bene, yes. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Kildee. Mr. Kildee, yes. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Arrington, no. Dr. Ferguson. Dr. Ferguson, no. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, no. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, no. Chairman Smith.
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The ayes are 18, the noes are 25.
There being 18 ayes and 25 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Blumenauer.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment, and I ask the gentleman to suspend while the clerk distributes. Doing a great job. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unlike a lot of what we've been discussing today, this amendment has direct application for every single member's district. There are 40,000 Superfund sites around the country. 1,200 of them are high priorities. This is something I have been working on since I came to Congress, because at that point, Congress had refused to extend the Superfund. The Superfund is a modest tax on the petrochemical industry to help remediate the damage that was caused. The Superfund is based on the principle that polluters pay. And too often, if you are a part of local government or you have property in these areas, you find that you can't find the responsible party, and the cost shifts to the individuals and local government. The Superfund tax was enacted to be able to deal with that inequity. Unfortunately, in 1995, Congress refused to extend the Superfund tax. In a sense, give a gift to the industries that created the problem in the first place. That's why Congress passed it. That's why it had broad support. That's why it worked, helped clean up some of these sites. Well, after the Superfund tax expired and those costs were shifted to your local governments, to your property tax owners, your property owners, the rate of cleanup dramatically fell. In fact, we reached the point out of 1,200 priorities, there were only 8 sites that were actively being cleaned up. I was pleased that my legislation to reenact the Superfund tax was approved in the Inflation Reduction Act. It's still important. 1 in 4 Americans live within 4 miles of a hazardous waste site. It had economic losses due to the proximity to the contaminated land, as well as health impacts in your communities, I would venture. Title III of this legislation would repeal the Clean Energy Production and Investment Tax Credit, as well as clean vehicle credits contained in the Inflation Reduction Act. The top renewable energy producing states are those that we've talked about before in terms of Texas, Iowa, Oklahoma, Kansas, Florida, and Illinois. I think we're missing the boat if we're going to backtrack on those critical areas where we're seeing evidence that they are working. But more to the point, I think it would be a tragedy to take away the principle of polluter pays, shift those costs onto your business owners, your property owners, your local governments, where there isn't a responsible party that we can access to be able to help shift this. I've watched this in my community be a tremendous problem, and I've worked with people around the country. This has been an objective that has been long overdue. It closes a 27-year holiday that the petrochemical industry received from the requirements of CERCLA. For 20 years, they were responsible parties with this bipartisan approach that was widely accepted. After the repeal, the people who created this problem and had the resources to clean it up, and in fact did so for 20 years, got a holiday for 27 years. This legislation helped correct that balance, provide resources to deal with problems in all of your congressional districts. I would strongly urge a support of this amendment. This is something that matters across the country. It has real consequences. There are the equities in terms of the principle of polluter pays, I think is worth support by every member of this committee. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Kerry is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Listen, bottom line, gas prices have never been higher under any other time than under this presidency. Over the last 2 years, 2.5 years, the average price paid is $3.61 a gallon by our fellow citizens of this country. Prior to this administration, the average price was $2.39 a gallon. That means fuel costs for workers, and these are the workers that we heard from in all of the places that we did our field hearings. We talked to one gentleman who was a coal miner that had to drive 75 miles at one point just to find a job. So let's talk about this, what this really does. This is the result of the war on American energy, and the broken policies like this Superfund petroleum tax has only made things worse. I know many of you maybe have not went to some of those hearings, but when you're talking to the lady in West Virginia who was talking about what she has to do in her small business to keep ends meet, putting gas in the tank of her car is a big deal. Now, the tax flows directly through to prices at the pump. That's all it does. We're looking at somewhere in the neighborhood about $10.5 billion over the next 10 years that will result in helping the hard-working men and women of this country. Getting rid of this harmful tax will put more money in their pockets. My dear colleagues are talking about what this tax does and what this tax does. This affects everybody equally. You're spending less money for gasoline going into your automobile. It will also avoid Biden's plan to make us more dependent on foreign countries like Saudi Arabia, Venezuela, for our energy securities. This isn't a novel idea. When there's a higher tax, the higher tax is paid by the consumer. This eliminates that. I urge every one of my colleagues, strenuously urge all of my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Doggett's recognized.
Well, the great increase in the cost of gasoline that can be expected from this bill under the most generous liberal calculation is 0.4 cents. And the only jobs that this bill helps are the well-held lobbyists for the oil and gas and petrochemical industries that have been advocating this special interest provision. This is the kind of provision, special interest, every lobbyist with a loophole that plagued the Trump tax cuts of 2017, and we see them reappearing today. I salute the gentleman from Oregon who has worked for so long on this issue. The Superfund excise tax, which provides funding for the Hazardous Substance Response Trust Fund, helps clean up sites, often created by predecessors or the companies themselves of those who seek this $10 billion tax break today. Often these are fence-line communities that are right next door to the poison waste. Now more than ever, we need help for those sites to clean them up. They're all over the country, and we've got plenty of them in Texas. But for some reason, today, Republicans reject the notion of polluters pay in favor of penalizing those who favor clean energy, because they also in the same bill are rejecting the important incentives for renewable energy that we approved last year. New investment in wind and solar, where a state like Texas, known for its fossil fuels, is now #1 in wind energy among the states, and closing in tightly, almost #1 on solar and #1 on battery storage. These are the changes that are so essential if we are to reduce greenhouse emissions, and under the bill, the provisions they are repealing, we would lose the progress that we have made in getting emissions down by 40%, it's estimated, by the end of this decade. That's not nearly enough to meet the goals of avoiding, surpassing the 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels that is so critical, that would take us right off the edge in perhaps a climate crisis that we cannot change. And we've already been told this year that we could reach that for the first time as early as 2027. Indeed, there's not a day that goes by that anyone who is listening to the science and who is watching what is happening in our world is not faced with the effects of the climate crisis. My goodness, last week we saw New York City covered in orange smoke from the kind of wildfires that we will see more and more of as a result of the climate crisis and the overheating of our planet. And we saw it right here around the United States Capitol. I think that the natural disasters growing more extreme and more frequent are placing, of course, the most vulnerable first and foremost at the front lines as victims of the climate crisis. In my home state of Texas, last year we had one triple-digit summer day after another, and summer now stretches from late April to early November. We had at least 279 heat-related deaths, the most we've ever recorded, as people work long hours and then find they can't afford their air conditioning. And now Republicans would make it even harder to save money from solar and wind power and save the planet. I think that the communities that are most neglected and marginalized throughout our history have been those that live closest to Superfund sites, and they are the ones that will be hurt the most. The marginalized communities, usually people of color, near these sites that didn't choose to have a toxic waste next door to them, but face increases in infant mortality and cancer and lower life expectancies as a result of their exposure. The Superfund tax offers hope to these communities of cleaning up the waste that is their next door neighbor. The continuous attempts to repeal the green energy tax incentives and take away money from the Superfund cleanup are attacks on the health of our planet and of people who are near Superfund sites. If we want to invest in our nation, then we should continue the green tax incentives of last year that are growing jobs all across our country. We cannot and must not go backwards in our work to mitigate the climate crisis. This bill would do that. This amendment would remove the most damaging section, and I urge its support.
Mr. Larson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I mean, I've listened to Mr. Kerry talk about somehow this is going to deal with gas prices. The amount that would be reflected in terms of the national gas is a fraction of a cent. And it's not going to be reflected in any drop in gasoline prices. You know that, and I know that. What it does is it's going to shift the burden from an industry that profited from this pollution for a 20-year holiday that they had from their responsibility that had been initially approved, and shifts it to the local property owner, local governments, slowing the rate of cleanup. It's not going to affect gasoline prices, but even if it did, who should pay for the damage from the petrochemical industry? This was a compromise that was developed in the 1980s. It was, in fact, with the approval and support of the industry. It was not wildly controversial. Now, when we've exhausted the Superfund site tax, people seize on this as somehow an assault on the petrochemical industry. It's not. This is an opportunity for them to pay for the pollution they cause and not inflict that on local property taxes, local property owners, and the people who live in the vicinity of these. Now, luckily, this is not going to be enacted into law. This is a messaging bill, but I think it's a terrible message that you're sending, that you're going to put the interests of the petrochemical industry that created 40,000 sites across the country that still have not yet been cleaned up, that somehow you're going to turn your back on that, give them a pass, and put that burden on local government. I think that is ill-advised. I don't think it's a good message to send. It's not going to pass the Senate. I wouldn't, but that's a side of this issue I wouldn't want to be on. It's simply not fair, not equitable, and does not make, I think, good political sense. I strongly urge support of this amendment.
Ms. Miller is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our very first hearing, field hearing, was in West Virginia. It wasn't in my district. It was about 10 miles north of my district, but it was the closest place we could get driving from DC in a decent time frame. I'd like to read to you a couple quotes that were given in testimony while we were there. Jamie Ward, who is a West Virginia native and a 30-year veteran of the coal industry, said, "I saw the coal industry decline further to the point where I was forced to leave West Virginia to find work in the industry in Alabama for a time. I watched the small towns of my home state fall on incredibly hard times, all because of anti-coal policies that were being pushed in Washington, D.C. by people who had never even been to the place where I grew up. I remember a time when someone could not drive more than 3 or 4 miles without seeing a coal mine where you'd be able to find work. Now I have employees coming from many miles away just to keep a job. Ashley Bachman, who's a mother of 3 and the owner of a restaurant called Cheetah Bees in Petersburg, West Virginia. She said, "Our kitchen cooking equipment runs off of propane. During some months, the cost of propane has more than doubled the price what it was in the corresponding months of 2020. The rise in price in all other industry costs have caused our lease payments to be increased from $2,000 to $4,500 a month in only 5 years' time. Our little restaurant has been bleeding money due to all the increased costs, and I don't know how much longer we'll be able to continue with the prices the way they are." What we don't always realize that bad policies that come out of Washington, D.C. have really bad results. I have witnessed in my own district the devastation of communities that have shrunk to 10% of their original size. There aren't any grocery stores. It's just incredible what happens when we do bad policy. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Pascrell is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I want to recommend some reading, obviously, for some folks. The report by the Committee on Oversight in Ways and Means last year is a good starter. 12 of the largest oil companies in the United States were asked to answer some questions, and most of them complied, the biggest ones in this country. And the report is really revealing. I'm surprised of such a high percentage of how oil prices and gas prices, et cetera, affected the national economy. Because the oil companies, when you look at their numbers, and I had to submit numbers for our report, quite obvious that what was happening out in where we live, where you live, was a gouging of the American populace. And if you think there was no gouging going on, then you haven't not only read this report, you haven't read any report. What are you talking about? Where's your evidence on the table? Show me, I'll read it. I like to read. It's healthy for you. So, the report was not objected to by anybody. It was science, engineering, that's what it was about. It wasn't a fluff piece. So today's markup had every Republican tax priority I could think of. Stick it to the working family. And that may be too glib, so I apologize. But that's what it appears to be. Doing the bidding of corporate fat cats. That's not glib. And now a massive giveaway to big oil billionaires. And by the way, I like West Virginia. I've camped down there many times. I like the people that live there. I can see a little bit better now when I drive down there. So who the heck are we kidding? If something is not good for someone's health, we are responsible, not in terms of cause and effect, we're responsible to do something about it. Because it's going to move beyond the state and all over the place. It's interstate. And we need to do something about it. Not protect the businesses that don't care about the health of the populace. We don't have to go to movies to see what the effect is. We know what the effect is. Go to West Virginia. Good people, good people. I'd rather their politics change, but that's immaterial. They're good people. They're good people. I'm serious. They got good universities, good schools. The American taxpayers should not pick up the tab of corporate polluters. We've got a big fight going on in New Jersey about who's going to pay for polluting one huge river in New Jersey. Big tax fight going on. Because Superfund sites can be cleaned up faster with adequate funding, we know that, it's been proven. These sites threaten public and environmental health in New Jersey and across America. In fact, the taxes collected are currently helping clean up approximately, get this, 121 sites in the districts of 18 Republican members of this committee. I want you to go home, and then I want you tomorrow morning, whenever you go home out of this place, I want you to go and tell the taxpayers in your district that this is what you support. I want you to tell them. All the states are included here. And my friend, Mr. Kelly, where do you see how many exist super site in Pennsylvania? I know you won't move away, Mr. Kelly. I know it's a good state, too. Neighbors living near these sites should know their Congress members. I'm going to tell them.
Please do.
Voting for this bill, they're fine with their districts being dirty, less healthy, and somewhat hazardous. Oh, my God, I use that term. Well, if it is what it is, say it. Say it. Democrats have held big corporations accountable for our environmental destruction. Shouldn't you? But this Republican tax scam will make more Americans sick and unhealthy. Laugh. It's a joke. But it's true. I got the facts. You ought to listen to the facts once in a while.
Mr. Pascrell, you don't have the time anymore. You went over 45 seconds. So I try to be patient, but I want to recognize Mr. Byer now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Pascrell. I'd like to weigh in strongly for Mr. Blumenauer's bill and point out that I think it's inappropriate to compare his defense of the Superfund tax with the cost of gasoline. Let's make it really clear that the war on fossil fuels, the so-called war on fossil fuels, is a fiction. That if we look at the cost of gasoline, it's much, much easier from an analytical and a business point of view to point to Russia's cut before and after the war in Ukraine, the dialing back of oil supplies in OPEC and Iran, part of the international conflict, the pandemic, when we were starting to measure not miles per gallon, but gallons per week or gallons per month, when fracking institutions all over the country shut down during the pandemic because there's no way to buy the gasoline, or the fact that half of the refineries in the country shut down during the pandemic and most did not reopen, which is why we were exporting our oil, because we couldn't process it here in the United States. And let me point out sort of the obvious is we don't make gasoline from coal. During the Trump administration, coal jobs lost 24%. Coal production was down 32% in the Trump administration. I spent, not only did I go to the West Virginia field hearing, but I spent 8 years of my life in Southwest Virginia in the coal fields, often back and forth, 100 visits. I met so many people with black lung, brown lung, polluted streams. The coal companies have been going broke, not just in the last 2 years, but over the last 34 years. Company after company has gone out of business. 1980 to 2017, there was a 6% drop in coal production and a 70% drop in coal jobs. The move to longwall mining completely changed the industry. And it's completely unfair to think that that's why gas prices went up, or completely unfair to blame it on the Biden administration. And with that, by the way, one other interesting thing, the Dow Jones US Coal Index plummeted from something like 85 to 4% during the Trump administration. which is not due to the Trump administration. It's due to the fact that the market was changing, demand for coal has changed enormously, and it had very little and nothing to do with this current administration. With that, I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Davis?
Coupled with other powerful new initiatives like the domestic content bonus credit and advanced manufacturing tax credit, we're on track to create millions of new union manufacturing and clean energy jobs. I support the amendment to ensure wealthy polluters, not taxpayers, pay to clean up our communities. I support it. Mr. Chairman, this is a debate that was had 50 years ago here. I wasn't here, but I read about it. I read about it. Same debate. The framework, not the same words. I mean, where are we going backwards? Going backwards. And I don't think we should resort simply to a political debate. This is real science. What is unhealthy and what's healthy? That's pretty simple. Don't complicate it. Don't distract me.
And I yield back the balance of the time.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Blumenauer. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan? No. Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, no. Dr. Winstrup? Dr. Winstrup, no. Mr. Arrington? Dr. Ferguson? Mr. Estes? Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy? Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe, no. Miss Tinney? Miss Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Mrs. Steele? Mrs. Steele, no. Miss Van Dyne? Miss Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, no. Miss Maliotakis? Miss Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer, yes. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell, yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, yes. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins, yes. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene, yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee, yes. Mr. Byer?
Aye.
Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington, no. Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson, no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Dr. Murphy? Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
The ayes are 18, the noes are 24.
There being 18 ayes and 24 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. We will move to further amendments after this vote series. The committee stands in recess and will reconvene immediately following the last vote in the series. Are there further amendments?
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Doggett is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment, and I ask the gentleman to suspend while the clerk distributes.
One more thing I forgot to tell you. Michael, when you come, bring the calendar for Wednesday and Thursday for me, please.
The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The title of this bill, the so-called Build It in America Act, is a true misnomer. Instead of promoting building in America, it builds upon the failed policies enacted in the 2017 Trump Republican tax scam. They encouraged American multinationals to ship jobs and factories and profits overseas. It's truly an America last tax policy. It showers billions of dollars on some of our most profitable multinational corporations. The heart of this tax scam was a 40% cut in the tax rate that corporations pay, which required borrowing $1.9 trillion added to our deficit. Foreigners who own 40% of all U.S. stock were prime beneficiaries. Indeed, one study indicates that foreigners got more out of the Trump tax bill than 60% of American citizens saved from that bill. Under the same Trump tax scam, the American multinationals that were employing and acting abroad got incentives to move further employees and factories abroad. An American factory moved abroad under that law pays half the tax rate on its profits abroad as they do here in the United States. And Republicans added an additional provision that gave 10% off of what was spent in building any new factories abroad. Both half of your foreign profits and a special discount to offshore factories are part of the loophole that's in this bill. It's a loophole that says any taxes that you pay to Germany or China that are above the half-off rate of 10.5%, you can use entirely to wipe out the taxes you'd owe for shifting and booking profits in some tax haven like the Cayman Islands or Bermuda. This loophole is directly responsible for keeping offshore tax havens in business. U.S. multinationals booked $325 billion in profits in the top 7 offshore tax havens last year. This contrasts with booking only $50 billion in 7 of the world's largest economies. IRS data on country-by-country profits show American firms reported far more earnings in the Cayman Islands than they did in China and Canada combined. Indeed, American multinationals reported $60 billion of profits in the Cayman Islands in 2019, which is a bit of an impossibility since the total economic output of the country is only $6 billion. Similarly, in Bermuda, $30 billion of profits reported there, while the economic output is only $7 billion for the entire island. Pharmaceutical companies are among the prime beneficiaries of this loophole, one that pays if you move manufacturing drugs abroad and shift the profits you get for selling these drugs into a tax haven. AbbVie systematically transfers nearly all the profits on its patent-protected medicines that are sold here in the United States out of the United States. Last year, indeed, for every year in the past decade, despite earning 75% of its revenue selling drugs to American consumers, despite the preponderance of these sales, it booked $18 billion in profit abroad and paid a global tax rate far below that of the average American. Same story for Bristol-Myers Squibb. Today's Republican bill doubles down on this America Last policy. My amendment would require our tax on foreign profits, the so-called GILTI tax, to be applied on a country-by-country basis.
So no matter what offshore tax haven a multinational shifted its profits into, it still would be paying at least some tax on the revenue that's booked in that country. So multinationals would no longer be incentivized by the existing loophole to move a factory to a higher tax country like Germany because they knew taxes paid there would be blended with and used to offset profits booked in the Caymans. This will not end all of the international tax abuse. It will not assure that international companies get treated the way domestic small businesses do, but it will help to restore a little integrity to the system, and I move its adoption.
Does anyone wish to speak on the amendment? Mr. Feenstra is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. As I read the amendments, I got very concerned really quickly. This is part of Pillar 2. This is the first step of implementing Biden's global tax surrender plan. This is what Janet Yellen wants. You know, think about what's happening here, everyone. This is some scary stuff. That we're going to allow the rest of the world to tax our multinational corporations with a top-up tax, with an under-taxed profits rule. Simply saying that, hey, you take the money, all right, whatever country it is, you take it. We as a country itself are actually losing money. He just talked about GILTI, right? GILTI totals $360 billion in 2018. It's going to significantly reduce GILTI if you start going down this path of the top-up tax. I don't understand why we want to give other countries our tax dollars. And that's what Pillar 2 does, and that's what Janet Yellen does. She wants to create a dramatic disadvantage for every one of our businesses that have places abroad. Right? Accepting Biden's attempt to force Congress's hand here, that's what Yellen wants. That's what everyone wants, is that we be beholden to the rest of the world. Make no mistake, this is extremely bad for every American company that does business overseas. I'm actually shocked by this. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Nils,
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I had not intended to speak on this, but I do want to point something out, and that is that the challenge that we have internationally is treaty shopping. If we allow companies all over the world, not just American companies, to go to the favored low-tax jurisdiction, then that would defeat the purpose of what we call harmonization of international rates. I was in the room last week with Rishi Sunak, and he made it clear upon questioning he was sticking with the global tax agreement that has been outlined. And it certainly is to our benefit to have a harmonization across Europe. When you consider that treaty shopping alone means that those companies that might desire to go to not only a low-tax jurisdiction, but how about a no-tax jurisdiction? And unfortunately, that's what's happened. I've been part of this argument here for a long period of time, and just when I thought that we had closed it down with Republican help at the time, we found that it was able to squirt out, and so we were back to the same old issue. But the issue here is treaty shopping, and it's the search for a low-tax jurisdiction, which defeats the idea of American companies being able to compete when other countries decide that they're going to do the same thing. Now, the other point here I think that's worth noting is that at the request of Secretary Mnuchin at the time, he asked me to have in the French ambassador over digital taxes. Because we can't have an arbitrary path when digital taxes are imposed on American companies. And that's going to be the result if we don't find some international agreement. Those taxes will be arbitrarily imposed on American companies. And the high-tech community, they asked me specifically and assertively to intervene as chairman, and I did precisely that. To point out to the French, if they did this on their own, there was going to be a reaction from the United States. Yield back my time.
Further discussion on the amendment.
I want to respond. Can you just yield to me?
Mr. Thompson.
Yield to Mr. Doggett. Thank you very much, and I appreciate the comments of the ranking member. I'm not sure exactly what the gentleman from Iowa is talking about, but he's certainly not talking about my amendment. The amendment that I'm dealing with simply requires country-by-country compliance with the law at the rate that is established in the Trump tax cut. 10.5% is the existing law. It's too low on foreign earnings, but comply with that. so that if an American company goes and books billions of dollars of profits that it earned in the United States and elsewhere in the Cayman Islands, we're not treating them in any unfair manner. We're simply requiring that they pay the difference here in America that they're not paying by hiding their revenues in a foreign tax haven. Now, as to the other comments he made and that the ranking member just addressed, it is true that 141 countries around the world have committed themselves to a global minimum tax of the type that Secretary Yellen has advocated. It is not changing or giving responsibility for our tax system to another country. It deals with the basic issue that is raised every time we talk about corporate taxes, and that is that we would put American companies at some economic disadvantage, at some competitive advantage. And certainly if our rates were much higher, they're not, our effective rates are not much higher, they're lower, but if our rates were much higher effectively than those of our foreign competitors, it would put our companies at a disadvantage. And so the whole concept of the global minimum tax is to say it's not helping anyone if one country continues to compete on a tax basis with other countries. We ought to have some minimum so that these corporate citizens contribute something to the cost of the government that benefits them so much. And so I fully support the global minimum tax. I think it's important. I think our colleagues are wrong and challenging, just as the ranking member said. But this particular measure is focused on simply some equity and some enforcement so that money isn't channeled out of America and into tax havens and taxed at a rate even at near zero, if anything, rather than the 10% that Republicans think is fine in their existing law. Thank you for the time.
You'll bet.
Gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly think the broader issue warranted more discussion from the administration than we had the opportunity to engage before the administration made this agreement with so many other countries. I certainly appreciate Mr. Feenstra's comments as well. I have a question for Mr. Barthold. Our economy is roughly 25% of the world economy. And in terms of U.S. companies footing the bill, would that be on par with 25%, or would it be different?
Mr. Smith, do you mean in the context of the Pillar 2 agreement?
Overall, with the global minimum tax, yes.
I just want to say the technical issue, I just don't think it's appropriate to ask questions right now because that was in the technical aspect. This is on an amendment and discussion on amendment. So I just think that that would be out of.
I'll yield back.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on a green amendment offered by Mr. Doggett. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, no. Dr. Winstrup. Dr. Winstrup, no. Mr. Arrington. Dr. Ferguson. Dr. Ferguson, no. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe. Ms. Tinney. Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mrs. Steele. Mrs. Steele, no. Ms. Van Dyne. Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliotakis. Ms. Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Blumenauer. Mr. Blumenauer, yes. Mr. Pascrell. Mr. Pascrell, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, yes. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins, yes. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Delbene. Ms. Delbene, yes. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Kildee. Mr. Kildee, yes. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Arrington, no. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, yes. Chairman Smith.
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
Clerk will report the vote.
The ayes are 18, the noes are 24.
There being 18 ayes and 24 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment.
Mr. Thompson?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment, and I ask the gentleman to suspend while the clerk distributes.
Thank you.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, there's a section in this bill titled Repeal of Special Interest Tax Provisions. So I disagree with my Republican colleagues that tax incentives for renewable energy are special interest tax provisions, but I know of one tax provision that is clearly special interest, and my amendment won't offset the $1 trillion that this bill adds to our national debt, but it could help. The tax exemption currently enjoyed by the PGA is the tax exemption that I'm talking about. As most of you know, the PGA recently announced a merger with Live Golf, a golf league financed by the Saudi Arabian Sovereign Wealth Fund. I see no reason why a Saudi-funded sports league should be tax-free. The PGA Tour is currently a 501c6 nonprofit. My amendment would revoke that status. Doing so would eliminate an indefensible tax break and would raise a little bit of revenue. I would argue that revenue could be used for better purposes than the underlying bill before us, but any pay for of reasonable like is a good pay for. This amendment would at least make the bill a little bit more fiscally responsible. I ask my colleagues to support this amendment and yield back.
Further discussions on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Thompson. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, no. Dr. Winstrup? Dr. Winstrup, no. Mr. Arrington? Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson, no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Stubbe? Ms. Tinney? Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Mrs. Steele? Mrs. Steele, no. Miss Van Dyne? Miss Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, no. Miss Maliotakis? Miss Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer, yes. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell, yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, yes. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins, yes. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene, yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee, yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Stubbe?
How is Mr. Fitzpatrick recorded?
Mr. Fitzpatrick is not recorded. Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
Good idea.
Clerk will report the vote.
The ayes are 18, the noes are 24.
There being 18 ayes and 24 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Seeing no further amendments, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I will now recognize Mr. Buchanan for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee favorably report H.R. 3938 as amended to the House of Representatives.
The question is on the motion to favorably report H.R. 3938 as amended to the House of Representatives. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan.
Yes.
Mr. Buchanan, yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, yes. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, yes. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, yes. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, yes. Dr. Winstrup. Dr. Winstrup, yes. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Arrington, yes. Dr. Ferguson. Dr. Ferguson, yes. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, yes. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, yes. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, yes. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, yes. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, yes. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, yes. Mr. Stubbe. Ms. Tinney. Ms. Tinney, yes. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, yes. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, yes. Mrs. Steele. Mrs. Steele, yes. Ms. Van Dyne. Ms. Van Dyne, yes. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, yes. Ms. Maliotakis. Ms. Maliotakis, yes. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, yes. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, no. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, no. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, no. Mr. Blumenauer. Mr. Blumenauer, no. Mr. Pascrell. Mr. Pascrell, no. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, no. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, no. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins, no. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, no. Ms. Del Bene. Ms. Del Bene, no. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, no. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, no. Mr. Kildee. Mr. Kildee, no. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, no. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, no. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, no. Mr. Stubbe. Chairman Smith.
Yes.
Chairman Smith, yes.
The clerk will report the vote.
The ayes are 24, the noes are 18.
There being 24 ayes and 18 noes, the motion is agreed to, and H.R. 3938, as amended, is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, I ask the staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to H.R. 3938, and that members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental additional dissenting or minority views.
Mr. Chairman?
Recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts.
How does the chair intend to proceed for the rest of the evening? And we're going to finish tonight. Is that the chair's intention?
It is. We still have H.R. 3936 to go forward, and we will stay here until we're done.
Okay.
Our final order of business is H.R. 3936, the Tax Cuts for Working Families Act. Working Americans and their families have been ignored by the Biden administration and Washington Democrats. 2 years of out-of-control inflation, rising interest rates, and economic downturn caused by the Democrats' radical spending spree has left American families in a worse spot than they can remember. This bill, the Tax Cuts for Working Families Act, is a necessary response to the economic nightmare that President Biden and Washington Democrats' reckless tax and spend agenda has created. With this bill, we make a historic investment in the working Americans and families that are the backbone of our great nation, in direct response to the concerns they have shared with this committee about the spike in cost of living in our hearings across the country. Specifically, we build on the success of the doubled guaranteed deduction that was included in the Republican 2017 tax reform law, which offered simplification and significant tax cuts to middle-class families. This legislation, a solution recently introduced by Representative Maliotakis, creates a targeted guaranteed deduction bonus of $4,000 to help hardworking families harmed by Biden's inflation crisis. With this provision in place, an American family of 4 will not pay a cent in federal taxes on their first $68,000 of income. This allows Americans to keep more of their hard-earned dollars to spend as they see fit to address their individual and family needs. What my friends on the other side will try to argue is that the more one works, the higher their income is, the larger their tax benefit will be from this change. But that simply isn't true. This $4,000 deduction bonus is for everybody. And as this chart behind me shows, what it means is that the largest percentage tax cut will go by far to earners below $100,000. Just look at the workers making between $15,000 and $30,000 a year. This proposal will slash their taxes by more than 30%. People between $15,000 and $30,000 a year in income, this proposal will slash their taxes by more than 30%. According to the Joint Committee on Taxation's own analysis, under this policy, after-tax incomes will grow more for middle-class Americans making less than $100,000 than any other income group. This bill is good policy. It's good for working-class Americans, and I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support its passage. I'm pleased to recognize Ranking Member from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The title of this legislation is laudable, but I also think that, as I heard the chairman speak to the issue in front of us, if we consider the $2.3 trillion that they borrowed for their tax cut, we ought to call this the borrow and spend position. Their argument that ours was tax and spend is a reminder that on the CARES Act, most of them, if not all of them, voted for it. The infrastructure bill, many of them voted for it. The CHIPS Act, many of them voted for it. The point here is that the spending that we undertook, warned on March 11th of 2020 by Dr. Fauci, 23 million jobs were lost in short order from March to May. All of those jobs have been returned. 10 million jobs go unanswered every single day in America. And the reminder for all of us is the following. We rebounded far faster than anybody else in the world, largely because of the assertive steps that we took here in the Congress to address the pandemic. How about the war in Ukraine? We stand shoulder to shoulder of what we've had to do in Ukraine. And as of today, the Ukrainian argument not only looks more effective, but they're actually very successful in the early stages of pushing back. Those were shared responsibilities that we had on spending. The argument that somehow this was a spending spree that Democrats win on, if that's the case, we had a lot of company from the Republican Party, I can tell you that. So back to the argument. Their borrowing is what helped to run up that debt, so we ought to call it the borrow and spend bill. we could have found common agreement on the individual side of this section, for sure. We want some action on the child tax credit. You want an anti-poverty program. At the same time that we're pushing money out the door for corporations, the child credit would give us a lot of room. Again, no inherent hostility to some of the things that were included in this discussion during the last 8 hours. We would like to negotiate for some of the proposals that we see as priorities. And the end of the matter is the following, because I'm going to ask this question later on this evening. When will this legislation be scheduled on the floor for a full vote? My hunch, not in the immediate future. So if this is a messaging bill, gotcha. But if it's not a messaging bill and you want to get serious about some tax policy that we might all embrace, I think that it's time to start the negotiation now. So let me give you a couple of numbers here that I think bear noting. A majority of this tax proposal focuses on restoring corporate giveaways to the strong and the well-connected. Think of this number. The poorest fifth of Americans, they're going to receive 2% of the benefits of this provision. It's in front of us this evening. On average, that means for the poorest amongst us, $30 a year. The only change in the individual side of this tax code, I must admit, it feels like an afterthought, but why ignore some of the most important policies for working families if cutting taxes for working families is the goal? There's opportunity here to find a path forward for all of us. Democrats expanded the child tax credit. It changed lives remarkably in 2021. With full refundability, those with the highest need were finally able to access this support, which in turn grew the economy and spread opportunity. I'm disappointed that we can't unite on pulling more children from poverty at the same time that much of this legislation has been devoted to those at the strongest position in American life. And the truth is, we could find an agreement of goodwill. I yield back my time.
Thank you. The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.R. 3936, the Tax Cuts for Working Families Act. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. At this time, I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance, along with a green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for purpose of amendment. I will now turn to Tom Barthold, Chief of Staff for the Joint Committee on Taxation, to provide the technical description of the amendment in the nature of a substitute with an emphasis on the changes made since introduction. I ask that members hold their questions until after his presentation.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, you have before you two joint committee documents, JCX 25 and JCX 30, which describe the underlying legislation and the chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute. As was noted, the underlying legislation for calendar years, for tax years for individuals 2024 and 2025 would create a bonus deduction to be added on top of the standard deduction provided under current law. The bonus deduction for a single taxpayer would be $2,000. The chairman's amendment, the nature of a substitute, modifies the underlying legislation to make the bonus guaranteed deduction in the case of a joint return or a surviving spouse be twice as big as that of the Act's bonus deduction for a single, so $4,000 in this case. The Joint Committee staff estimates that the revenue cost of this legislation will be a revenue loss of $96.4 billion over the 10-year budget period. That concludes my brief description. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the members might have.
Thank you. Are there any technical questions? Mr. Thompson is recognized for technical questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barthold, I'd like to ask a question about the enhanced standard deduction, or as it's been renamed, the guaranteed deduction. I'd like to talk about how this relates to the $10,000 cap on salt that the Republicans inserted into their tax bill in 2017. That cap really hurt my constituents and a lot of residents in California, as well as people in the home states of many of my colleagues on this committee on both sides of the dais. And now it seems that some of my colleagues across the aisle think this new standard deduction will somehow make up for the lost salt deduction. So let me give you an example, Mr. Barthold, and maybe you can help us understand that. This is an example of a very typical taxpayer in my district. A married couple that has a mortgage interest payment of $1,700 a month, about $20,000 a year. And between their local property taxes and their state income taxes, they have a tax bill of $20,000 a year. Not all that unusual. And let's assume they give $3,000 to charity each year. Assuming those three factors before the TCJA, what was that taxpayer's total itemized deduction?
You just said, what, 17,000 mortgage, 3,000 charity, and 20,000 state and local taxes for a total of $40,000.
So about $40,000. So after the TCJA was enacted, what would the taxpayer's itemized deduction be?
Well, that legislation, as you noted, limited the deduction for state and local taxes for any taxpayer to $10,000, so they could have claimed $30,000 in itemized deductions.
Again, I agree. Thank you. And I just want to point out that that cap hurts my constituents, and again, a lot of other constituents represented by people on this dais. And using the 2024 numbers, what do you estimate the standard deduction would be, including the bonus guarantee deduction?
You said in your example that we were looking at married filing jointly, so we estimate the guaranteed deduction, including the bonus, would be $32,400.
Okay.
Or
so my constituent doesn't really help that much, and they're still itemizing their deductions, and the SALT cap is still stuck at $10,000, correct?
Well, they'd presumably choose the guaranteed deduction since that would be greater than the $30,000.
And the cap is still 10?
The cap remains at 10.
Okay. So
they would be better off with they would have a $2,400 larger deduction than they otherwise would have had had they still itemizing.
And so I have a data question. Out of all the taxpayers who were affected by the SALT cap that's stuck at $10,000, what's the average tax benefit to receive as a result of this particular provision?
Is that across all itemizers, sir? I didn't quite catch all your question. I'm sorry, Mr.
My question is, out of all the taxpayers who were affected by the SALT cap, which is 10,000, what's the average tax benefit they receive as a result of this particular provision, this enhanced whatever?
Approximately $60.
$60. So $5 a month. So the TCJA whacked these people thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, and we're going to give them $5 a month, almost enough to buy a latte. Maybe if you buy the small latte at Starbucks, you can get a latte a month. I just want to point out that to my colleagues who are going to go home and tell their constituents that they voted for this enhanced, what do they call it, guaranteed deduction, thinking it's going to give them cover from this SALT penalty that they're getting. Good luck. I yield back.
Ms. Delaney is recognized for technical questions on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barthold, I wanted to continue our discussion from earlier on inflation, and I think you said, generally speaking, as we were talking earlier, or I'll ask you the question again, generally speaking, is cutting taxes inflationary or deflationary?
A tax reduction increases aggregate demand if, in general economic analysis, if the economy is near full employment, an increase in aggregate demand would generally lead to inflation, would be predicted to lead to inflation. There's no guarantees in economics.
First, I'd like to focus on the bonus standard deduction. So that is a tax cut, correct?
Yes, it is.
And because it's a tax cut and not one that's doing anything particular to expand the productivity of our economy, it would be inflationary. Is that correct?
Again, that would depend where you are in the business cycle. Ms. Del Bene, as I was just saying, if we're near full employment, full capacity, an increase in aggregate demand is generally predicted to increase in inflation. If we were not at full capacity, not near full employment, an increase in aggregate demand would generally be considered to increase demand for real resources and not necessarily be inflationary.
So let's talk about where we are right now, because it's part of the standard deduction, it's likely that the IRS would adjust withholding tables so that this money would actually come into the economy as early as January of next year. Is that correct? If this bill went forward?
The IRS would adjust withholding tables, and it would be reflected in biweekly and monthly paychecks, yes.
So, and you know, the situation we're in right now, then it would increase inflation. Is that correct?
Again, to go back, it depends upon where you think we are in the business cycle. I think it is also true that the Federal Reserve currently thinks that we are near a peak in the business cycle and is trying to damp down aggregate demand.
But nonetheless, you know, we're in a position and lots of jobs available out there right now too. Can you explain why the lowest income taxpayers don't benefit from the bonus standard deduction?
As any reduction in positive tax law, to benefit from lower tax rates or increased exemptions, you have to have a positive taxable income and a positive tax liability to begin with. So if someone already has no tax liability, increasing the standard deduction or lowering their tax rates provides no benefit. And so at the very bottom of the income distribution, we already have many taxpayers who have no federal income tax liability.
So this wouldn't help them. And there's also a recent study by the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas, which concludes that high inflation disproportionately impacts the lowest income households. I'd like to submit that for the record, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. It seems what is happening here that despite all of the discussion on the other side, Republicans are putting together these tax cuts that could be inflationary, and then they're claiming that these tax cuts are going to help people weather inflation. In fact, they're providing no benefit to the people who are going to be hurt the most. So they're making the problem worse for the folks struggling the most in our economy and throwing the lifeline to the wrong people. Thank you, Mr. Barthold, and I yield back.
Thank you. And now Ms. Moore is recognized for technical questions about the amendment and the nature of substitute.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And my questions are really very similar to those just asked by Ms. Barthold. I was looking at the chart, and unfortunately, the chairman has removed his chart, and I was stunned that he made claims about how this was going to lift so many people, provide so much money for hard-working people. I'm looking at the chart prepared by the Joint Committee on Taxation with the distributional effects of H.R. 3936, and you should help me walk through this chart a little bit. Those folks making less than $15,000 a year, to what extent will this help them?
Ms. Moore, does everyone have the material that you're referencing?
Well, do you have it, sir?
Well,
it's prepared by you.
I have it, but I didn't know if
I'm not sure everybody has it, because I did seek this chart out.
Okay. I believe what Ms. Moore is referencing is a distributional analysis that we prepared for at the request of one or more members, and I will make sure that it's delivered to all the members on the Ways and Means Committee. But it's our standard distribution table, and she's asking how much of the change in federal taxes under the proposal for calendar year 25, which is what the table represents, goes to taxpayers in the income category of less than $15,000 of income, and it's only around $3 million.
$3 million out of, what's the total amount that this is?
40 for calendar year 2025, the reference here, the table, it's 48.25 billion.
Right, it's like 48 billion, and so they would get 3 million of this. How about those folks between $15,000 to $30,000?
Approximately $1.6 billion.
Okay, $1.6 billion. So I'm looking at this chart, and as Ms. Delbaney indicated, I wouldn't consider someone making $60,000 wealthy at all. But the point is that 83% of these tax benefits are going to go to people making over $60,000 versus the child tax credit. The child tax credit really provided, I heard in opening statements that there was supposed to be sort of an average of $4,000 that single filers would get out of this, and maybe $8,000 for joint filers. And our earned income tax credit provided $300 a month for families. And so just comparing this standard deduction to what we did in the way of the child tax credit, I think the distributional tables here really indicate that it doesn't really help that many people at the lower lower deciles of our economy. So how much of a someone making $200,000 to $500,000 a year, what would this do for that family? Say it's a joint filer.
The underlying legislation and the chairman's amendment, nature of a substitute, provides that families up to, for joint filers, up to $400,000 receive the bonus deduction, and the bonus deduction is phased out at incomes above that. For single filer, it's incomes above $200,000.
Okay, so
the general answer is they are likely receiving the full benefit of the if it's married filing jointly, of the $4,000 bonus, and to the extent that their incomes go above $400,000, that $4,000 bonus would be phased down.
So just my time is waning. So just to be clear, the declarations about who's going to receive this benefit are typically reserved for those people in that category up to $400,000 a year, right?
That's correct.
Thank you. My time has expired. I yield back.
Mr. Ferguson is recognized for technical questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barfold, my friend and colleague from the great state of Washington criticized this policy on the grounds. No, ma'am, I'm going back one. Yeah, but you also a good friend from the great state of Wisconsin, so I like you too. But anyway, but going back to the previous line of questions, she criticized it on the fact that it would affect inflation. If you did a massive expansion of the child tax credit, would it have the same effect?
It would be largely an increase in aggregate demand and have the same analysis that I provided.
I wonder if our friends on the other side of the aisle would vote against an increase in the child tax credit on the grounds that it would be inflationary. Just a thought, thinking through that. Now, one other quick thing, and I want to make sure that I heard my friend from California, Mr. Thompson, and this is the first time I had heard this. I believe he said that in his district, a typical family paid roughly about $20,000 a year in their mortgage?
No, actually, what I said was that was an example of someone.
An example, okay, all right. And you also said an example would be that they paid about $20,000 a year in local and state taxes? Is that correct? Wow. Ms. Barthold, without interjecting federal policy here, if a state government and a local government cut an individual's taxes, it would certainly lessen their tax burden, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, good, thank you, I yield back.
Are there further technical questions? Seeing none, we will move to strike the last word. Does anyone wish to strike the last word?
Mr. Pascrell.
Ms. Stills, recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. My constituents are facing record inflation due to progressive policies and high taxes. The enhanced standard deduction created under TCJA has cut taxes and made tax filing easier for the 91% of Americans who claimed the standard deduction in 2021. For most taxpayers, the larger standard deduction has alleviated the headache of additional paperwork and eliminated the cost of hiring an expensive accountant to comply with every rule and regulation. My constituents are hardworking, and many work around the clock. They want to hold on to their earnings and have a less burdensome tax system. The guaranteed deduction created under this legislation will drive their federal tax bill lower. They will receive a significant increase in their 2024 and 2025 tax returns. This bonus will help ease the burden of inflation and allow families to spend their hard-earned wages the way they see fit. Lower taxes encourage economic growth, promote community investment, and generate greater productivity across every sector of our economy. We cannot let these well-deserved tax cuts for our families become back-breaking tax hikes in 2025. I look forward to giving our constituents a guaranteed deduction to let them keep their hard-earned money and eager to make this deduction permanent. I came to Congress to fight for taxpayers of Southern California. I look forward to supporting this common-sense legislation that will provide tax relief to families, and I yield back.
Mr. Pascrell is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. George Orwell would love the title of these bills that we're dealing with today. This bill does nothing for working families, the one that's in front of us. It's a thinly veiled distraction from the big business bonanza bills we're considering here. You're pretending today, you're pretending about helping the middle class. That's what I say. You're pretending. You don't really mean it. At least your actions don't show that. The truth is this bill sends the vast majority of benefits to the wealthiest families in America. Here you go again. The poorest 1/5 of Americans would receive a pathetic 2% of the benefits, an average break of just $30. Now, I'll wait 10 seconds for you to contradict that. I seek your guidance. Well, if $30 is not enough to get your family breakfast at a diner, meanwhile, a family in the highest tax bracket might see up to $1,480 in tax cuts. Democrats offered a lifeline to working families with our expanded child tax credit. We delivered over half these essential benefits to the poorest 20% of families and we changed millions of lives for the better. Working families are the hardest hit by inflation. And by the way, inflation was a worldwide phenomenon. Can't you say anything positive about the record of the present president, who many of you never even congratulated 4 years later? And the last president didn't yet. Who are you kidding? Let's talk facts here tonight. Let's not talk fantasy. You can't even say, well, he did a bad job on these things, but he did pretty good over here. You don't even have the courage to say it. You can laugh all you want, but that's the truth. The truth hurts, doesn't it? You should be ashamed of yourselves. You're public figures. You're adults. You're adults. We're all adults. Sometimes we do well, and sometimes we don't succeed. That's true with all of us. The so-called bonus deduction provides little solace for the millions of middle-class families who have faced thousands of new taxes every year thanks to the scam of punishing salt cap. Lincoln knew what he was doing before we had a tax code. We even have a tax code. In Paterson, New Jersey, the average income in my city I've lived in is $40,000. Now, if the threshold is $10,000 and the average homeowner is paying around $14,000 or $15,000, in the county, Bergen County, which I have half of, which is a very lucrative county, they're getting tax bills of $28,000, $33,000, $34,000. And you set that threshold to 10%. That was a tax increase, Harry. A tax increase, if I ever saw one. And if that weren't enough, the numbers in the election, and I'll repeat this again because this is a warning. Warning. Just because I like all of you doesn't mean I can't argue with you. The point of the matter is, it's a warning this time, because you're doing the same thing over again. You are looking for punishment. You know what the name of that is? Maybe you'll have to seek help. I don't know. But the fact of the matter is, you are not helping the middle class or the poor, no matter how you slice it. And I'll talk about, when we get to it, the salt and the pepper later on. I yield back.
Ms. Malliotakis is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to strike the last word. And I first want to thank the chairman for including this legislation that I introduced with Representative Steele to be included in the tax cuts package, which is dedicated to providing relief for hardworking Americans and pro-growth policies for America's job creators, manufacturers, and innovators to help expand our nation's economy. This legislation builds on the success of Republican tax policies that respect hardworking taxpayers by providing a bonus guaranteed deduction of $4,000 for working families and $2,000 for single filers on 2024 and 2025 returns. And I want to point out, in response to my colleague who said this is for the wealthiest of the wealthy, nobody above $500,000 would see the benefit. Actually phases out for families earning above that amount. The first 2 years of President Biden's tax and spend agenda increased inflation and the cost of everything from food to energy to goods to services for middle-class families. And Americans can no longer keep up with price increases, which is why this legislation is needed. And of course, we can do more and we should do more, but this is a step in the right direction. The current deduction for joint filers is $27,700, and should our bill become law, it would be a $4,000 guaranteed deduction bonus that will be added on top of the adjusted inflation in 2024. An increase in the guaranteed deduction will help 107 million American families, families across every single one of our districts. And these are families, once again, that are earning under $500,000. So maybe that's the problem with the other side of the aisle, is that they think a family earning $500,000 or less is considered wealthy. That is truly the middle class that the Democrats continue to abuse, whether it's at the federal level, the state level, or the city level. We should be fighting to make sure that they can keep more of their hard-earned money. And this, by the way, would benefit over 356,000 working and middle-class households in my district of Staten Island and southern Brooklyn alone. And that's 88% of the tax filers that I represent. This bill helps the very working and middle-class Americans who are often not just neglected, but they're abused by government. They're the ones that are always looked to as the cash cow, as the ATM. They make too much money to qualify for any type of program that helps you, but they don't earn enough to be considered wealthy of the wealthy, as my colleague would call families earning between $15,000 and $500,000, as this bill assists. Considering Congress just passed the largest spending cut in history, it's appropriate to pass these savings directly on to taxpayers. There's more to be done, of course, as I mentioned earlier, right? We see high taxes, unfortunately, put in place by Democrats at the federal level, and certainly those of us from New York and California at the state and local level as well. But our tax package, as I said, focuses on hardworking Americans, and this is an opportunity to give them a break, and there's no reason why anyone should oppose this bill. Let's support it, and then let's work together moving forward to see how we can provide some additional relief for those hardworking taxpayers. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Davis recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I move to strike the last word. You know, I've been taught that you measure the greatness of a society by how well it treats its young, how well it treats its old, and how well it treats those who have difficulty caring for themselves. I know that our country is gripped at the moment with violence, gun violence, other forms of violence. But much of the violence is created and generated as a result of what is called and what is known as poverty. Poverty, the simple inability for individuals and groups of individuals and families to experience what we call the good life of America, the decency of America, who generate only enough income. I often wonder how in the world these individuals even survive, how they make it from day to day, how they survive. How do you survive on $15,000 a year? How do you survive on $15 an hour in some of our major cities? How do you survive on $7.25 an hour, or $7.50 an hour in some of our rural communities where individuals actually go to work all day, work the whole day and into the evening, and at the end of the week have not earned enough money to meet their basic needs? And when we have an opportunity to share the wealth of this great nation, to help those individuals to rise above the circumstances of their being, when we could provide assistance, resources, help. And so if we're serious about helping families then the resources that we have must be applied in such a way that they becomes the beneficiaries. Because I can tell you that a rising tide will lift all boats. And that if we help those individuals in a serious way rise, then we won't be talking about what their needs are. We're talking about what they too can contribute to the well-being of the rest of society. And so I would hope that after this debate, and after we hear some of the amendments, that perhaps we'll change a little bit of our thinking and make sure that we direct more of the resources to the well-being of those families who are the greatest in need. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Ms. Miller is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word, and I really appreciate how much time and energy and effort you have spent to help the working class in America. I speak in strong favor of the Tax Cuts for Working Families Act. One of the key provisions in the very successful 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was the expansion of the standard deduction. This committee has traveled all over the country, including my home state of West Virginia, just to hear how real Americans are struggling in Biden's economy. The vast, vast majority of my constituents use the standard deduction on their taxes every year. That's why improving the standard deduction to the new and improved guaranteed deduction will ensure almost every West Virginian will get to keep more of their hard-earned money. And then it will circulate into our local economy. The bonus $4,000 deduction is a $100 billion tax cut for the working families and will go a long way to make sure that my constituents can make ends meet. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate this committee's continued focus on working class Americans, and I look forward to quickly passing this legislation into law. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Sewell is Mr. Kildee is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Middle-class families are struggling from the high cost of housing and child care, and middle-class families do need tax relief. But this bill misses the mark in providing targeted tax relief for those same families. The largest benefits don't go to those taxpayers who need it the most. The majority go to those who are already quite well off. On the other hand, Democrats are focused on expanding the child tax credit that, by the way, cut child poverty by 40% and help working families cover their basic needs like rent, putting food on the table. I'm also disappointed that the bills the majority is pushing today are benefiting large businesses and corporations, not lowering costs for workers and retirees in the bipartisan way that we're fully capable of doing. I believe, as many of us do, that Americans deserve access to affordable, quality health care, and that's especially true if you've worked hard all your life but lost your pension through no fault of your own, or you lost your job because of a bad trade deal that sent your job overseas. That's why Congress authorized the Health Coverage Tax Credit, or HCTC, to help workers and retirees in this particular difficult position cover the cost of health care. Tens of thousands of Americans across the country claim the HCTC, including many Delphi salaried retirees who saw their pensions cut when they were taken over by the Pension Benefit Guaranty Corporation, the PBGC. Despite its importance and despite regular bipartisan support, the HCTC has never been made permanent. Unfortunately, in December 2021, the HCTC expired again. For a year and a half, Americans who rely on the credit had little certainty how to financially plan to cover their health insurance costs. Now, extending the HCTC is supported, again, by Democrats and Republicans. I'm proud to support legislation along with Republican colleagues on this committee to extend the HCTC to help thousands of workers and retirees. Mr. Chairman, I hope going forward we can work together with you and other members of this committee to extend this bipartisan common sense credit to help lower the costs for thousands of workers and retirees all across America. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Smucker is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support the provision in this bill to provide a bonus guaranteed deduction of almost $4,000 for hardworking and low to moderate income families. And I think it's necessary at this time because, just as Mr. Kildee was saying, families in my district have been struggling, have been feeling the pain of the policies of this administration. The average American would have needed a 15.5% pay raise just to keep up with inflation during this administration. And lower income Americans are feeling the impact of that inflation more than most. And in fact, inflation or wages have not risen at 15.5%. And so real average hourly earnings, the difference between inflation and wage increases, real wages are down 3.2% since President Biden took office. That's real pain for American families. So this guaranteed deduction bonus, which increases the standard deduction, it'll help bring relief to hardworking families that are making financial decisions, tough decisions to make ends meet. And I want to take a moment to contrast these policies with the policies enacted in the Inflation Act. This will put more money in families' pockets and very different than the tax credits Democrats implemented for electric vehicles. And unlike what was said earlier, that is going to wealthy Americans. Most of the benefit of the electric vehicle tax is going to wealthy Americans. So I hope that my colleagues will see the merits of an increased standard deduction and work with us to advance sound tax policies. I just want to remind my colleagues as well, this $4,000 deduction bonus is for everybody, except one group of people, and that's individuals who are earning more than $500,000 per year. They are not eligible for this standard deduction. The bonus will provide relief for 107 million households, 107 million households. So again, this, by the way, is on top of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and there's been a lot of discussion about the impact of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act today. But it was a massive tax relief, put more money in people's pockets for millions of middle and low-income families. And in fact, contrary to what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have been saying today, that bill, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, increased the tax burden on the top 1%, and as I mentioned, cut the burden on the lowest income levels. So, and then what is left of their tax burden, this standard deduction bonus in this bill will provide immediate relief. It means that the single largest percentage cut in taxes will by far go to earners below $100,000. Families making between $15,000 and $30,000 a year will see their taxes slashed by more than 30%. That's real relief. This is a real benefit, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill.
Mr. Evans is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to strike the last word. I'm deeply disappointed that this Republican tax package leaves behind working families and lower-income taxpayers. This Republican tax package failed to improve the child tax credit, despite expansions by the Democrats championing that lower child tax credits help families to buy groceries and pay the rent or mortgage. This Republican tax package also has failed to improve the earned income tax credit. Despite expansions Democrats have championed to ensure that our tax code does not tax hardworking people deeper in poverty. Instead, the Republican tax package benefits large corporations and the wealthy over small businesses and working families. These Republican tax giveaways are costly. They do not pay for themselves or increase the revenue, and they will not raise for working families. I cannot support this package because I, along with my Democratic colleagues, are committed to a fair tax system that invests in families and workers. And it is essential, Mr. Chairman, that the leading member of this committee, Mr. Neal, has stated we should function together. This should not be about pointing fingers at anyone. This should be about trying to address this issue. It is important in terms of workers and people that we need to pull together. So I say to you that we should join together and work and build on what we have been doing. That is the most important thing. I thank you and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Panetta is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I appreciate the majority's intentions here to cut taxes for the middle-class families. However, being from California, the Central Coast of California, the 19th Congressional District, the bill is no substitute for fixing the SALT cap, which specifically impacts constituents in high-tax locations like my district and discourages responsible governance at the local level. Additionally, these are increases in deductions. This bill fails to deliver relief for those at the lower end of the income spectrum. As Mr. Evans just referred to, the child tax credit, the earned income tax credit, and the child independent care credit all would be a better use of tax expenditures. Lastly, without a pay-for, this legislation could further fuel inflation as benefits will largely accrue to those who are able to keep spending. For those reasons, I must oppose this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Ms. Moore is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and I realize that this may not be a technical question, but I do want Mr. Bartold to help me with my math a little bit here.
Ms. Moore, we are already beyond technical questions.
I can't ask him any questions?
No.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. So I'll have to struggle along here. I just heard someone say that taxpayers earning between $15,000 to $30,000 would realize a 30% cut in their taxes. I don't think that's true, okay? And I can't ask Mr. Bartold, but, and I hope that you all got this distributional chart here. I'm thinking about people in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where the median income is $46,637, and you, Ms. Miller, in West Virginia, where you live, the median income is $33,012 a month. These people are not going to get anything close to $4,000. It'll be somewhere in the area of 50, 60 bucks. As I look at this chart, best as I can interpret, someone who's, say, making $33,012 a year income in Huntington, West Virginia, you know, people in that category, out of the $48 billion you're spending, only 1.5 million of it is going to that income class. So, and in Milwaukee, they'll do a little bit better. Between 40,000 and 50,000, 2.2 million out of the 48 billion is going to be spent on that class of people. So this is not a middle-class tax cut, as one of our colleagues talked about earlier. They talked about no one over $500,000 is going to get anything. And I don't begrudge higher income earners, you know, getting some tax break. They get a lot based on the kinds of stuff that we're doing here today. But, you know, I don't want to be told that this is helping middle-class families when I read off numbers like the median incomes of places like Milwaukee and Huntington, West Virginia, and these people are going to get nothing. And so with that, I'll yield back.
Are there additional members that wish to strike the last word? Seeing none, we will move to amendments. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Del Bene?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment, and I ask the gentlelady to suspend while the clerk distributes. It's a child tax. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer this amendment along with my colleagues, Mr. Larson and Mr. Evans. I will not belabor this amendment because we have just a very large amount of facts and statistics that we all know to be true and well documented about the incredible impact of the enhanced child tax credit. First, the child tax credit amendment that I put forward here has already been shown to cut child poverty in half in just 1 year. Making it permanent would have a transformative impact on child poverty for generations to come across our country. And you all should have seen and heard the stories, seen the data and heard the stories that I've seen. We don't get anywhere near the same return on these investments that we can make when we have giveaways to the wealthy and the well-connected. But when we make investments in our children through the expanded child tax credit, the return that we get is incredible. There's also a cost to doing nothing. Child poverty costs our country $1 trillion per year in lost productivity, health disparities, and crime. Second, your bill, the Republican bill, is completely silent on the child tax credit. Let me repeat, the amendment that I'm putting forward here ensures that at least 4 million children would no longer be living in poverty in the wealthiest country in the world. But instead, we are here discussing tax breaks for corporations that don't need it. And to my colleague from Georgia, who brought up an issue earlier, one of the biggest things that this legislation also does, it gets to the folks who need it the most. This is a refundable tax credit. It gets to people who don't have tax liability, may not make enough to even have a tax liability. We help folks who are struggling the most, and that's why this particular policy has such an incredible impact. Unlike the policy that we are considering, the base policy we're considering here today, that does not reach the folks who need it the most, does not help them afford their expenses. The child tax credit has helped people with housing, with food, to buy diapers, to pay for childcare, school supplies. The impact is incredible. So unfortunately, we don't see this in the base text, but we have this opportunity here to add this amendment and make a transformative change to this legislation that truly would help families across the country. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Does the gentleman insist on his point of order?
I do, Mr. Chairman. I make a point of order against the amendment. Mr. Chairman, the amendment offers is not germane to the underlying resolution under Clause 6 of Rule 16 amendments on a subject different from that that's being considered today, are not germane and therefore not in order.
Does the sponsor of the amendment wish to be heard on the point of order?
I think if we're going to talk about, Mr. Chairman, I think if we're going to talk about the impact that we are going to have on families, we're talking about, that has been your fundamental premise here. There is a huge cost to doing nothing and not considering this legislation. Frankly, I think that with all the information we have on the impact of the child tax credit, this is the place that we should start. So I do think that this is germane to the conversation and we should consider this amendment.
The chair is prepared to rule. The gentleman from Florida makes the point of order that the amendment proposed is not germane. The subject of the resolution is to provide tax relief to individuals through an enhanced deduction. The subject of the amendment is to provide a credit on an unrelated basis. Even the sponsor of the bill says that nowhere in the title does it talk about the credit, that we're silent on it in your description of your amendment. On this basis, the chair finds that the amendment is a proposition on a subject different from that under consideration within the meaning of Clause 7 of Rule 16. That is, the amendment is not germane, the point of order is sustained, and the amendment is not in order.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move to challenge the ruling of the chair and ask for a roll call vote.
Mr. Chairman, I move to table the appeal.
The question is on tabling the appeal. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
The ayes have it, and the appeal is tabled.
Could we have a roll call vote on that, Mr. Chairman?
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan.
Aye.
Mr. Buchanan, aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, yes. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, yes. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, yes. Mr. LaHood. Dr. Winstrup. Dr. Winstrup, yes. Mr. Arrington. Dr. Ferguson. Dr. Ferguson, yes. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, yes. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, yes. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, yes. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, yes. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, yes. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, yes. Mr. Stubbe. Miss Tinney. Miss Tinney, yes. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, yes. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, yes. Mrs. Steele. Mrs. Steele, yes. Miss Van Dyne. Miss Van Dyne, yes. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, yes. Miss Maliotakis. Miss Maliotakis, yes. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, yes. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, no. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, no. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, no. Mr. Blumenauer. Mr. Blumenauer, no. Mr. Pascrell. Mr. Pascrell, no. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, no. Miss Sanchez. Miss Sanchez, no. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins, no. Miss Sewell. Miss Del Bene. Miss Del Bene, no. Miss Chu. Miss Chu, no. Miss Moore. Miss Moore, no. Mr. Kildee. Mr. Kildee, no. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, no. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, no. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, no. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, yes. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Arrington, yes. Mr. Stubbe. Miss Sewell. Chairman Smith.
Yes.
Chairman Smith, yes.
The clerk will report the vote.
The ayes are 24, the noes are 17.
With 24 ayes and 17 noes, the appeal is tabled. Are there additional amendments? Mr. Thompson?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment, and I ask the gentleman to suspend while the clerk distributes.
Mr. Chairman, I'll do whatever you'd like, but I was planning to bring this amendment up, get a response from you, and I'm willing to withdraw it. So you don't even have to pass it out if you don't want to.
I don't even know what the amendment is yet, so it's trying to be distributed.
Do you want to just talk about it?
I have no idea what you're doing.
That doesn't stop anybody.
You want, okay. You want to talk about your amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've discussed this issue with the committee before, and as I think you all know, my district and a lot of other districts have been devastated by wildfires. And sadly, a number of the wildfires burned homes, businesses, killed people. And there was a settlement between the people who were harmed and the Pacific Gas and Electric Company in Northern and Central California. And the bank, part of the PG&E settlement, the folks got settlements that were actually less than it cost them to replace their home or their business. But the tragedy was they were taxed on the monies that they got from the settlement fund. And Mr. LaMalfa and I have legislation to rectify that and to excuse them from their tax liability. It just seems hardly fair that you lose your home and your livelihood and relatives, and then you're taxed on the money that you get to rebuild your house. So I wanted to raise this issue one more time. The issue belongs in this committee's jurisdiction. There's support on both sides of the aisle for it, and I'd like a commitment that we would work together to get this resolved.
Mr. Thompson, I appreciate how much work you and Representative LaMalfa has been putting in this and making it truly a bipartisan approach, and it's something that I've been in conversation with my team. There's also other areas of the tax code that we need to look at from a bipartisan aspect, as in disaster assistance in Florida, for example. I know Mr. Stubbe and Mr. Donald has brought that up several times. So I'm hoping that we can move together with all these items to help deliver it at some future point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I withdraw my amendment.
Thank you. Further amendments? Mr. Pascrell?
Mr. Chairman, let me see. Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment, and I ask the gentleman to suspend while the clerk distributes. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When we passed the first tax scam, we targeted certain states. And if you remember, Mr. Chairman, members of your party bragged about it during the debates. We targeted, they said. We targeted these states because they were Democratic states. Do you remember that, Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman, do you remember that?
What's your question, Mr. Pascrell?
You don't even know the question?
You just said, do you remember that?
Let me ask it over again. Do you remember in earlier debates in previous years when you were here, like I was here, people in your party of the 12 targeted states, quote unquote, said that we purposely did this because they were Democratic states. This is an election coming up next year. I just asked the question, do you remember that?
You know, maybe I'm getting older, but I don't recall that.
Okay. I accept that. The SALT deduction was on our books for over 150 years. Then Republicans stole the vital lifeline from middle-class families, all to finance over $2 trillion tax giveaways to the rich. We're not talking about small stuff. We're talking about something very important. And they did it at that particular time because all the money was going to go into the war, and there won't be any money for roads and hospitals and schools. Middle-class Americans from states like New Jersey, New York, California, have suffered for years under this crushing cap. In 2020, New Jerseyans reported an average of over $26,000 in SALT. In Bergen County, which is half of my district, nearly every income bracket reported more in SALT than the cap. The average taxpayer in New Jersey is paying taxes on an additional $16,000 in income. Remember I said $26,000 before. That's thousands of dollars more at tax time. And I said before, my city, and I misspoke, I said 40, it's 45,000 of income, average income in a city, my city, Paterson, New Jersey, 160,000 people. The first industrial city in the United States. For countless New Jersey families, that's a mortgage payment. That is money for gas and groceries. Instead, their hard-earned paycheck is going to big business tax cuts. In fact, $635 billion came from this program to pay for some of those tax cuts in 2017. What do you know about that? What would Abraham Lincoln say to that? Middle income in New Jersey is not the same as Oklahoma or Missouri. The cost of living in New Jersey is 45% higher than in Oklahoma City. Housing costs are a staggering 118% higher. Yet our donor states are the pack mules of the tax system and it had even more weight dumped on their backs. The donor states. And you know what that means. There are numbers for that too. Addressing the SALT cap should be bipartisan because what's happened since 2017, what's happened is that some of the other states that were not as deeply involved, where the $10,000 threshold that exists right now didn't really matter. Now it matters. More people are applying for the deduction, even though it's only $10,000. So it should be bipartisan, this attempt. We have colleagues on the other side of the aisle whose constituents are brutalized by the SALT cap. In New York State, for instance. New York State. And you know, and I know, I brought that up for a reason in New York State. So, I mean, we're not guessing here. In 2020, the average California reported over
Pascrell,
30.
your time has expired by 45 seconds once again. So maybe one of your colleagues will give you some time. Is there further
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
individuals who would like to speak on the amendment? Ms. Tinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I am from one of those states that has really high taxes, among the highest in the nation. And I would argue that we are brutalized by New York taxes as an upstate New York resident in a district where The estimates are that my constituents pay about 6% actually itemize. So a SALT deduction wouldn't necessarily impact upstate New York, but it would certainly impact New York City. But I think it's an issue, and I agree with Mr. Pasquarello that it has bipartisan interest. I don't think this bill covers all the issues and goals that the members on our side would like to address in terms of coming up with a solution to this. I know there's a lot of solutions in the pipeline. This committee has made it clear that we will evaluate our economic challenges and develop policy solutions while in the field and among the hardworking Americans. This bill addresses the needs and concerns of hardworking Americans and small businesses, and I'm talking about the bill in chief. We can certainly look to other policy solutions forward, and I think we should. Today, we're here to address what we heard in Petersburg, West Virginia, Yukon, Oklahoma, and Peachtree City, Georgia, along with Staten Island. But I'm supportive of something on this, and I think that you could get more bipartisan support if we actually got together on this. I did pen an article in the Wall Street Journal called Please Pass the SALT, which talked about having some concessions to help some of the New Yorkers that are beleaguered by New York City taxes, by Albany's constant increase in taxes to New Yorkers, including our business and all businesses, especially the small businesses that drive our economy. So, and we know the small businesses actually create most of the new jobs. So I would just say I'd like to see us do more on trying to come up with a compromise on this. And with that, I'd be happy to work with the gentleman and anyone on the other side of the aisle in coming up with something to find a compromise on this particular issue dealing with state and local tax deductions. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Connecticut has the distinction of being, prior to the SALT tax, being the #1 donor state in the country. You know, we're proud of that. We're proud that for every dollar that we send to the federal government, we get back 85 cents because we believe in the importance of funding the government. What we don't believe in is then an arbitrary decision made by this committee to then double tax the people of the state of Connecticut and the other states that have been mentioned. There's no hiding from it, as Mr. Pasquarello has pointed out. This is a glaring atrocity in what it's done to working people all across my state. Again, who are more than happy to pay their fair share, but then to be doubly burdened so that trillions of dollars can go in the way of a tax cut to the nation's wealthiest 1% of people? That is outlandish, and it's why I support Mr. Pasquarello's amendment and yield him more time.
Thank you. Thank you, John. Mr. Chair, so addressing the SALT cap should be bipartisan. And I reach out to my bipartisan partner, because this issue is not going to go away. And my amendment tonight is a bipartisan piece of legislation. So, in 2020, I told you the figures of California and New York. The amendment we're offering mirrors a Republican bill introduced by Republican Congressman Lolata, D'Esposito, and Lawler of New York, and Representative Garcia of California. This group, 2 weeks ago, offered this amendment for consideration in the House Rules Committee. If the other side opposes this amendment, I hope they explain why to each of their Republican colleagues. Our amendment is paid for. It addresses the burdensome cap. It is indexed to inflation. It does away with the marriage penalty. We all debated that a few years ago. And I thank you to Congressman Thompson, Larson, and Schneider for co-leading this crucial amendment for middle-class families. Our constituents have waited long enough for SALT relief. I urge support of my amendment, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you for the time. I'll answer any questions later.
Thank you. Mr. Winstrup is recognized.
Thank you. I just want to share a story when this was being debated the first time, and when we're talking about SALT, and I received a phone call from a very successful retired CEO, and he said to me, "Winstrup, what are you doing? What are you doing?" He goes, this SALT thing, for those of us with 3 and 4 homes, this is going to kill us." And I said, well, that's a real message I can take out to rural America, isn't it? Which I represent both urban and rural. So that's my take on it. When we hear that, that's hurting middle class, that clearly wasn't middle class. And then, as you say, if you thought Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was just for the rich, well, I guess we killed him and we paid him back. So it sounds like even Steven to me. I yield back.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support this amendment and reject efforts to permanently double tax Illinoisans and tens of millions of other Americans by permanently capping the state and local income tax deduction. The Republican tax bill increased the taxes on over almost 2 million Illinoisans by hundreds of millions of dollars, 85% of whom are in the middle class. In my congressional district, typically over 102,000 households benefited from the SALT, the vast majority of whom earn less than $75,000. And it's not just the Chicago area families that are bumping up against the Republican SALT limit either. Plenty of downstate families lose out too. In Peoria and McLean counties, represented by another member of this committee, households are negatively affected by the Republican SALT cap. SALT deduction is a bedrock part of the tax code since its inception because it recognizes that all levels of government need revenue to carry out critical services to help citizens. State and local governments need revenue to provide education services, hire police officers, fix roads, ensure clean water, and support hospitals. The Republican tax scam intentionally targets blue states that raise revenue to pay for services to improve the quality of life. The pointed goal is to increase taxes for hard-working Americans and threaten public services in blue states. People in Chicago need real tax reform for real people. We need to help families pay their rent, buy good health insurance, afford quality health care, so they can work and send their kids to school. We should not raise the taxes of hard-working Americans and undermine local government to subsidize the special interests and target blue states like my own. I support this amendment and yield back.
Mr. Smith is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. I think this discussion that we're having is relevant, it's timely. I again hope that we can I think continue good policy that's on the books. If that needs some changing or tweaking, I'm anxious for various proposals, but to take it to this level. So I just want to confirm here, Mr. Pascrell, that the cap you would set at $60,000 for a single filer and $120,000 for a household.
That's what's in there.
So, right, so that is, a household would have property taxes and state income tax of $120,000. So that'd be roughly what annual income for that household? I mean, $500,000? I mean, it's.
I wouldn't say anything more than that.
Okay, well, I'm concerned that the benefit, it would benefit the high-income folks significantly. And let's face it, we come from different districts, different perspectives. I mean, President Biden has said that $400,000 is middle class, and I would argue he's kind of violated his pledge to not raise taxes on anyone making $400,000 a year. But $400,000 a year in Nebraska is perceived a lot differently than in say, New Jersey, New York, California. So what we did with the $10,000 SALT cap, the average SALT deduction across America was $5,000. We doubled it to $10,000, and that helped a lot of people. So I'm just concerned that, fiscally speaking, if the criticism is that various other policies help the wealthy, this one clearly would help the wealthy, and I would say disproportionately so. And when you look at what we did with TCJA, doubled the standard deduction, doubled the child tax credit, those would have been permanent with more assistance in the number of votes. We didn't have the votes to do that, and that is a result of the process. That left the House permanent but didn't survive the Senate. So I think we can do a lot better than what this specific provision sets out to do, assuming that you're wanting to help, what most people would agree is the middle class. I would yield for clarification.
Thank you. And I think what you've said is fair and understanding. The last session, I was vehemently opposed to our way or the highway. In other words, if we don't get the whole thing, we don't want anything. I think that's what happened, and it went south. That's my opinion. I didn't say that was
reclaiming
the
reclaiming.
But I'm telling you, if we open up the discussion, what at least is called for in the amendment, we could negotiate that. It's negotiable. You've heard the young lady?
Well, reclaiming my time.
Me.
Reclaiming my time. This proposal is more than 10 times what the current policy is.
But what was the whole thing to begin with before we passed the change in 2017?
Well, there could be arguments.
100%.
There could be arguments that it would be zero.
It was 100%, though. It was covered.
Well,
correct?
There would be arguments to be made in terms
incorrect?
of reclaiming my time. There would be arguments to be made that no state and local taxes would be deductible, because it's effectively an incentive for local entities to raise taxes. But on the notion that there's some basics to be covered, that it is reasonable that we took the national average of $5,000 for the state and local tax deduction, we doubled it to 10. That's worked pretty well. I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Good night, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Neal.
I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Pasquale.
Mr. Chairman, there are several questions asked of me, and I'm trying to get to them. And the main reason why I stood up and supported this a long time ago was I do not believe in double taxation. I don't care if the person's making $10 million or 10 cents. And I've stood by that. I don't support, for instance, taxing billionaires simply to get the money we need. Everybody's got to pay their fair share. That I will argue about. That I will. Because the tax system stinks. It's a two-tier situation. If everybody paid their fair share, we wouldn't have to be discussing this. This is like nickel and dime stuff when we get to the big stuff. But if people had to pay their fair amount of taxes, and they couldn't hide it in assets all over the place, we wouldn't have as many debates amongst ourselves, Mr. Chairman. I can assure you of that. And I'm presenting this as a remedy to remedy the situation about double taxation. And I think that 60,000 was a good starting point for negotiations. And I believe that the amendment, I know, is well-intentioned and leading to that. I wouldn't accept all or nothing, and I'm saying, as the young lady said 28 hours ago, we need to have negotiations about this. I think that's a fair approach to the darn thing. I mean, I got in trouble with some of my own party for saying that because we got to stick to the end, and they got stuck. So I think we can make something here with these tools that we have, and we don't have to throw away everything in order to get to that. And we keep our own principles. You pay your fair share. I mean, don't forget, 156 years this was on the book. And I know that you don't like double taxation either. This is double taxation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Malliotakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to note that I am actually on the SALT caucus with my colleague from New Jersey, and I do support addressing this issue of making sure that we provide SALT relief once again for New Yorkers and others that are suffering because of, and let's be clear about this, the reason why we have this issue to begin with is because of Democrat-run states and municipalities that keep abusing the taxpayer, that they treat them like ATM machines. New York State's budget is well over $225 billion. All right, it's twice the budget of the state of Florida that has millions of more residents. New York City is the same situation. About $109 billion, I think, is the most recent budget. So maybe my colleagues on the other side of the aisle should also be speaking with their mayors and governors, as I have, advocating for them to stop abusing the taxpayers to pay for a whole bunch of nonsense in these mismanaged states and municipalities. But let's also face reality that the Democrats, when they were completely in control of the House, the Senate, and the White House, they could not get this done. So I would think we'd have a less of a chance getting it done now that the Republicans control the House, because as you know, many of my colleagues do not represent blue states. Like, there's only a few of us on this committee. So the solution really does need to be a bipartisan solution. But we also need to make sure that we're not incentivizing states, right, governors like mine and mayors like mine, to just keep raising taxes more. Because what happens is you're going to give some relief in the form of SALT, and then they're just going to go and raise taxes again and take it with the other hand. So you're literally giving money with one hand and then seeing the cities and the states take it away with the other hand. That is why I took the approach with the standard deduction that would just let people keep their money in their pocket. And I think it's a good start. I would like to see us come to some resolution on SALT as well, as I said, in a bipartisan, bicameral fashion. This particular amendment, by the way, it goes up to filers. It actually allows a SALT deduction cap of $120,000 for joint filers. And you are accusing me of my bill supporting millionaires? All right, my bill actually affects people between $15,000 and $500,000. And here you want a deduction cap of $120,000. You want the deduction to be $120,000 for joint filers. That actually does support millionaires and benefits the millionaires and the very wealthy. So I would just say, look, I would love to have everyone's support on the standardized deduction, and I do want to continue to have this conversation. And the chairman has been very open and honest with the members of our conference who have expressed concerns. And he's certainly willing to work with us on a solution And Mr. Pascrell, I would like to continue to work with you on this to advocate for it. But let's just try to do it in a bipartisan fashion, because as I said, when the Democrats controlled everything, they couldn't get it done then. So let's see if we can do it in a more bipartisan fashion as we continue down this year. But again, we need to make sure, and there needs to be some type of provision in here, if it's legal, we got to look at the legalities of it, to try to make sure that the states don't continue to raise taxes and take that savings and put it in their coffers to spend and increase their bloated government as we are seeing in our states. So thank you very much, and I yield back.
Ms. Chu is recognized.
I move to strike the last word. I offer my full support for this amendment to reinstate the SALT deduction. In 2017, during consideration of the GOP tax scam, Democrats on this committee warned that Republicans were capping the SALT deduction so that Americans in states like California could pay for tax cuts for corporations. And that's exactly what happened. It's why some Republicans have joined Democrats in pushing Congress to address this unfairness. But sadly, the bill before us, again, cuts corporate taxes while doing nothing to restore tax fairness to Americans and communities like Southern California. Prior to the GOP's cap on SALT deductions, 37% of households in my district claimed this deduction at an average of more than $20,000. And many of these are working class households. In Los Angeles County, the Economic Policy Institute's family budget calculator shows that a family of 2 adults and 2 children needs to earn $8,500 per month or $102,000 per year just to meet basic living expenses. That number is even higher in other places. For these families who are just getting by, the SALT deduction can be the difference between saving for a child's education or having enough savings to deal with an unexpected emergency. These are the Republicans that, they're the taxpayers that Republicans took advantage of to hand out tax cuts to the rich, and these are the same taxpayers that are left behind by today's bill as we consider yet another round of tax cuts for corporations. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting yes on this amendment, and I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment. Mr. Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I want to thank my colleagues, Representative Pascrell, Representative Thompson, all the members of the SALT caucus on both sides of the aisle. I appreciate the work we do in trying to reenact or trying to reinstate the full SALT deduction to remedy what I believe is truly injustice over the last number of years. In 2017, congressional Republicans and the Trump administration voted to impose double taxation on middle-class families in my district and others around the country by capping the state and local deduction at $10,000. And with all respect to my colleague from New York, I don't believe this is why we have the issues we have in the states on taxes. No one likes paying taxes. I think that we can all agree with. But everyone likes the benefits that those taxes provide us. They provide for our police and fire protection. They provide for our schools, our parks, the safe roads. They provide for the festivals and fairs we're all going to experience in our communities throughout the summer, bringing people together and celebrating community. These cost money. And there are some basic principles that we've talked about. The idea that people shouldn't be taxed twice. I come from Illinois. Illinois is a high tax state. I get asked about our taxes all the time. But it's not the federal government that's going to figure out how to address the taxes in any given state. It's the voters who make those decisions in their state elections. They choose if they want to do that. And I think there's a great extent of misinformation, whether intentional or unintentional here. The states that we are talking about that are penalized, and by the way, as Mr. Pascrell said, it was done with intent to penalize blue states like Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Illinois, and California. These are high tax states, without question. But they are also states that pay far more to the federal government than they receive in return. So I ask about the fairness of this issue. States like Illinois, my state, are paying a lot for the services we benefit. Voters have made those decisions, and some are happy and some are angry, and those decisions will run their course in the local elections at the municipal level, at the county level, the state level. But Illinois, New York, New Jersey, California, Connecticut send more to the federal government than we get back. We're not being subsidized by these other states. We're the ones doing the subsidizing. And yet here we are being told that it's because of a deduction, it's because a decision made more than 100 years ago that we wouldn't double tax the monies that citizens pay to support their local and state governments with a federal tax, and that decision was flipped on its head in 2017. It is truly a matter of fairness. In my district, 42% of the families rely on the SALT deduction. Statewide, that figure is 1 in 3 Illinois taxpayers. And of the families and individuals who take the deduction, 85% of them are considered middle income. And here we are tonight, today, all day. It's our first tax markup of the 118th Congress. We could be focusing on proven economic solutions like the child tax credit, which we know lifted half the children in poverty before the credit was expanded. We lifted half those children out of poverty. We could be working to enact paid leave to ensure more people are able to join our workforce. We talk in this committee about the need to expand our workforce, but we're not doing that here. We could be boosting policies like the Earned Income Tax Credit that puts money in people's pockets that are helping them just make ends meet. But that's not what we're talking about here either. I hear from my constituents all the time their frustration, what they call a sham tax bill from 2017. I hear about their pain and their frustration that Washington isn't listening to them. We have the chance to listen. This amendment is a step forward. It's had bipartisan support before, it should have it now, and I urge all my colleagues to support the amendment. I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Before we proceed, I do want to make a comment myself on this provision. I've had numerous conversations with the members from New York, New Jersey, California, Republicans and Democrats. This is an issue that definitely is impacted in different areas of the country much differently. A 1%er nationwide is somewhere over $600,000 a year. In my district, it's $150,000. So every district is really different, but I will say that this is something that we are working to try to address something that's fair, because we know that this is all changing. I can tell you the folks from New York, Malliotakis, Tenney, D'Esposito, LaLoda, Lawler, Garbarino, I hear from them and I get salt shakers every time I see them. So I will tell you that it's just something we have to look at, and I don't know the answer, but we definitely need to have the discussion to see what is fair. With that, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Pascrell. The clerk will report the vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, no. Dr. Winstrup? Dr. Winstrup, no. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington, no. Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson, no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe. Ms. Tinney. Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mrs. Steele. Mrs. Steele, no. Ms. Van Dyne. Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliotakis. Ms. Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Blumenauer. Mr. Blumenauer, yes. Mr. Pascrell. Mr. Pascrell, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins, yes. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Delbene. Ms. Delbene, yes. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore. Mr. Kildee. Mr. Kildee, yes. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Doggett. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sewell. Chairman Smith.
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
Clerk will report the vote.
The ayes are 14, the nays are 24, present 1.
There being 14 ayes and 24 noes and 1 present, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Mr. Snyder.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment, and I ask the gentleman to suspend while the clerk distributes. Mr. Snyder, you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of myself and my colleague Danny Davis, I'd like to offer an amendment that has in recent Congress has been a bipartisan priority. I'm deeply concerned about the impact this underlying legislation would have on charitable giving. Our amendment would tap the giving potential of the more than 90% of taxpayers who take the standard deduction. Specifically, it would restore and extend the charitable deduction for non-itemizers and raise the cap that taxpayers could deduct to approximately $4,600 for individuals and double that, $9,200 for joint filers. For over 100 years, the charitable deduction has served as an incentive for Americans to give back to their communities and the organizations that serve the neediest among us. Since its introduction to the tax code, the charitable deduction has been largely reserved for those who itemize their tax deductions, roughly representing 9% of taxpayers. As my colleagues know, in the face of the COVID pandemic, we expanded the charitable deduction to encourage more Americans to give what they could to those in need. In the years 2020 and 2021, non-itemizing taxpayers had the opportunity to deduct up to $300 or $600 for joint filers for their charitable donations. Based on our experience in those years, we know the above-the-line charitable deduction incentive works, and indeed it works very well. Small donations of $300 increased by 28% in 2020 and outpaced the growth of larger donations. 25% of non-itemizers, or 42.5 million Americans, utilized that deduction and generated an incremental $10.9 billion in charitable giving. Smaller donations drive the charitable sector, support religious institutions such as churches and synagogues throughout the country, help faith-based charities, and support families and individuals in need. Charitable groups across our communities recognize the impact that the above-the-line charitable deduction for non-itemizers had on giving and encourage its extension. That's why I'm worried about what this proposed legislation we've discussed today and how it would hamper charitable giving. Under this Republican bill, the wealthiest taxpayers who would still itemize their returns regardless of the increased standard deduction would still have the benefit of the charitable deduction. That can cut $37 from every $100 that they give. Meanwhile, the 90% of taxpayers who take the standard deduction would not have access to that charitable deduction, meaning that all but the wealthiest Americans can deduct what they give to charity. I want to thank my colleagues, Representative Blake Moore, Danny Davis, and Michelle Steele, for their leadership on the Charitable Act, which I offer today in an effort to remedy this concern. I ask unanimous consent as well to commit to the record 2 letters supporting the Charitable Act from the Leadership 18, which represents some of the largest nonprofits in the country, and the Charitable Giving Coalition.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm proud to co-sponsor this amendment that would restore the above-the-line charitable deduction that I've championed for years. As one of the founding members of the Philanthropy Caucus, and as one who comes from a state of thousands of nonprofits and charitable foundations, I know the critical role that charities play in helping people and communities. They help feed, house, clothe, educate, counsel, and care for those in need. Unfortunately, charitable contributions by individuals have been declining. Having an above-the-line charitable deduction helps those who give but who do not itemize, which is the vast majority of tax filers. I see people every Sunday who give who aren't able to benefit from the itemized charitable deduction. We know that the above the line encourages people to give. When Congress created the temporary universal charitable deduction in 2020 and 2021, it generated $10.9 billion for charities, with 1/4 of that coming from individuals making less than $30,000 a year. In addition to the dramatic increase in giving after the universal charitable deduction was enacted, We also know that the above-the-line deduction specifically encouraged giving because there was an estimated 33% increase in gifts of $300 on December 31st, 2020, the exact amount of the deduction. Therefore, I am proud to co-lead the charitable act with Representatives Blake Moore, Michelle Steele, and Chris Pappas that created with Representative Snyder the model for this amendment. It is an amazing bill, and I hope that we can all work together to enact it. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
I've never been called Mr. Speaker, but, you know, we'll
Yeah.
take that, Mr. Davis.
Mr. Chairman, it's part of this new power sharing scheme.
Oh, boy. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, on this. I'd like to thank the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Snyder, for bringing attention to a very, very important bill, something that I'm extremely passionate about, and I appreciate in the late hours of our very long committee hearing that we've had today, our markup hearing, to be able to highlight the importance of those that choose not to itemize and the ability for them to still contribute to their local schools, charities, churches. This is a hugely important bill. Is why we've actually had incredibly good bipartisan conversations. I think we would all admit, if we were not in front of cameras or in any type of hearing, if we were in the back room, that the best place to continue this in is not in today's markup, but so we can continue the awesome conversation that we've had. And I would ask the gentleman if he would be willing to withdraw his amendment so we can continue those conversations.
I appreciate the sentiment, but I think we have the opportunity. This is of urgent need, and if we can put this in this bill, I think that would serve us all well.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none? Oh, Ms. Van Dyne.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Democrats are asking us to do what they could not do themselves, even with one-party rule over Washington. If this is such an important bill, if we had to get this done, if it was so timely, why, when you had the presidency, the Senate, the House, did you not get it done?
Would the gentlewoman yield?
In a moment. Last year, Democrats' top priority was special interest corporate tax breaks. By the way, to the tune of $664 billion and counting. And what my colleague is proposing will not address the biggest challenges that our committee heard about during field hearings across the country. It's not tackling impacts of Biden's cost of living crisis. It's not tackling worker shortages and other small business challenges. It's not looking at supply chain failures. It's doing nothing to compete with China. This bill already includes solutions in each of these areas that we have heard about from individuals across the country. Can we stop wasting time just trying to get political points? Can we instead focus on policies that help working families and that help our country move forward? I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Schneider. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, no. Dr. Winstrup? Mr. Arrington? Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson, no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn? Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe. Ms. Tinney. Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mrs. Steele. Mrs. Steele, no. Ms. Van Dyne. Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliotakis. Ms. Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Blumenauer. Mr. Blumenauer, yes. Mr. Pascrell. Mr. Pascrell, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins, yes. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Del Bene. Ms. Del Bene, yes. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Kildee. Mr. Kildee, yes. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, no. Dr. Winstrup. Dr. Winstrup, no. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Arrington, no. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, no. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Doggett. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sewell. Chairman Smith.
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
Clerk will report the vote.
The ayes are 15, the noes are 24.
There being 15 ayes and 24 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Ms. Chu?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment, and I ask the gentle lady to suspend while the clerk distributes. Ms. Chu, you can proceed.
Mr. Chair, on behalf of myself and Mr. Blumenauer, I would like to offer today an amendment that is extremely important in light of the attack on reproductive health that's been consistently supported by our Republican colleagues. Since the Supreme Court's decision just a year ago this month, Americans in 14 states, comprising of over 70 million Americans, have been denied the right to their own bodily autonomy. I want to take a moment to discuss what this means in practice. It means a 10-year-old rape victim having to cross state lines to receive an abortion. It means women who are miscarrying and are turned away from the hospital in their state until they get sick enough to be treated having to go to another state. It means a mother, her husband, and 3 children driving 17 hours from Texas to my state in Southern California to get an abortion that she's unable to get in her home state, even though she knows it's the best decision for herself and her family. Now, in response, corporations like Salesforce, Amazon, and Apple announced that they will help pay for the employees' expenses for those seeking abortions in another state. We want to ensure that these employees would not be taxed for that benefit. This amendment is based on Mr. Blumenauer's bill, the Travel for Care Act, and amends the Internal Revenue Code to exclude employer-reimbursed travel expenses for abortion-related care from taxation. There are enough economic barriers already in place for those seeking abortion care, so this amendment will alleviate just one of them. The truth is that wealthy and well-connected people will always have access to abortion services. But when a woman wants to get an abortion but is denied, she is more likely to fall into poverty. Deciding when and whether to have a child is one of the most important and consequential choices a person can make. Put simply, it is absolutely an economic consideration. So as we talk about ways in this committee to help ordinary Americans pay their bills, we would be ignorant to ignore the impact that statewide abortion bans are having on the lives of people in our districts. I know my Republican colleagues have rejected our efforts to help struggling families from the child tax credit to expanding their earned income tax credit to supporting policies like paid family leave and expanding access to contraception. But I hope they will stand with us today in helping those who need to travel across state lines to receive essential health care the ability to do so. Voting to defray the prohibitive costs placed on reproductive health, which, to be clear, are costs that my Republican colleagues purposely put in place, is a vote for safety, a vote for women's health care, and a vote in support of constitutional rights. Essentially, I am asking whether my colleagues will be complicit in denying women that they represent access to reproductive health care, or whether they will stand with them. I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Chu. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, no. Dr. Winstrup? Dr. Winstrup, no. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington, no. Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson, no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe? Ms. Tinney? Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Mrs. Steele? Mrs. Steele, no. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliotakis? Ms. Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer, yes. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell, yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins, yes. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Del Bene. Ms. Del Bene, yes. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Kildee. Mr. Kildee, yes. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Doggett.
Yes.
Mr. Doggett, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sewell. Chairman Smith.
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
Clerk will report the vote.
The ayes are 16, the noes are 24.
There being 16 ayes and 24 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Mr. Davis.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Chairman, I have an amendment. Okay.
Okay. So not Mr. Davis.
Yep.
Okay. Ms. Moore.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Oh, Vern, come on.
A point of order has been a point of order has been reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment, and I ask the gentle lady to suspend while the clerk distributes.
Inquiry, the chair.
Yes, Mr. Murphy.
Can we ask the opposition, is it their purpose to try to tire out the members of the baseball team on the Republican side so that they win tomorrow night? Because you know what? It ain't gonna happen.
Ain't got Cedric.
The gentle lady can proceed. Ms. Moore, you can proceed.
Thank you so very, very much, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, to quote one of our members, Ayanna Presley, I do think that it's really necessary that we extend some grace to our colleagues. These have been some really, really hard votes, you know, as we try to move toward some balance in our budget, some equity. And of course, I am very concerned about the last, the least, and the lost. Folks they talk about in the book of Matthew. And I realize that it's very difficult, you know, while it's very difficult to vote for SALT or the child tax credit and R&D credits and 100% depreciation, all this stuff that costs a lot of money, it's our job, we're privileged as members of the Ways and Means Committee to really discuss these things. So as you see in front of me, I have a bill. I have an amendment that's related to changing the Earned Income Tax Credit, just tweaking it. The Earned Income Tax Credit is one of our most effective income support programs, and it has a long history of bipartisan support. And it was signed into law over 40 years ago by a Republican president, President Ford. It has a lot of shortcomings, and I don't want to get all into what my bill, the Worker Act, would do to bring it up to date. But I just want to address the fact that it penalizes young workers and older workers. Now, we've had a very vigorous discussion right here in this room about wanting older women and the older folks, 49 to 54, to be required to go to work. And data show us that older workers are being forced to go to work either by choice or because they really don't have enough retirement security to not do so. And younger workers, those people 19 years old to age 24 with no children, for some reason that I don't understand, don't benefit from the Earned Income Tax Credit. What sense does that make? We're talking about people who are not students, not full-time students, but they are getting out of high school, they're making their way in the world, and for some reason, the Earned Income Tax Credit is not available to them. And actually, something that I have been fact-checked on, and I hope I get fact-checked on it again, is that we are actually taxing people into poverty. So my amendment is very modest. It wouldn't increase the credit amount. It wouldn't simplify it by decoupling the EITC from numbers of kids. It wouldn't expand the credit for caregivers or students like I'd like to do. It's modest. It just simply asks the question, why are we giving the EITC to workers with no children between 19 and 24, and why are we preventing workers over 65 from getting it? It seems to me that it flies in the face of anything called equal protection. I'm so happy to be co-leading this amendment with Ranking Member Davis, Congresswoman Chu, Congressman Evans. I'm so proud that they recognize it. You know, in my district, we have a median income of $46,000 a year, and yet 1 in 4 children in my district go to bed hungry every night. You know, and Mr. Smith, our chairman, in his district, the median income is $28,511. So I just think that while we're passing the standard deduction that doesn't help anybody except rich people or not rich people, but people who are well off, why can't we help people at the lower end of the income spectrum, people who have nothing? And these bills today have given nothing. Maybe with the standard deduction, 20, 30 bucks to workers. This is our opportunity to help people. Now we've got a point of order here, because I get it, that a lot of members don't want to discuss they don't want to vote against voting against the poor, because their folks are poorer than mine, to be quite frank. And a lot of members here from so-called blue states have people who are not as poor as some of y'all. And I mean, it's puzzling. And so with that, my time has expired, and I would hope that y'all would look out for the last, the least, and the lost in your districts.
Do you plan to withdraw your amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I'd be very happy to withdraw my amendment at this time.
Mr. Nill, would you like to speak as well?
I was about to push it over the top. The gentlelady has a really good amendment. And let me say for the newer members here, one of the great parts about having served all of these years is that at one time, this would have been done. For Republicans who see Ronald Reagan as their icon, Ronald Reagan called this his favorite anti-poverty program. He was the champion of EITC because of its efficiency. People that get up, work hard every single day, but somehow don't catch the necessary break. During the tax filing season, they get a little bit of a break. And this ought to be something, after all of these years, that we should be able to address with both parties. It rewards work. That's the essence of the Earned Income Tax Credit. And Reagan, once again, was the great champion of EITC.
Further amendments? Mr. Davis.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment, and I ask the gentleman to suspend while the clerk distributes. Proceed, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Childhood powers, child care powers both family economics as well as well-being, and also contributes to our national economic growth. I have an amendment with Representatives Larson and Sanchez that creates an above-the-line deduction for child care expenses to provide $4,000 for one child or $8,000 for two or more children to working parents with earned income. Families, because it applies to parents who do not itemize. This amendment mirrors the 2021 enhancements to the Child Independent Care Tax Credit. For parents, child care is the work-related expense. This amendment provides tax relief for work-related costs, helping offset the work penalty imposed by the income tax. Further research shows that increases in median child care prices are associated with lower maternal employment rates. So this amendment will help cover child care costs and increase parental employment and earnings. Even though the cost of child care has increased by about 214% since 1990, the traditional child care tax credit has remained relatively unchanged. Clearly, we must do more to help working parents afford child care. The Department of Labor recently found that the price of child care can range from $5,357 to $17,171, depending on location and type of care. Astoundingly, the cost of center-based care for two children is more than the average annual rent in all 50 states plus Washington, D.C. Further, households under the poverty line spend nearly 1/3 of their income on child care. Clearly, we must do more to help working parents afford child care. Unfortunately, as currently structured, very few families receive meaningful benefit from the current child care tax credit due to the extremely low phase-out level of $15,000 and the low expense limits. In 2020, there was a 13 percentage point disparity between working parents who qualified for the Earned Income Tax Credit and those who benefited from the current child care credit. Clearly, we must do more to help working families afford child care. This above-the-line deduction would give families either $4,000 for one child or $8,000 for two or more children, which is vastly more helpful to working parents than the current $2,100 maximum of the CDCT. Republicans should love this amendment because only working parents can claim it. One must have earned income to receive this above-the-line amendment. What a contrast to the Republican bonus depreciation bill, where 2/3 of the benefits go to businesses with revenue over $250 million. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, because this amendment is smart policy. Each 1% increase in the overall workforce increases our national income by about $180 billion. This amendment connects parents to the workforce, strengthens the financial well-being of families, and grows our economy by helping cover parents' costs for child care. I urge support for it because after all of the discussion this evening, we get to the bottom line. Here's where we can be most helpful. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and yield back the balance of my time.
Further discussion on the amendment? Mr. LaHood?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to the amendment, I've read through the amendment here, and I have immense respect for my friend and colleague from Illinois. It appears the amendment was hastily constructed here today. It's our view or my view that we already have a proven policy that will deliver relief for working families. That's the guaranteed deduction. And the guaranteed deduction bonus will put more money in families' pocketbooks. And so I just want to make that point, and I urge my colleagues to vote no. Thank you.
Mr. Moore is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I move to strike the last word and just make a couple of very quick points. If we boil this down to the true data and benefit of the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, these are simple results. Taxes for households earning less than $100,000 were cut by 16%, far more than the half of 1% for the richest 1%. Income inequality and wealth inequality decreased as a result of what we saw from Tax Cut and Jobs Act. Real wages for the bottom 10% grew nearly twice as fast as the growth for the top 10%. Household wealth of the bottom 50% rose 3 times faster than that of the top 1%. Those 2 bullet points are very important to recognize. The growth rate for lower income Americans grew far faster than for the top. It's okay for both to grow, but the fact that lower income Americans grew so much more with such a higher rate is important to recognize. Unemployment fell to record lows, and incomes for minority groups, they hit all-time highs. More than 6 million people were lifted out of poverty. The poverty rate dropped to 10.5%, the lowest level in U.S. history. Thank you, and I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Davis. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, no. Dr. Winstrup? Dr. Winstrup, no. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington, no. Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson, no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe? Ms. Tinney? Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Mrs. Steele? Mrs. Steele, no. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliotakis? Ms. Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Neal?
Yes.
Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer, no. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Blumenauer, yes. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell, yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins, yes. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene, yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee, yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, yes.
How is Mr. Blumenauer recorded?
Mr. Blumenauer, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Stubbe? Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
Clerk will report the vote.
The ayes are 16, the noes are 24.
There being 16 ayes and 24 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I will now recognize Mr. Buchanan for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee favorably report H.R. 3936 as amended to the House of Representatives.
The question is on the motion to favorably report H.R. 3936 as amended to the House of Representatives. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
Yes.
Mr. Buchanan, yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska, yes. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, yes. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, yes. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, yes. Dr. Winstrup? Dr. Winstrup, yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington, yes. Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson, yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, yes. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, yes. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, yes. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, yes. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick, yes. Mr. Stubbe? Ms. Tinney? Ms. Tinney, yes. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, yes. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, yes. Mrs. Steele? Mrs. Steele, yes. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, yes. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, yes. Ms. Maliotakis? Ms. Maliotakis, yes. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, yes. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, no. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, no. Mr. Blumenauer. Mr. Blumenauer, no. Mr. Pascrell. Mr. Pascrell, no. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, no. Ms. Sanchez. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins, no. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Del Bene. Ms. Del Bene, no. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, no. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, no. Mr. Kildee. Mr. Kildee, no. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, no. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, no. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Stubbe. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sewell. Chairman Smith.
Yes.
Chairman Smith, yes.
The clerk will report the vote.
The ayes are 24, the noes are 16.
There being 24 ayes and 16 noes, the motion is agreed to, and H.R. 3936, as amended, is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, I ask that staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to H.R. 3936, and that members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental, additional, dissenting, or minority views. I'd like to thank the committee for your 10-hour marathon markup session. I appreciate both sides. There being no further business before the committee stands adjourned.